The Warlord Chronicles 1. The Winter King, a novel of Arthur by Bernard Cornwell, read by Jonathan Keeble. Part 1. A Child in Winter. Once upon a time, in a land that was called Britain, these things happened. Bishop Sansom, whom God must bless above all the saints living and dead, says these memories should be cast into the bottomless pit with all the other filth of fallen mankind. For these are the tales of the last days before the great darkness descended on the light of our Lord Jesus Christ. These are the tales of the land we call Llogir, which means the lost lands, the country that was once ours, but which our enemies now call England. These are the tales of Arthur, the warlord, the king that never was, the enemy of God, and, may the living Christ and Bishop Sansom forgive me, the best man I ever knew. How I have wept for Arthur. It is cold today. The hills are deathly pale and the clouds dark. We shall have snow before nightfall, but Sansom will surely refuse us the blessing of a fire. It is good, the saint says, to mortify the flesh. I am old now, but Sansom, may God grant him many years yet, is older still, so I cannot use my age as an argument to unlock the wood store. Sansom will just say that our suffering is an offering to God, who suffered more than all of us, and so we 6 brethren shall shiver in our half-sleep, and tomorrow the well will be frozen, and Brother Maelgwyn will have to climb down the chain and hammer the ice with a stone before we can drink. Yet cold is not the worst affliction of our winter, but rather that the icy paths will stop Igraine visiting the monastery. Igraine is our queen, married to King Brockvale. She is dark and slender, very young, and has a quickness that is like the sun's warmth on a winter's day. She comes here to pray that she will be granted a son, yet she spends more time talking with me than praying to Our Lady or to her blessed Son. She talks to me because she likes to hear the stories of Arthur, and this past summer I told her all that I could remember, and when I could remember no more, she brought me a heap of parchment, a horn flask of ink, and a bundle of goose feathers for quills. Arthur wore goose feathers on his helmet. These quills are not so big nor so white, but yesterday I held the sheaf of quills up to the winter sky, and for a glorious, guilty moment I thought I saw his face beneath that plume. For that one moment the dragon and the bear snarled across Britain to terrify the heathen again. But then I sneezed, and saw I clutched nothing but a handful of feathers clotted with goose droppings, and scarcely adequate for writing. The ink is just as bad, mere lamp-black mixed with gum from apple bark. The parchments are better. They are made from lamb's skins left over from the Roman days, and were once covered with a script none of us could read. But Igraine's women scraped the skins bare and white. Sansom says it would be better if so much lambskin were made into shoes, but the scraped skins are too thin to cobble. And besides, Sansom dare not offend Igraine and thus lose the friendship of King Brockvale. This monastery is no more than a half-day's journey from enemy spearmen, and even our small storehouse could tempt those enemies across the Black Stream, up into the hills, and so to Dinarac's valley, if Brockvale's warriors were not ordered to protect us. Yet I do not think that even Brockvale's friendship would reconcile Sansom to the idea of Brother Derfel writing an account of Arthur, enemy of God. And so Igraine and I have lied to the blessed saint by telling him that I am writing down a translation of the Gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ in the tongue of the Saxons. The blessed saint does not speak the enemy tongue, nor can he read, and so we should be able to deceive him long enough for this tale to be written. And he will need to be deceived, for not long after I had begun writing on this very skin, the holy Sansom came into the room. He stood at the window, peered at the bleak sky, and rubbed his thin hands together. "I like the cold," he said, knowing that I do not. "I feel it worst," I responded gently, "in my missing hand. It is my left hand that is missing, and I am using the wrist's knobbly stump to steady the parchment as I write." "All pain is a blessed reminder of our dear Lord's passion," the bishop said, just as I had expected. Then he leaned on the table to look at what I had written. "Tell me what the words say, Derfel," he demanded. "I am writing," I lied, "the story of the Christ child's birth." He stared at the skin, then placed a dirty fingernail on his own name. He can decipher some letters, and his own name must have stood out from the parchment as stark as a raven in the snow. Then he cackled like a wicked child and twisted a hank of my white hair in his fingers. "I was not present at our Lord's birth, Derfel, yet that is my name. Are you writing heresy, you toad of hell?" "Lord," I said humbly, as his grip kept my face bowed close over my work, "I have started the gospel by recording that it is only by the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and with the permission of his most holy saint, Sansom," and here I edged my finger toward his name, "that I am able to write down this good news of Christ Jesus." He tugged at my hair, pulling some free, then stepped away. "You are the spawn of a Saxon whore," he said, "and no Saxon could ever be trusted. Take care, Saxon, not to offend me." "Gracious Lord," I said to him, but he did not stay to hear more. There was a time when he bowed his knee to me and kissed my sword. But now he is a saint, and I am nothing but the most miserable of sinners. And a cold sinner, too, for the light beyond our walls is hollow, grey, and full of threat. The first snow will fall very soon. And there was snow when Arthur's tale began. It was a lifetime ago, in the last year of High King Uther's reign. That year, as the Romans used to reckon time, was 1233 years after the founding of their city, though we in Britain usually date our years from the Black Year, which was when the Romans cut down the druids on Inis Mons. By that reckoning, Arthur's story begins in the year 420. Though Sansom, may God bless him, numbers our era from the date of our Lord Jesus Christ's birth, which he believes happened 480 winters before these things began. But however you count the years, it was long ago, once upon a time, in a land called Britain. And I was there. And this is how it was. It began with a birth, on a bitter night when the kingdom lay still and white beneath a waning moon, and in the hall Norwenna screamed, and screamed. It was midnight. The sky was clear, dry, and brilliant with stars. The land was frozen hard as iron, its streams gripped by ice. The waning moon was a bad omen, and in its sullen light the long western lands seemed to glow with a pale, cold shimmer. No snow had fallen for 3 days, nor had there been any thaw, so all the world was white, except where the trees had been wind-blown free of snow, and now stood black and intricate against the winter-bleak land. Our breath misted, but did not blow away, for there was no wind in this clear midnight. The earth seemed dead and still, as if she had been abandoned by Belenos, the sun-god, and left adrift in the endless cold void between the worlds. And cold it was, a bitter, deadly cold. Icicles hung long from the eaves of Heir Cadarn's great hall, and from the arched gateway where, earlier that day, the High King's entourage had struggled through drifted snow to bring our princess to this high place of kings. Heir Cadarn was where the royal stone was kept. It was the place of acclamation, and thus the only place, the High King insisted, where his heir could be born. Norwenna screamed again. I have never seen a child's birth, nor, God willing, will I ever see one. I have seen a mare foal and watched calves slither into the world, and I have heard the soft whining of a whelping bitch and felt the writhing of a birthing cat. But never have I seen the blood and mucus that accompanies a woman's screams. And how Norwenna screamed, even though she was trying not to, or so the women said afterwards. Sometimes the shrieking would suddenly stop, and leave a silence hanging over the whole high fort, and the High King would lift his great head from among the firs, and he would listen as carefully as though he were in a thicket, and the Saxons were close by. Only now he was listening in hope that the sudden silence marked the moment of birth, when his kingdom would have an heir again. He would listen, and in the stillness across the frozen compound we would hear the harsh noise of his daughter-in-law's terrible breathing, and once, just once, there was a pathetic whimper, and the High King half turned as though to say something, but then the screams began again, and his head sank down into the heavy pelts, so that only his eyes could be seen glinting in the shadowed cave formed by the heavy fur hood and collar. "You should not be on the ramparts, High Lord," Bishop Bedwin said. Uther waved a gloved hand as if to suggest that Bedwin was welcome to go inside where the fires burned, but High King Uther, the Pendragon of Britain, would not move. He wanted to be on Heir Cadarn's ramparts, so he could gaze across the icy land and up into the middle air where the demons lurked. But Bedwin was right. The High King should not have been standing guard against demons on this hard night. Uther was old and sick, yet the kingdom's safety depended on his bloated body and on his slow, sad mind. He had been vigorous only 6 months before, but then had come the news of his heir's death. Mordred, the most beloved of his sons and the only one of those born to his bride still living, had been cut down by a Saxon broadaxe, and had then bled to death beneath the hill of the White Horse. That death had left the kingdom without an heir, and a kingdom without an heir is a cursed kingdom. But this night, if the gods willed, Uther's heir would be born to Mordred's widow. Unless the child was a girl, of course, in which case all the pain was for nothing, and the kingdom doomed. Uther's great head raised itself from the pelts that were crusted with ice where his breath had settled on the fur. "All is being done, Bedwin?" Uther asked. "All, High Lord, all," Bishop Bedwin said. He was the king's most trusted counsellor, and, like the Princess Norwenna, a Christian. Norwenna, protesting at being moved from the warm Roman villa in nearby Lindinis, had screamed at her father-in-law that she would only go to Heir Cadarn if he promised to keep the old god's witches away. She had insisted on a Christian birth, and Uther, desperate for an heir, had agreed to her demands. Now Bedwin's priests were chanting their prayers in a chamber beside the hall, where holy water had been sprinkled. A cross had been hung over the birthbed, and another put beneath Norwenna's body. "We are praying to the Blessed Virgin Mary," Bedwin explained, "who, without soiling her sacred body by any carnal knowledge, became Christ's Holy Mother, and—" "Enough!" Uther growled. The High King was no Christian, and did not like any man attempting to make him one, though he did accept that the Christian god probably had as much power as most other gods. The events of this night were testing that toleration to the limit. Which was why I was there. I was a child on the edge of manhood, a beardless errand-runner who crouched frozen beside the king's chair on the ramparts of Caer Cadarn. I had come from Innis Widrin, Merlin's hall, which lay on the northern horizon. My task, if ordered, was to fetch Morgan and her helpers, who waited in a pig-herder's mud hovel at the foot of Caer Cadarn's western slope. The Princess Norwenna might want Christ's mother as her midwife, but Uther was ready with the older gods if that newer one failed. And the Christian god did fail. Norwenna's screams became fewer, but her whimpering more desperate, until at last Bishop Bedwin's wife came from the hall and knelt shivering beside the High King's chair. The baby, Ellen said, would not come, and the mother she feared was dying. Uther waved that last comment aside. The mother was nothing. Only the child mattered, and only then if it was a boy. "High Lord," Ellen began nervously, but Uther was no longer listening. He tapped my head. "Go, boy," he said, and I twisted out of his shadow, leapt down to the fort's interior, and raced across the moon-shadowed whiteness between the buildings. The guards on the western gate watched me run by. Then I was sliding and falling on the ice chute of the western road. I slithered through snow, tore my cloak on a tree stump, and fell heavily into some ice-laden brambles. But I felt nothing, except the huge weight of a kingdom's fate on my young shoulders. "Lady Morgan!" I shouted as I neared the hovel. "Lady Morgan!" She must have been waiting, for the hovel door was immediately flung open, and her gold-masked face shone in the moonlight. "Go!" she screeched at me. "Go!" And I turned and started back up the hill, while around me a pack of Merlin's orphans scrambled through the snow. They were carrying kitchen pots, which they clashed together as they ran, though when the slope grew too steep and treacherous they were forced to hurl the pots on ahead and scramble up behind. Morgan followed more slowly, attended by her slave, Sebil, who carried the necessary charms and herbs. "Set the fires, Derfel!" Morgan called up to me. "Fire!" I shouted breathlessly as I scrambled through the gateway. "Fire on the ramparts! Fire!" Bishop Bedwin protested at Morgan's arrival, but the High King turned on his counsellor in a rage, and the bishop meekly surrendered to the older faith. His priests and monks were ordered out of their makeshift chapel and told to carry firebrands to all parts of the ramparts, and there pile the burning brands with wood and wattle torn out of the huts that clustered inside the fort's northern walls. The fires crackled, then blazed huge in the night, and their smoke hung in the air to make a canopy that would confuse the evil spirits, and so keep them from this place, where a princess and her child were dying. We young ones raced around the ramparts banging pots to make the great noise that would further dizzy the evil ones. "Shout!" I ordered the children from Innis Widrin, and still more children came from the fortress hovels to add their noise to ours. The guards beat their spear shafts against their shields, and the priests piled more wood onto a dozen flaming pyres, while the rest of us screamed our noisy challenges against the evil wraiths that had slithered through the night to curse Norwenna's labour. Morgan, Sebil, Nimue, and one girl-child went into the hall. Norwenna screamed, though whether she cried aloud in protest at the coming of Merlin's women, or because the stubborn child was tearing her body in two, we could not tell. More screams sounded as Morgan expelled the Christian attendants. She threw the 2 crosses into the snow and tossed a handful of mugwort, the woman's herb, onto the fire. Nimue later told me that they put iron nuggets into the damp bed to scare away the evil spirits already lodged there, and laid 7 eagle stones around the writhing woman's head to bring the good spirits down from the gods. Sibyl, Morgan's slave, put a birch branch over the hall door and waved another over the writhing body of the hurting princess. Nimue crouched in the door and urinated on the threshold to keep the evil fairies away from the hall. Then she cupped some of her urine and carried it to Norwenna's bed, where she sprinkled it on the straw as a further precaution against the child's soul being stolen away at the moment of birth. Morgan, her gold mask bright in the flame-light, slapped Norwenna's hands away so she could force a charm of rare amber between the princess's breasts. The small girl, one of Merlin's foundlings, waited in terror at the foot of the bed. Smoke from the newly set fires blurred the stars. Creatures woken in the woods at the foot of Caer Cadarn howled at the noise which had erupted above them, while High King Uther raised his eyes to the dying moon and prayed that he had not fetched Morgan too late. Morgan was Uther's natural daughter. The first of the 4 bastards the High King had whelped on Igraine of Gwynedd. Uther would doubtless have preferred Merlin to be there, but Merlin had been gone for months. Gone into nowhere. Gone. It sometimes seemed to us forever, and Morgan, who had learned her skills from Merlin, must take his place on this cold night, in which we clashed pots and shouted until we were hoarse to drive the malevolent fiends away from Caer Cadarn. Even Uther joined in the noise-making, though the sound of his staff beating on the rampart's edge was very feeble. Bishop Bedwin was on his knees praying, while his wife, expelled from the birth-room, wept and wailed and called on the Christian God to forgive the heathen witches. But the witchcraft worked, for a child was born alive. The scream Norwenna gave at the moment of birth was worse than any that had preceded it. It was the shriek of an animal in torment, a lament to make the whole night sob. Nimue told me later that Morgan had caused that pain by thrusting her hand into the birth canal and wrenching the baby into this world by brute force. The child came bloody from the tormented mother, and Morgan shouted at the frightened girl to pick the child up, while Nimue tied and bit the cord. It was important that the baby should first be held by a virgin, which is why the girl-child had been taken to the hall. But she was frightened, and would not come close to the blood-wet straw, on which Norwenna now panted, and where the new-born, blood-smeared child lay as though stillborn. "Pick it up!" Morgan yelled. But the girl fled in tears, and so Nimue plucked the baby from the bed and cleared its mouth so that it could snatch its first choking breath. The omens were all so very bad. The haloed moon was waning, and the virgin had fled from the babe that now began to cry aloud. Uther heard the noise, and I saw him close his eyes as he prayed to the gods that he had been given a boy-child. "Shall I?" Bishop Bedwin asked hesitantly. "Go," Uther snapped. And the bishop scrambled down the wooden ladder, hitched up his robe, and ran across the trampled snow to the hall's door. He stood there for a few seconds, then ran back towards the rampart, waving his hands. "Good news, High Lord, good news!" Bedwin called as he clambered awkwardly up the ladder. "Most excellent news!" "A boy!" Uther anticipated the news by breathing the words. "A boy," Bedwin confirmed. "A fine boy." I was crouching near the High King, and I saw tears show at his eyes that were gazing toward the sky. "An heir," Uther said, in a tone of wonder, as though he had not really dared to hope that the gods would favour him. He dabbed at the tears with a fur-gloved hand. "The kingdom is safe, Bedwin," he said. "Praise God, High Lord, it is safe," Bedwin agreed. "A boy," Uther said. Then his huge body was suddenly racked with a terrible cough. It left him panting. "A boy," he said again when his breathing was steady. Morgan came after a while. She climbed the ladder and prostrated her stocky body in front of the High King. Her gold mask gleamed, hiding the horror beneath. Uther touched her shoulder with his staff. "Rise, Morgan," he said. Then he fumbled beneath his robe to find a gold brooch with which to reward her. But Morgan would not take it. "The boy," she said ominously, "is crippled. He has a twisted foot." I saw Bedwin make a sign of the cross, for a crippled prince was the worst omen of this cold night. "How bad?" Uther asked. "Just the foot," Morgan said in a harsh voice. "The leg is properly formed, High Lord, but the prince will never run." From deep inside his swathing fur cloak, Uther chuckled. "Kings don't run, Morgan," he said. "They walk, they rule, they ride, and they reward their good, honest servants. Take the gold." He held the brooch towards her again. It was a piece of thick gold, marvellously wrought into the shape of Uther's talisman, a dragon. But still Morgan would not accept it. "And the boy is the last child Norwenna will ever bear, High Lord," she warned Uther. "We burned the afterbirth, and it did not sound once." The afterbirth was always put on the fire, so that the popping sound it made would tell how many more children the mother would bear. "I listened close," Morgan said, "and it was silent." "The gods wanted it silent," Uther said angrily. "My son is dead," he went on bleakly. "So who else could give Norwenna a boy-child fit to be a king?" Morgan paused. "You, High Lord?" she said at last. Uther chuckled at the thought. Then the chuckle turned into laughter, and finally into another racking cough that bent him forward in lung-aching pain. The coughing passed at last, and he drew in a shuddering breath as he shook his head. "Norwenna's only duty was to drop one boy-child, Morgan, and that she has done. Our duty is to protect him." "With all the strength of Dumnonia," Bedwin added eagerly. "Newborns die easily," Morgan warned the two men in her bleak voice. "Not this one," Uther said fiercely. "Not this one. He will come to you, Morgan, at Innis Wydran, and you will use your skills to make certain he lives. Here, take the brooch." Morgan at last accepted the dragon brooch. The maimed babe was still crying, and the mother was whimpering, but around the ramparts of Caer Cadarn, the pot-beaters and fire-tenders were celebrating the news that our kingdom had an heir again. Dumnonia had an edling, and an edling's birth meant a great feast and lavish gifts. The bloody birth straw of the bed was brought from the hall and dumped on a fire so that the flames crackled high and bright. A child had been born. All that child now needed was a name, and of that name there could be no doubt. None. Uther eased himself out of his chair and stood huge and grim on Caer Cadarn's wall to pronounce the name of his newborn grandson, the name of his heir, and the name of his kingdom's edling. The winter-born babe would be named after his father. He would be called Mordred. Norwenna and the baby came to us at Swidren. They were brought in an ox cart across the eastern land bridge to the Tor's foot, and I watched from the windy summit as the sick mother and the maimed child were lifted from their bed of fur cloaks and carried in a cloth litter up the path to the stockade. It was cold that day, a bitter snow-bright cold that ate at the lungs, chapped the skin, and made Norwenna whimper as she was carried with her swaddled babe through the landgate of Swidren's Tor. Thus did Mordred, Edling of Domnonia, enter Merlin's realm. Swidren, despite its name, which means the Isle of Glass, was not a true island, but rather a promontory of high ground that jutted into a waste of sea marsh, creeks, and willow-edged bogs, where sedge and reeds grew thick. It was a rich place, made so by wildfowl, fish, clay, and the limestone that could easily be quarried from the hills edging the tidal wastes, that were crossed by wooden trackways, on which unwary visitors were sometimes drowned when the wind came hard from the west and blew a high tide fast across the long green wetlands. To the west, where the land rose, there were apple orchards and wheat fields, and to the north, where pale hills edged the marshes, cattle and sheep were herded. It was all good land, and at its heart was Swidren. This was all Lord Merlin's land. It was called Avalon, and had been ruled by his father and his father's father, and every serf and slave within sight of the Tor's summit worked for Merlin. It was this land, with its produce trapped and netted in the tidal creeks, or grown on the rich soil of the inland river valleys, that gave Merlin the wealth and freedom to be a druid. Britain had once been the land of druids, but the Romans had first slaughtered them, then tamed the religion, so that, even now, after 2 generations without Rome's rule, only a handful of the old priests remained. The Christians had taken their place, and Christianity now lapped around the old faith like a wind-driven high tide splashing through the demon-haunted reed beds of Avalon. Avalon's isle, Swidren, was a cluster of grassy hills, all of them bare except for the Tor, which was the steepest and highest. At its summit was a ridge, where Merlin's hall was built, and beneath the hall was a spread of lesser buildings, protected by a wooden stockade, perched precariously at the top of the Tor's steep grassy slopes, which were scraped into a pattern of terraces left from the old days before the Romans came. A narrow path followed the ancient terraces, winding its intricate way towards the peak, and those who visited the Tor in search of healing or prophecy were forced to follow that path, which served to baffle the evil spirits who might otherwise come to sour Merlin's stronghold. 2 other paths ran straight down the Tor's slopes, one to the east, where the land bridge led to Swidren, the other westward, from the sea gate down to the settlement at the Tor's foot, where fishermen, wild-fowlers, basket-weavers, and herdsmen lived. Those paths were the everyday entrances to the Tor, and Morgan kept them free of evil spirits by constant prayers and charms. Morgan gave special attention to the western path, for it led not only to the settlement, but also to Swidren's Christian shrine. Merlin's great-grandfather had let the Christians come to the isle in Roman times, and nothing had been able to dislodge them since. We children of the Tor were encouraged to throw stones at the monks and toss animal dung over their wooden stockade, or laugh at the pilgrims who scuttled through the wicket gate to worship a thorn tree that grew next to the impressive stone church which had been built by the Romans and still dominated the Christian compound. One year, Merlin had a similar thorn tree enthroned on the tor, and we all worshipped it by singing, dancing, and bowing. The village's Christians said we would be struck down by their god. But nothing happened. We burned our thorn in the end, and mixed its ashes with the pig feed. But still, the Christian god ignored us. The Christians claimed that their thorn was magic, and that it had been brought to Iniswydren by a foreigner who had seen the Christian god nailed to a tree. Oh, may God forgive me, but in those distant days I mocked such stories. I never understood then what the thorn had to do with a god's killing. But now I do, though I can tell you that the sacred thorn, if it still grows in Iniswydren, is not the tree sprung from the staff of Joseph of Arimathea. I know that, for one dark winter's night, when I had been sent to fetch Merlin a flask of clean water from the sacred spring at the Tor's southern foot, I saw the Christian monks digging up a small thorn bush to replace the tree that had just died inside their stockade. The holy thorn was always dying, though whether that was because of the cow dung we threw at it, or simply because the poor tree was overwhelmed by the cloth strips tied to it by pilgrims, I cannot tell. The monks of the holy thorn became rich anyway, fattened by the generous gifts of the pilgrims. The monks of Iniswydren were delighted that Norwenna had come to our stockade, for now they had a reason to climb the steep path and bring their prayers into the heart of Merlin's stronghold. The Princess Norwenna was still a fierce and sharp-tongued Christian, despite the failure of the Virgin Mary to deliver her child, and she demanded that the monks be admitted every morning. I do not know if Merlin would have allowed them into the compound, and Nimue certainly cursed Morgan for granting her permission. But Merlin was not at Iniswydren in those days. We'd not seen our master for more than a year, but life in his strange fastness went on without him. And strange it was. Merlin was the oddest of all Iniswydren's inhabitants, but around him, for his pleasure, he had assembled a tribe of maimed, disfigured, twisted, and half-mad creatures. The captain of the household and commander of its guard was Druidan, a dwarf. He stood no higher than a 5-year-old child, yet he had the fury of a full-grown warrior, and dressed each day in greaves, breastplate, helmet, cloak, and weapons. He railed against the fate that had stunted him, and took his revenge on the only creatures smaller still, the orphans whom Merlin gathered so carelessly. Few of Merlin's girls were not fanatically pursued by Druidan, though when he had tried to drag Nimue into his bed, he had received an angry beating for his pains. Merlin had hit him about the head, breaking Druidan's ears, splitting his lips and blacking his eyes, while the children and the stockade's guards cheered. The guards Druidan commanded were all lame, or blind, or mad, and some of them were all three, but none was mad enough to like Druidan. Nimue, my friend and childhood companion, was Irish. The Irish were Britons, but they had never been ruled by the Romans, and for that reason counted themselves better than the mainland Britons, whom they raided, harried, enslaved, and colonized. If the Saxons had not been such terrible enemies, then we would have considered the Irish the worst of all the gods' creatures, though from time to time we made alliances with them against some other tribe of Britons. Nimue had been snatched from her family in a raid Uther made against the Irish settlements in Demetia, that lay across the wide sea fed by the river Severn. 16 captives were taken in that raid, and all were sent back to become slaves in Dumnonia. But while the ships were crossing the Severn Sea, a great storm blew from the west, and the ship carrying the captives foundered on Iniswere. Nimue alone survived, walking out of the sea, it was said, without even being wet. It was a sign, Merlin claimed, that she was loved by Manawydan, the sea god, though Nimue herself insisted that it had been Dom, the most powerful goddess, who had saved her life. Merlin wanted to call her Vivian, a name dedicated to Manawydan, but Nimue ignored the name and kept her own. Nimue almost always got her own way. She grew up in Merlin's mad household, with a sharp curiosity and a self-possessed confidence, and when, after maybe 13 or 14 of her summers had passed, Merlin ordered her to his own bed. She went as though she had known all along that her fate was to become his lover, and thus, in the order of these things, the second most important person in all Inniswydrin. Although Morgan did not yield that post without a struggle. Morgan, of all the weird creatures in Merlin's house, was the most grotesque. She was a widow, and 30 summers old when Norwenna and Mordred came to be her wards, and the appointment was appropriate, for Morgan was high-born herself. She was the first of the 4 bastards, 3 girls and a boy, fathered on Ingrain of Gwynedd by High King Uther. Her brother was Arthur, and with such a lineage and such a brother, it might be thought ambitious men would have beaten down the walls of the other world itself to claim the widow's hand. Yet as a young bride, Morgan had been trapped in a burning house that had killed her new husband and scarred Morgan horribly. The flames had taken her left ear, blinded her left eye, seared the hair from the left side of her scalp, maimed her left leg, and twisted her left arm, so that naked, Nimue told me, the whole left side of Morgan's body was wrinkled, raw red, and distorted, shriveled in some places, stretched in others, gruesome everywhere. Just like a rotted apple, Nimue told me, only worse. Morgan was a creature from nightmare, but to Merlin she was a lady fit for his high hall, and he had trained her to be his prophetess. He had ordered one of the High King's goldsmiths to fashion her a mask that fitted over her ravaged head like a helmet. The gold mask had a hole for her one eye and a slit for her twisted mouth, and was made out of thin, fine gold that was chased in spirals and dragons, and fronted with an image of Sononos, the horned god, who was Merlin's protector. Gold-faced Morgan, always dressed in black, had a glove on her withered left hand, and was widely famed for her healing touch and gifts of prophecy. She was also the worst-tempered woman I ever met. Sibyl was Morgan's slave and companion. Sibyl was that rarity, a great beauty with hair the colour of pale gold. She was a Saxon, captured in a raid, and after the warband had raped her for a season, she had come gibbering to Inniswydrin, where Morgan had healed her mind. Even so, she was still crazed, though not wicked mad, just foolish beyond the dreams of foolishness. She would lie with any man, not because she wanted to, but because she feared not to, and nothing Morgan did could ever stop her. She gave birth year after year, though few of the fair-haired children ever lived, and those that did, Merlin sold as slaves to men who prized golden-haired children. He was amused by Sibyl, though nothing in her madness spoke of the gods. I liked Sibyl, for I too was a Saxon, and Sibyl would speak to me in my mother's tongue, so that I grew up in Inniswydrin, speaking both Saxon and the speech of the Britons. I should have been a slave, but when I was a little child, shorter even than the dwarf Druidan, A raiding party had come to Domnonia's northern coast from Siluria, and had taken the settlement where my mother was enslaved. King Gunglias of Siluria led the raid. My mother, who I think looked something like Sibyl, was raped while I was carried to the death pit, where Tanaburs, Siluria's druid, sacrificed a dozen captives as thanks to the high god Bel for the great plunder the raid had yielded. Dear God, how I remember that night. The fires, the screams, the drunken rapes, the wild dancing, and then the moment when Tanaburs hurled me into the black pit with its sharpened stake. I lived, untouched, and came from the death pit as calmly as Nimue had come from the killing sea, and Merlin, finding me, had called me a child of Bel. He named me Derfel, gave me a home, and let me grow free. The Tor was filled with such children, who had been snatched from the gods. Merlin believed we were special, and that we might grow into a new order of druids and priestesses who could help him re-establish the old true religion in Rome-blighted Britain. But he never had time to teach us, and so most of us grew to become farmers, fishermen, or wives. During my time on the Tor, only Nimue seemed marked by the gods, and was growing into a priestess. I wanted nothing more than to be a warrior. Pellinor gave me that ambition. Pellinor was the favourite of all Merlin's creatures. He was a king, but the Saxons had taken his land and his eyes, and the gods had taken his mind. He should have been sent to the Isle of the Dead, where the dangerous mad went, but Merlin ordered him kept on the Tor, locked in a small compound, like the one where Druidden kept his pigs. He lived naked, with long white hair that reached to his knees, and with empty eye sockets that wept. He raved constantly, haranguing the universe about his troubles, and Merlin would listen to the madness, and draw from it messages of the gods. Everyone feared Pellinor. He was utterly crazy and ungovernably wild. He once cooked one of Sibyl's children on his fire. Yet oddly, I do not know why, Pellinor liked me. I would slip between the bars of his compound, and he would pet me, and tell me tales of fighting and wild hunts. He never sounded mad to me, and he never hurt me, nor Nimue. But then, as Merlin always said, we two children were especially beloved of Bel. Bel might have loved us, but Gwendolen hated us. She was Merlin's wife, now old and toothless. Like Morgan, she had great skills with herbs and charms, but Merlin had cast her off when her face became disfigured by a sickness. It had happened long before I reached the Tor, during a period everyone called the Bad Time, when Merlin had come back from the north, mad and weeping. But even when he recovered his wits, he did not take Gwendolen back, though he did allow her to live in a small hut beside the stockade fence, where she spent her days casting spells against her husband and screaming insults at the rest of us. She hated Druidden most of all. Sometimes she would attack him with a fire spit, and Druidden would scamper through the huts with Gwendolen chasing after him. We children would urge her on, screaming for dwarfish blood. But he always got away. Such, then, was the strange place to which Norwenna came with the Edling Mordred. And though I may have made it sound a place of horrors, it was in truth a good refuge. We were the privileged children of Lord Merlin. We lived free, we did little work, we laughed, and in Yswydren, the Isle of Glass, was a happy place. Norwenna arrived in winter-time, when Avalon's marshes were glossed with ice. There was a carpenter in Inniswydrin called Gwilithin, whose wife had a boy-child the same age as Mordred. And Gwilithin made us sledges, and we rang the air with shrieks as we slid down the Tor's snowy slopes. Ralla, Gwilithin's wife, was appointed Mordred's wet nurse, and the prince, despite his maimed foot, grew strong on her milk. Even Norwenna's health improved as the bitter cold abated, and the winter's first snowdrops bloomed in the thorn thickets about the sacred spring at the Tor's foot. The princess was never strong, but Morgan and Gwendolen gave her herbs, the monks prayed, and it seemed her birth sickness was at last passing. Each week a messenger carried news of the Edling's health to his grandfather, the High King, and each piece of good news was rewarded with a piece of gold, or maybe a horn of salt, or a flask of rare wine that Druidden would steal. We waited for Merlin's return, but he did not come, and the Tor seemed empty without him, though our daily life hardly changed. The storerooms had to be kept filled, and the rats had to be killed, and the firewood and spring water had to be carried uphill 3 times a day. Godovin, Merlin's scribe, kept a tally of the tenants' payments, while Howl, the steward, rode the estates to make certain no family cheated their absent lord. Godovin and Howl were both sober, hard-headed, hard-working men. Proof, Nimue told me, that Merlin's eccentricities ended where his income began. It was Godovin who had taught me to read and write. I did not want to learn such un-warrior-like skills, but Nimue had insisted.
"You're fatherless," she had told me, "and you'll have to make your way on your own skills."
"I want to be a soldier."
"You will be,"
she promised me.
"but not unless you learn to read and write."
And such was her youthful authority over me that I believed her, and learned the clerkly skills long before I discovered that no soldier needed them. So, Godovin taught me letters, and Howl, the steward, taught me to fight. He trained me with the single stick, the countryman's cudgel that could crack open a skull, but which could also mimic the stroke-play of a sword or the thrust of a spear. Howl, before he lost a leg to a Saxon axe, had been a famous warrior in Uther's band, and he made me exercise until my arms were strong enough to wield a heavy sword with the same speed as a single stick. Most warriors, Howl said, depended on brute force and drink instead of skill. He told me I would face men reeling with mead and ale, whose only talent was to give giant blows that might kill an ox, but a sober man, who knew the 9 strokes of the sword, would always beat such a brute. "I was drunk," he admitted, "when Octher, the Saxon, took my leg. Now, faster, lad, faster! Your sword must dazzle them! Faster!" He taught me well, and the first to know it were the monks' sons in Inniswydrin's lower settlement. They resented we privileged children of the Tor, for we idled when they worked and ran free while they laboured, and as revenge they would chase us and try to beat us. I took my single stick to the village one day and hammered 3 of the Christians bloody. I was always tall for my age, and the gods had made me strong as an ox, and I ascribed my victory to their honour, even though Howl whipped me for it. The privileged, he said, should never take advantage of their inferiors. But I think he was pleased all the same, for he took me hunting the next day, and I killed my first boar with a man's spear. That was in a misty thicket by the River Cam, and I was just 12 summers old. Howl smeared my face with the boar's blood, gave me its tusks to wear as a necklace, then carried the corpse away to his temple of Mithras, where he gave a feast to all the old warriors who worshipped that soldier's god. I was not allowed to attend the feast, but one day Howl promised me, when I had grown a beard and slain my first Saxon in battle, He would initiate me into the Mithraic mysteries. 3 years later, I still dreamed of killing Saxons. Some might have thought it odd that I, a Saxon youth with Saxon-coloured hair, was so fervently British in my loyalty. But since my earliest childhood, I had been raised among the Britons, and my friends, loves, daily speech, stories, enmities, and dreams were all British. Nor was my colouring so unusual. The Romans had left Britain peopled with all manner of strangers. Indeed, Mad Pellinore once told me of 2 brothers who were both black as charcoal, and until I met Sagramor, Arthur's Numidian commander, I thought his words were mere lunacy, weaving romance. The tour became crowded once Mordred and his mother arrived, for Norwenna brought not only her women attendants, but also a troop of warriors, whose task was to protect the Edling's life. We all slept 4 or 5 to a hut, though none but Nimue and Morgan were allowed into the hall's inner chambers. They were Merlin's own, and Nimue alone was permitted to sleep there. Norwenna and her court lived in the hall itself, which was filled with smoke from the 2 fires that burned day and night. The hall was supported by 20 oak posts, and had walls of plastered wattle and a thatched roof. The floor was of earth, covered by rushes, that sometimes caught fire, and caused a panic until the flames had been stamped out. Merlin's chambers were separated from the hall by an internal wall of wattles and plaster, pierced by a single small wooden door. We knew that Merlin slept, studied, and dreamed in those rooms that culminated in a wooden tower built at the Tor's highest point. What happened inside the tower was a mystery to everyone but Merlin, Morgan, and Nimue, and none of those 3 would ever tell, though the country people, who could see Merlin's tower for miles around, swore it was crammed with treasures taken from the grave mounds of the old people. The chief of Mordred's guard was a Christian named Legezak, a tall, thin, greedy man, whose great skill was with the bow. He could split a twig at 50 paces when he was sober, though he rarely was. He taught me some of his skill, but he became easily bored with a boy's company, and preferred to gamble with his men. He did, however, tell me the true tale of Prince Mordred's death, and thus the reason why High King Uther had cursed Arthur. "It wasn't Arthur's fault," Legezak said, as he tossed a pebble onto his throwboard. All the soldiers had throwboards, some of them beautifully made out of bone. "6," he said, while I waited to hear the story of Arthur. "W," Manu, one of the prince's guards, said, then rolled his own stone. It rattled over the board's ridges and settled on a 1. He'd only needed a 2 to win, so now he scooped his pebbles off the board and cursed. Legezak sent Manu to fetch his purse to pay his winnings. Then he told me how Uther had summoned Arthur from Armorica to help defeat a great army of Saxons that had thrust deep into our land. Arthur had brought his warriors, Legezak said, but none of his famous horses, for the summons had been urgent, and there had been no time to find enough ships for both men and horses. "Not that he needed horses," Legezak said admiringly, "because he trapped those Saxon bastards in the Valley of the White Horse. Then Mordred decided he knew better than Arthur. He wanted all the credit, you see." Legezak cuffed at his running nose, then glanced about to make sure no one was listening. "Mordred was drunk by then," he went on in a lower voice, "and half his men were raving, naked and swearing they could slaughter 10 times their number. We should have waited for Arthur, but the prince ordered us to charge." "You were there?" I asked in adolescent wonder. He nodded. "With Mordred. Dear God, but how they fought. They surrounded us, and suddenly we were 50 Britons getting dead or sober very quick. I was shooting arrows as fast as I could. Our spearmen were making a shield wall, but their warriors were hacking in on us with sword and axe. Their drums were going bang, bang, and their wizards were howling, and I thought I was a dead man. I'd run out of arrows and was using the spear, and there can't have been more than 20 of us left alive, and all of us were at the end of our strength. The dragon banner had been captured. Mordred was bleeding his life away, and the rest of us were just huddling together, waiting for the end. And then Arthur's men arrived. He paused, then shook his head ruefully. The bards tell you that Mordred glutted the ground with Saxon blood that day, lad. But it wasn't Mordred. It was Arthur. He killed and killed. He took the banner back. He slew the wizards. He burned the war drums. He chased the survivors till dusk. And he killed their warlord at Edwys Hangstone by the light of the moon. And that's why the Saxons are being cautious neighbours, boy. Not because Mordred beat them, but because they think Arthur has come back to Britain.
But he hasn't,
I said bleakly. The High King won't have him back. The High King blames him. Ligesak paused and looked around again in case he was being overheard. The High King reckons Arthur wanted Mordred dead so he could be king himself. But that's not true. Arthur's not like that.
What is he like?
I asked. Ligesak shrugged as if to suggest the answer was difficult. But then, before he could answer anything, he saw Manu returning. "Not a word, boy," he warned me. "Not a word." We had all heard similar tales, though Ligesak was the first man I met who claimed to be at the Battle of the White Horse. Later, I decided he had not been there at all, but was merely spinning a tale to earn a credulous boy's admiration. Yet his account was accurate enough. Mordred had been a drunken fool. Arthur had been the victor, but Uther had still sent him back across the sea. Both men were Uther's sons, but Mordred was the beloved heir, and Arthur the upstart bastard. Yet Arthur's banishment could not stop every Dumnonian believing that the bastard was their country's brightest hope, the young warrior from across the seas who would save us from the Saxons and take back the lost lands of Lochir. The second half of the winter was mild. Wolves were seen beyond the earth wall that guarded Iniswidrin's land bridge, but none came close to the Tor, though some of the younger children made wolf charms that they hid beneath Druiden's hut in hope that a slavering great beast would leap the stockade and carry the dwarf off for supper. And the charms did not work, and as the winter proceeded we all began to prepare for the great spring festival of Beltane, with its massive fires and midnight feasting. But then a greater excitement struck the Tor. Gundlius of Siluria came. Bishop Bedwin arrived first. He was Uther's most trusted counsellor, and his arrival promised excitement. Norwenna's attendants were moved out of the hall, and woven carpets were laid over the rushes, a sure sign that a great person was coming to visit. We all thought it must be Uther himself, but the banner which appeared on the land bridge a week before Beltane showed Gundlias's fox, not Uther's dragon. It was bright morning when I watched the horsemen dismount at the Tor's foot. The wind snatched at their cloaks and snapped their frayed banner, on which I saw the hated fox mask that made me cry out in protest and make the sign against evil.
"What is it?"
Nimue asked. She was standing beside me on the Eastern Guard platform. "That's Gundlius's banner," I said. I saw the surprise in Nimue's eyes, for Gundlius was king of Siluria and allied with King Gorfithid of Powys, Dumnonia's sworn enemy. "You sure?" Nimue asked me. "He took my mother," I said. and his druid threw me into the death pit." I spat over the stockade towards the dozen men who had begun to walk up the tor that was too steep for horses. And there, among them, was Tanaburs, Gundlias's druid, and my evil spirit. He was a tall old man with a plaited beard and long white hair that was shaved off the front half of his skull in the tonsure adopted by druids and Christian priests. He cast his cloak aside halfway up the hill and began a protective dance in case Merlin had left spirits to guard the gate. Nimue, seeing the old man caper unsteadily on one leg on the steep slope, spat into the wind, and then ran towards Merlin's chambers. I ran after her, but she thrust me aside, saying that I would not understand the danger. "Danger?" I asked, but she had gone. There seemed to be no danger, for Bedwin had ordered the landgate thrown wide open, and was now trying to organize a welcome out of the excited chaos on the tor's summit. Morgan was away that day, interpreting in the Dream Temple in the Eastern Hills, but everyone else on the tor was hurrying to see the visitors. Druidan and Legezak were arraying their guards. Naked Pellinor was baying at the clouds. Gwendolen was spitting toothless curses at Bishop Bedwin, while a dozen children scrambled to get the best view of the visitors. The reception was supposed to be dignified, but Lunette, an Irish foundling a year younger than Nimue, released a pen of Druidan's pigs, so that Tanaburs, who was first through the stockade gate, was greeted by a squealing frenzy. It would take more than panicking piglets to frighten a druid. Tanaburs, dressed in a dirty grey robe, embroidered with hares and crescent moons, stood in the entranceway and raised both hands above his tonsured head. He carried a moon-tipped staff that he turned sunwise 3 times. Then he howled at Merlin's tower. A piglet whipped past his legs, then scrabbled for a footing in the muddy gateway before dashing downhill. Tanaburs howled again, motionless, testing the tor for unseen enemies. For a few seconds there was silence, except for the snapping of the banner and the heavy breathing of the warriors who had climbed the hill behind the druid. Godovan, Merlin's scribe, had come to stand beside me, his hands wrapped in ink-stained cloth strips as a protection against the chill.
"Who is it?"
he asked. Then he shuddered, as a wailing shriek answered Tanaburs' challenge. The shriek came from within the hall, and I knew it was Nimue. Tanaburs looked angry. He barked like a fox, touched his genitals, made the evil sign, and then began hopping on one leg towards the hall. He stopped after 5 paces, howled his challenge again, but this time no answering shriek sounded from the hall. So he put his second foot on the ground and beckoned his master through the gate. "It's safe," Tanaburs called. "Come, Lord King, come!" "King?" Godovan asked me. I told him who the visitors were, then asked why Gundlias, an enemy, had come to the tor. Godovan scratched at a louse under his shirt, then shrugged. "Politics, boy, politics." "Tell me," I said. Godovan sighed as if my question was evidence of an incurable stupidity, his usual response to any query, but then offered me an answer. "Norwenna is marriageable. Mordred is a baby who must be protected, and who protects a prince better than a king? And who better than an enemy king, who can become a friend to Dumnonia? It's really very simple, boy. A moment's thought would have yielded the answer without you needing to trouble my time." He gave me a feeble blow on the ear as retribution. "Mind you," he cackled, "you'll have to give up Ladwys for a time." "Labwys?" I asked. "His lover, you stupid boy. You think any king sleeps alone? But some folks say that Gundlias is so passionate for Ladwys that he actually married her. They say he took her to Clew's Mound and had his druid bind them. But I can't believe he'd be such a fool. She's not of the blood." Aren't you supposed to be tallying the rents for Howl today? I ignored the question and watched as Gunlias and his guards stepped carefully through the treacherous mudslide in the gateway. The Silurian king was a tall, well-made man of perhaps 30 years. He had been a young man when his raiders had captured my mother and cast me into the death pit. But the dozen or so years that had passed since that dark and bloody night had been kind to him, for he was still handsome, with long black hair and a forked beard that showed no trace of grey. He wore a fox-fur cloak, leather boots which reached to his knee, a russet tunic, and carried a sword sheathed in a red scabbard. His guards were similarly dressed, and all were tall men, who towered over Druiden's sorry collection of crippled spear-carriers. The Silurians wore swords, but none carried a spear or shield, evidence that they had come in peace. I shrank away as Tanaburs passed. I had been a toddling child when he had thrown me into the pit, and there was no chance that the old man would recognize me as a death-cheater, nor, after his failure to kill me, did I need to fear him. Yet still I shrank from the Silurian druid. He had blue eyes, a long nose, and a slack, dribbling mouth. He had hung small bones at the end of his long, lank white hair, and the bones clattered together as he shuffled ahead of his king. Bishop Bedwin fell into step beside Gunlias, proclaiming a welcome and saying how honoured the Tor was by this royal visit. Two of the Silurian guards carried a heavy box that must have contained presents for Norwenna. The delegation disappeared into the hall. The fox banner was thrust into the earth outside the door, where Legesac's men barred anyone else from entering. But those of us who had grown up on the Tor knew how to wriggle into Merlin's hall. I raced round the south side and scrambled up the log pile and pushed aside one of the leather curtains that protected the windows. Then I dropped to the floor and hid behind the wicker chests that held the feasting cloths. One of Norwenna's slaves saw my arrival, and probably some of Gunlias's men did too, but no one cared enough to eject me. Norwenna was sitting on a wooden chair in the hall's centre. The widowed princess was no beauty. Her face was moon-round, with small piggish eyes and a thin, sour-lipped mouth, and skin that had been pocked by some childhood disease. But none of that mattered. Great men do not marry princesses for their looks, but for the power they bring in their dowries. Yet Norwenna had still prepared herself carefully for this visit. Her attendants had dressed her in a fine woolen cloak dyed pale blue that fell to the floor all around her, and they had plaited her dark hair and wound it in circles about her head before wreathing sloe blossom into the tresses. She wore a heavy gold torque about her neck, 3 golden bracelets on her wrist, and a plain wooden cross that hung between her breasts. She was plainly nervous, for her free hand was fidgeting with the wooden cross, while in her other arm, swaddled in yards of fine linen and wrapped in a cloak dyed a rare golden colour with water impregnated by the gum of beehives, was the Edling of Dumnonia, Prince Mordred. King Gunlias gave Norwenna scarcely a glance. He sprawled in the chair facing her, and looked as though he was utterly bored by the proceedings. Tanaburs scuttled from pillar to pillar, muttering charms and spitting. When he passed close to my hiding place, I crouched low until the smell of him had faded. Flames crackled on the firestones at the hall's 2 ends, their smoke mingling and churning in the soot-blackened roof space. There was no sign of Nimue. Wine, smoked fish, and oatcakes were served to the visitors. Then Bishop Bedwin made a speech, explaining to Norwenna that Gunlias, king of Siluria, while on a mission of friendship to the High King, had happened to be passing close to Innis Swidrin, and had thought it courteous to pay this visit to the Prince Mordred and his mother. The king had brought the prince some gifts, Bedwin said, upon which Gunlias carelessly waved the gift-bearers forward. The 2 guards carried the chest to Norwenna's feet. The princess had not spoken, nor did she speak now, as the gifts were laid on the carpet at her feet. There was a fine wolf fur, 2 otter pelts, a beaver fur, and a hart's skin, a small gold torque, some brooches, a drinking horn wrapped in a silver wicker pattern, and a Roman flask of pale green glass, with a wonderfully delicate spout, and a handle shaped as a wreath. The empty chest was carried away, and there was an awkward silence in which no one quite knew what to say. Gunlias gestured carelessly at the gifts. Bishop Bedwin beamed happiness. Tanabers hawked a protective gobbet of spit at a pillar, while Norwenna looked dubiously at the king's gifts, which were not in truth over-generous. The hart's skin might make a fine pair of gloves. The pelts were good, though Norwenna probably had a score of better ones in her wicker baskets, while the torque around her neck was 4 times as heavy as the one lying at her feet. Gunlias's brooches were of thin gold, and the drinking horn was chipped at its rim. Only the green Roman flask was truly precious. Bedwin broke the embarrassing silence. "The gifts are magnificent, rare and magnificent. Truly generous, Lord King." Norwenna nodded obedient agreement. The child began to cry, and Ralla, the wet nurse, carried him off to the shadows beyond the pillars, where she bared a breast and so silenced him. "The Edling is well?" Gunlias spoke for the first time since entering the hall.
"Praise God and his saints," Norwenna answered. "He is."
"His left foot?" Gunlias asked untactfully. "Does it mend?"
"His foot will not stop him from riding a horse, wielding a sword, or sitting upon a throne," Norwenna answered firmly.
"Of course not. Of course not," Gunlias said, and glanced across at the hungry babe. He smiled, then stretched his long arms and looked about the hall. He had said nothing of marriage, but he would not in this company. If he wanted to marry Norwenna, then he would ask Uther, not Norwenna. This visit was merely an opportunity for him to inspect his bride. He spared Norwenna a brief, disinterested look, then gazed again about the shadowed hall. "So this is Lord Merlin's lair, Gunlias said. "Where is he?" No one answered. Tanabers was scrabbling beneath the edge of one of the carpets, and I guessed he was burying a charm in the earth of the hall floor. Later, when the Silurian delegation was gone, I searched the spot and found a small bone carving of a boar that I threw on the fire. The flames burned blue and spat fiercely, and Nimue said I had done the right thing. "Lord Merlin, we think, is in Ireland," Bishop Bedwin at last answered. "Or maybe in the northern wilderness," he added vaguely. "Or maybe dead," Gunlias suggested. "I pray not," the bishop said fervently. "You do?" Gunlias twisted in his chair to stare into Bedwin's aged face. "You approve of Merlin, Bishop?" "He is a friend, Lord King," Bedwin said. He was a dignified, plump man who was ever eager to keep the peace between the various religions. "Lord Merlin is a druid, Bishop, who hates Christians." Gunlias was trying to provoke Bedwin. "There are many Christians in Britain now," Bedwin said, "and few druids. I think we of the true faith have nothing to fear." "You hear that, Tanabers?" Gunlias called to his druid. "The bishop doesn't fear you." Tanabers did not answer. In his questing around the hall, he had come to the ghost fence that guarded the door to Merlin's chambers. The fence was a simple one, merely 2 skulls placed on either side of the door, but only a druid would dare cross their invisible barrier, and even a druid would fear a ghost fence placed by Merlin. "Will you rest here tonight?" Bishop Bedwin asked Gunlias, trying to change the subject away from Merlin. "No," Gunlias said rudely, rising. I thought he was about to take his leave, but instead he looked past Norwenna to the small, black, skull-guarded door in front of which Tanabers was quivering like a hound, smelling an unseen boar. "What's through the door?" the king asked.
"My Lord Merlin's chambers, Lord King," Bedwin said. "The place of secrets?" Gunlias asked wolfishly. "Sleeping quarters, nothing more," Bedwin said dismissively. Tanabers raised his moon-tipped staff and held it quivering towards the ghost fence. King Gunlias watched his druid's performance, then drained his wine and tossed the drinking horn onto the floor. "Maybe I shall sleep here after all," the king said. "But first let us inspect the sleeping quarters." He waved Tanabers forward, but the druid was nervous. Merlin was the greatest druid in Britain, feared even beyond the Irish Sea, and no one meddled in his life lightly. Yet the great man had not been seen for many a long month, and some folk whispered that Prince Mordred's death had been a sign that Merlin's power was waning, and Tanabers, like his master, was surely fascinated by what lay behind the door, for secrets could lie there that would make Tanabers as mighty and learned as the great Merlin himself. "Open the door!" Gunlias ordered Tanabers. The butt of the moonstaff moved tremulously towards one of the skulls, hesitated, then touched the yellowing bone dome. Nothing happened. Tanabers spat on the skull, then tipped it over before snatching his staff back like a man who has prodded a sleeping snake. Again, nothing happened, and so he reached his free hand towards the door's wooden latch. Then he stopped in terror. A howl had echoed in the hall's smoking dark, a ghastly screech, like a girl being tortured, and the awful sound drove the druid back. Norwenna cried aloud with fear, and made the sign of the cross. The baby Mordred began wailing, and nothing Ralla could do would quiet him. Gunlias first checked at the noise, then laughed as the howl faded. "A warrior," he announced to the nervous hall. "He's not frightened of a girl's scream." He walked towards the door, ignoring Bishop Bedwin, who was fluttering his hands as he tried to restrain the king without actually touching him. A crash sounded from the ghost-guarded door. It was a violent splintering noise, and so sudden that everyone jumped with alarm. At first I thought the door had fallen before the king's advance. Then I saw that a spear had been thrust clean through it. The silver-coloured spearhead stood proud of the old fire-blackened oak, and I tried to imagine what inhuman force had been needed to drive that sharpened steel through so thick a barrier. The spear's sudden appearance made even Gunlias check, but his pride was threatened, and he would not back down in the face of his warriors. He made the sign against evil, spat at the spearhead, then walked to the door, lifted its latch and pushed it open, and immediately stepped back with horror on his face. I was watching him, and I saw the raw fear in his eyes. He took a second pace away from the open door. Then I heard Nimui's keening cry as she advanced into the hall. Tanabers was making urgent motions with his staff. Bedwin was praying. The baby was crying, while Norwenna had turned in her chair with a look of anguish. Nimue came through the door, and, seeing my friend, even I shivered. She was naked, and her thin white body was raddled with blood that had dripped down from her hair to run in rivulets past her small breasts and on to her thighs. Her head was crowned with a death mask, the tanned face skin of a sacrificed man that was perched above her own face like a snarling helmet, and held in place by the skin of the dead man's arms, knotted about her thin neck. The mask seemed to have a dreadful life of its own, for it twitched as she walked towards the Silurian king. The dead man's dry and yellow body skin hung loose down Nimue's back as she stuttered forward in small, irregular steps. Only the whites of her eyes were showing in her bloody face, and as she twitched forward, she called out imprecations in a language fouler than any soldier's tongue, while in her hands were two vipers, their dark bodies gleaming and their flickering heads questing towards the king. Gunlias retreated, making the sign against evil. Then he remembered that he was a man, a king and a warrior, and so he put his hand on his sword hilt. It was then that Nimue jerked her head, and the death mask fell back from her hair that was piled high on her scalp. Then we all saw that it was not her hair that was piled there, but a bat that suddenly stretched its black crinkling wings and snarled its red mouth at Gundlias. The bat made Norwenna scream and run to fetch her baby, while the rest of us stared in horror at the creature, which was trapped in Nimue's hair. It jerked and flapped, tried to fly, snarled and struggled. The snakes twisted, and suddenly the hall emptied. Norwenna ran first. Tanneber's followed. Then everyone, even the king, was running for the morning daylight at the eastern door. Nimue stood motionless as they fled. Then her eyes rolled and she blinked. She walked to the fire and carelessly tossed the two snakes into the flames, where they hissed, whiplashed, then sizzled as they died. She freed the bat, which flew up into the rafters, then untied the death mask from around her neck and rolled it into a bundle before picking up the delicate Roman flask from among the gifts that Gundlias had brought. She stared at the flask for a few seconds. Then her wiry body twisted as she hurled the treasure against an oak pillar, where it shattered into a scatter of pale green shards. "Derfel!" she snapped into the sudden silence that followed. "I know you're here." "Nimue?" I said nervously, then stood up from behind my wicker screen. I was terrified. Snake fat was hissing in the fire, and the bat was rustling in the roof. Nimue smiled at me. "I need water, Derfel," she said. "Water?" I asked stupidly. "To wash off the chicken blood," Nimue explained. "Chicken? Water," she said again. "There's a jar by the door. Bring some." "In there?" I asked, astonished because her gesture seemed to imply that I should bring the water into Merlin's rooms. "Why not?" she asked, then walked through the door that was still impaled with the great boar spear, while I lifted the heavy jar and followed to find her standing in front of a sheet of beaten copper that reflected her nude body. She was unembarrassed, perhaps because we had all run naked as children, but I was uncomfortably aware that the two of us were children no longer. "Here?" I asked. Nimue nodded. I put the jar down and backed towards the door. "Stay," she said. "Please stay. And shut the door." I had to prise the spear out of the door before I could close it. I did not like to ask how she had driven that spearhead through the oak, for she was in no mood for questions. So I stayed silent as I worked the weapon free, and Nimue washed the blood off her white skin, then wrapped herself in a black cloak. "Come here," she said, when she had finished. I crossed obediently to a bed of furs and woolen blankets that was piled on a low wooden platform, where she evidently slept at nights. The bed was tented with a dark, musty cloth, and in its darkness I sat and cradled her in my arms. I could feel her ribs through the cloak's woolen softness. She was crying. I did not know why, so I just held her clumsily and stared about Merlin's room. It was an extraordinary place. There were scores of wooden chests and wicker baskets piled up to make nooks and corridors, through which a tribe of skinny kittens stalked. In places the piles had collapsed, as though someone had sought an object in a lower box and could not be bothered to dismantle the pile, so had just heaved the whole heap over. Dust lay everywhere. I doubted that the rushes on the floor had been changed in years, though in most places they had been overlaid with carpets or blankets that had been allowed to rot. The stench of the room was overpowering, a smell of dust, cat urine, damp, decay, and mould, all mixed with the more subtle aromas of the herbs hanging from the beams. A table stood at one side of the door and was piled with curling, crumbling parchments. Animal skulls occupied a dusty shelf over the table, and, as my eyes grew accustomed to the sepulchral gloom,
I saw there were at least 2 human skulls among them. Faded shields were stacked against a vast clay pot, in which a sheaf of cobweb spears was thrust. A sword hung against a wall. A smoking brazier stood in a heap of grey fire-ash close to the big copper mirror, on which, extraordinarily, there hung a Christian cross with its twisted figure of their dead god nailed to its arms. The cross was draped with mistletoe, as a precaution against its inherent evil. A great tangle of antlers hung from a rafter alongside bunches of dried mistletoe, and a dangling clutch of roosting bats, whose droppings made small heaps on the floor. Bats in a house were the worst omen. But I suppose that people as powerful as Merlin and Nimue had no need to worry about such prosaic threats. A second table was crowded with bowls, mortars, pestles, a metal balance, flasks, and wax-sealed pots, which I later discovered held dew collected from murdered men's graves, the powder from crushed skulls, and infusions of belladonna, mandrake, and thorn-apple, while in a curious stone urn next to the table was heaped a jumble of eagle stones, fairy loaves, elf bolts, snake stones, and hag stones, all mixed up with feathers, seashells, and pine cones. I had never seen a room so crowded, so filthy, or so fascinating, and I wondered if the chamber next door, Merlin's tower, was just as dreadfully wonderful. Nimue had stopped crying, and now lay motionless in my arms. She must have sensed my wonder and revulsion at the room.
"He throws nothing away,"
she said wearily.
"Nothing."
I did not speak, but just soothed and stroked her. For a while she lay exhausted, but then, when my hand explored the cloak over one of her small breasts, she twisted angrily away.
"If that's what you want," she said, "go and see Sybil."
She clutched the cloak tight about her as she climbed off the platform bed and crossed to the table cluttered with Merlin's instruments. I stammered some kind of embarrassed apology.
"It's not important."
She dismissed my apologies. We could hear voices on the tor outside, and more voices in the great hall next door, but no one tried to disturb us. Nimue was searching among the bowls and pots and ladles on the table, and found what she wanted. It was a knife made from black stone, its blade feathered into bone-white edges. She came back to the fusty bed and knelt beside its platform so that she could look straight into my face. Her cloak had fallen open, and I was nervously aware of her naked, shadowed body. But she was staring fixedly into my eyes, and I could do nothing but return that gaze. She did not speak for a long time, and in the silence I could almost hear my heart thumping. She seemed to be making a decision, one of those decisions so ominous that it will change the balance of a life forever. And so I waited, fearful, helpless to move from my awkward stance. Her black hair was tousled, framing her wedge-shaped face. Nimue was neither beautiful nor plain, but her face possessed a quickness and life that did not need formal beauty. Her forehead was broad and high, her eyes dark and fierce, her nose sharp, her mouth wide, and her chin narrow. She was the cleverest woman I ever knew. But even in those days, when she was scarcely more than a child, she was filled with a sadness born of that cleverness. She knew so much. She was born knowing, or else the gods had given her that knowledge when they had spared her from drowning. As a child, she had often been full of nonsense and mischief, but now, bereft of Merlin's guidance, but with his responsibilities thrust on her thin shoulders, she was changing. I was changing too, of course, but my change was predictable, a bony boy turning into a tall young man. Nimue was flowing from childhood into authority. That authority sprang from her dream. A dream she shared with Merlin, but one that she would never compromise as Merlin would. Nimue was for all, or she was for nothing. She would rather have seen the whole earth die in the cold of a godless void than yield 1 inch to those who would dilute her image of a perfect Britain devoted to its own British gods. And now, kneeling before me, she was, I knew, judging whether I was worthy to be a part of that fervent dream. She made her decision and moved closer to me.
"Give me your left hand,"
she said. I held it out. She held my hand, palm uppermost in her left hand, then spoke a charm. I recognized the names of Camulos, the war god, of Manawydan, Fab Chreir, Nimue's own sea god, of Agrona, the goddess of slaughter, and of Aranchod, the golden, the goddess of the dawn. But most of the names and words were strange, and they were spoken in such an hypnotic voice that I was lulled and comforted, careless of what Nimue said or did, until suddenly she slashed the knife across my palm, and then, startled, I cried out. She hushed me. For a second the knife cut lay thin across my hand. Then blood welled up. She cut her own left palm in the same way that she had cut mine, then placed the cut over mine and gripped my nerveless fingers with her own. She dropped the knife and hitched up a corner of her cloak, which she wrapped hard around the 2 bleeding hands.
"Derfel," she said softly, "so long as your hand is scarred, and so long as mine is scarred, we are one. Agreed?"
I looked into her eyes and knew this was no small thing, no childhood game, but an oath that would bind me throughout this world, and maybe into the next. For a second I was terrified of all that was to come. Then I nodded and somehow managed to speak. "Agreed," I said.
"And so long as you carry the scar, Derfel," she said, "your life is mine. And so long as I carry the scar, my life is yours. Do you understand that?"
"Yes," I said. My hand throbbed. It felt hot and swollen, while her hand felt tiny and chill in my bloody grip.
"One day, Derfel," Nimue said, "I will call on you, and if you do not come, then the scar will mark you to the gods for a false friend, a traitor, and an enemy."
"Yes," I said. She looked at me in silence for a few seconds, then crawled up onto the pile of furs and blankets, where she curled herself into my arms. It was awkward to lie together, for our 2 left hands were still bound, but somehow we made ourselves comfortable, and then lay still. Voices sounded outside, and dust drifted in the high dark chamber where the bats slept and the kittens hunted. It was cold, but Nimue pulled a pelt over the 2 of us, and then she slept, with her body's small weight numbing my right arm. I lay awake, filled with awe and confusion over what the knife had caused between us. She woke in the middle of the afternoon.
"Gonlias is gone,"
she said sleepily, though how she knew I do not know. Then she extricated herself from my grip and from the tangled furs before unwrapping the cloak that was still twisted around our hands. The blood had crusted, and the scabs tore painfully away from our wounds as we pulled apart. Nimue crossed to the sheaf of spears and scooped up a handful of cobwebs that she slapped onto my bleeding palm.
"It'll heal soon,"
she said carelessly. And then, with her own cut hand, wrapped in a scrap of cloth, she found some bread and cheese.
"Aren't you hungry?"
she asked.
"Always."
We shared the meal. The bread was dry and hard, and the cheese had been nibbled by mice. At least, Nimue thought it was mice.
"Maybe the bats chewed it," she said. "The bats eat cheese."
"I don't know," I said, then hesitated.
"Was it a tame bat?"
Yeah, I meant the animal that she had tied into her hair. I had seen such things before, of course, but Merlin would never talk of them, nor would his acolytes. But I suspected the odd ceremony of our bloody hands would let me into Nemui's confidence. And it did, for she shook her head.
"It's an old trick to frighten fools," she said dismissively. "Merlin taught it to me. You put jesses on the bat's feet, just like falcon jesses, then tie the jesses to your hair."
She ran her hand through her black hair, then laughed.
"And it frightened Tanibers. Imagine that! And him a druid."
I was not amused. I wanted to believe in her magic, not have it explained as a trick played with hawk leashes. "And the snakes?" I asked.
"He keeps them in a basket. I have to feed them."
She shuddered. Then she saw my disappointment.
"What's wrong?"
"Is it all trickery?" I asked. She frowned and was silent for a long time. I thought she was not going to answer at all, but finally she explained, and I knew as I listened that I was hearing the things that Merlin had taught her. Magic, she said, happened at the moments when the lives of the gods and men touched, but such moments were not commanded by men.
"I can't snap my fingers and fill the room with mist," she said, "but I've seen it happen. I can't raise the dead, though Merlin says he has seen it done. I can't order a lightning strike to kill Gundlius, though I wish I might, because only the gods can do that. But there was a time, Derfel, when we could do those things, when we lived with the gods, and we pleased them, and were able to use their power to keep Britain as they wanted it kept. We did their bidding, you understand, but their bidding was our desire."
She clasped her two hands to demonstrate the point, then flinched as the pressure hurt the cut on her left palm.
"But then the Romans came," she said, "and they broke the compact."
"But why?" I interrupted impatiently, for I'd heard much of this already. Merlin was always telling us how Rome had shattered the bond between Britain and its gods, but he had never explained why that could happen if the gods had such power. "Why didn't we beat the Romans?" I asked Nemui.
"Because the gods didn't want it. Some gods are wicked, Derfel. And besides, they have no duty to us, only we to them. Maybe it amused them. Or maybe our ancestors broke the pact and the gods punished them by sending the Romans. We don't know. But we do know that the Romans are gone, and Merlin says we have a chance, just one chance, to restore Britain."
She was talking in a low, intense voice.
"We have to remake the old Britain, the real Britain, the land of gods and men. And if we do it, Derfel, if we do it, then once again we will have the power of gods."
I wanted to believe her. How I wanted to believe that our short, disease-ridden and death-stalked lives could be given new hope thanks to the goodwill of supernatural creatures of glorious power. "But you have to do it by trickery?" I asked, not hiding my disillusion.
"Oh, Derfel."
Nemui's shoulders slumped.
"Think about it. Not everyone can feel the presence of the gods, so those who can have a special duty. If I show weakness, if I show a moment of disbelief, then what hope is there for the people who want to believe? They're not really tricks, they're—"
She paused, seeking the right word.
"Insignia. Just like Uther's crown, and his torques, and his banner, and his stone of Caer Cadarn. Those things tell us that Uther is the High King, and we treat him as such. And when Merlin walks among his people, he has to wear his insignia too. It tells people that he touches the gods, and people fear him for that."
She pointed at the door with its splintered spear rent.
"When I walked through that door naked, with 2 snakes and a bat hidden under a dead man's skin, I was confronting a king, his druid and his warriors. One girl, Derfel, against a king, a druid and a royal guard. Who won?"
"You,"
So the trick worked. But it wasn't my power that made it work. It was the power of the gods. But I had to believe in that power to make it work. And to believe, Derfel, you must devote your life to it.
She was speaking with a rare and intense passion now.
Every minute of every day, and every moment of every night, you must be open to the gods. And if you are, then they will come. Not always when you want them, of course. But if you never ask, they'll never answer. But when they do answer, Derfel, oh, when they do, it is so wonderful and so terrifying, like having wings that lift you high into glory.
Her eyes shone as she spoke. I had never heard her speak of these things. Not long ago she had been a child, but now she had been to Merlin's bed and taken on his teaching and his power. And I resented that. I was jealous and angry, and I did not understand. She was growing away from me, and I could do nothing to stop it. Well, I'm open to the gods, I said resentfully. I believe them. I want their help. She touched my face with her bandaged hand.
You're going to be a warrior, Derfel, and a very great one. You're a good person. You're honest. You're as foursquare as Merlin's tower, and there isn't any madness in you. Not a trace. Not even a wild, desperate speck. Do you think I want to follow Merlin?
Yes, I said, hurt. I know you do. I meant, of course, that I was hurt because she would not devote herself to me. She took in a deep breath and stared into the shadowed roof where 2 pigeons had flown through a smoke hole and were now shuffling along a rafter.
Sometimes, she said, I think I would like to marry, have children, watch them grow old myself, die. But of all those things, Derfel,
she looked at me again.
I will only have the last. I can't bear to think of what will happen to me. I can't bear to think of enduring the 3 wounds of wisdom. But I must. I must.
The 3 wounds? I asked, never having heard of them before.
The wound of the body, Nimue explained. The wound to the pride.
And here she touched herself between her legs.
And the wound to the mind, which is madness.
She paused as a look of horror crossed her face.
Merlin has suffered all 3, and that is why he's such a wise man. Morgan had the worst wound to the body that anyone can imagine, but she never suffered the other 2 wounds, which is why she will never truly belong to the gods. I've suffered none of the 3, but I will. I must.
She spoke fiercely.
I must because I was chosen.
Why wasn't I chosen? I asked. She shook her head.
You don't understand, Derfel. No one chose me except me. You have to make the choice for yourself. It could happen to any of us here. That's why Merlin collects foundlings, because he believes orphan children might have special powers, but only a very few do.
And you do, I said.
I see the gods everywhere, Nimue said simply. They see me.
I've never seen a god, I said stubbornly. She smiled at my resentment.
You will, she said, because you must think of Britain, Derfel, as though she were laced with the ribbons of a thinning mist. Just tenuous strands here and there, drifting and fading. But those strands are the gods. And if we can find them and please them and make this land theirs again, then the strands will thicken and join to make a great, wonderful mist that will cover all the land and protect us from what lies outside. That's why we live here, on the Tor. Merlin knows that the gods love this place, and here the sacred mist is thick, but our task is to spread it.
Is that what Merlin is doing? She smiled.
Right at this moment, Derfel, Merlin is sleeping, and I must too. Haven't you work to do?
Rents to count, I said awkwardly. The lower storehouses were filling with smoked fish, smoked eels, jars of salt, willow baskets, woven cloth, pigs of lead, tubs of charcoal, even some rare scraps of amber and jet. The winter rents payable at Beltane, which Howl had to assay, record on tallies, then divide into Merlin's share and the portion which would be given to the High King's tax collectors.
"Then go unkind," Nimue said,
as if nothing odd had happened between us, though she did reach over and give me a sisterly kiss.
"Go," she said.
And I stumbled out of Merlin's chamber to face the resentful, curious stares of Norwenna's attendants, who had moved back into the great hall. The equinox came. The Christians celebrated the death feast of their god, while we lit the vast fires of Beltane. Our flames roared at the darkness to bring new life to the reviving world. The first Saxon raiders were seen far in the east, but none came close to Inniswidrin. Nor did we see Gunlias of Siluria again. Godovin, the clerk, supposed that the marriage proposal had come to nothing, and he gloomily forecast a new war against the northern kingdoms. Merlin did not return, nor did we hear any news of him. The Edling Mordred's baby teeth came. The first to show were in his lower gums, a good omen for a long life, and Mordred used the new teeth to bite Ralla's nipples bloody, though she went on feeding him so that her own plump son would suck a prince's blood along with his mother's milk. Nimue's spirits lightened as the days grew longer. The scars on our hands went from pink to white, and then to shadowy lines. Nimue never spoke of them. The High King spent a week at Caer Cadarn, and the Edling was carried there for his grandfather's inspection. Uther must have approved of what he saw, and the spring omens were all propitious. For 3 weeks after Beltane, we heard that the future of the kingdom and the future of Norwenna and the future of Mordred would all be decided at a great high council, the first to be held in Britain for over 60 years. It was spring. The leaves were green, and there were such high hopes in the freshening land. The High Council was held at Glevum, a Roman town that lay beside the River Severn, just beyond Dumnonia's northern border with Gwent. Uther was carried there in a cart drawn by 4 oxen, each beast decorated with sprigs of may and saddled with green cloths. The High King enjoyed his ponderous progress through his kingdom's early summer, maybe because he knew this would be his last sight of Britain's loveliness before he went through Cruachan's cave and over the sword bridge to the other world. The hedgerows between which his oxen plodded were white with hawthorn. The woods were hazed by bluebells, while poppies blazed among the wheat, rye, and barley in the almost ripe fields of hay where the corncrakes were noisy. The High King travelled slowly, stopping often at settlements and villas where he inspected farmlands and halls and advised men who knew better than he how to layer a fulling pond or geld a hog. He bathed in the hot springs at Aqua Sulis, and was so recovered when he left the city that he walked a full mile before being helped once more into his fur-lined cart. He was accompanied by his bards, his counsellors, his physicians, his chorus, a train of servants, and an escort of warriors commanded by Owain, his champion and commander of his guard. Everyone wore flowers, and the warriors slung their shields upside down to show they marched in peace, though Uther was too old and too cautious not to make certain that their spear points were whetted bright each new day. I walked to Glevum. I had no business there, but Uther had summoned Morgan to the High Council. Women were not normally welcome at any councils, high or low, but Uther believed no one spoke for Merlin as Morgan did. And so, in his despair at Merlin's absence, he called for her. She was, besides, Uther's natural daughter, and the High King liked to say that there was more sense in Morgan's gold-wrapped head than in half his councillors' skulls put together. Morgan was also responsible for Norwenna's health, and it was Norwenna's future that was being decided, though Norwenna herself was neither summoned nor consulted. She stayed at Inniswidrin, under the care of Merlin's wife, Gwendolen. Morgan would have taken no one but her slave, Sebule, to Glevum, but at the last moment
Nimue calmly announced that she was also travelling there, and that I was to accompany her. Morgan made a fuss, of course, but Nimue met the older woman's indignation with an irritating calm.
"I've been instructed,"
she told Morgan. And when Morgan shrilly demanded by whom, Nimue just smiled. Morgan was double Nimue's size and twice her age, but when Merlin had taken Nimue to his bed, the power in Iniswydran passed to her, and in the face of that authority, the older woman was helpless. She still objected to my going. She demanded to know why did Nimue not take Lunette, the other Irish girl among Merlin's foundlings. A boy like me, Morgan said, was no company for a young woman. And when Nimue still did nothing but smile, Morgan spat that she would tell Merlin of Nimue's fondness for me, and in that telling would lie the end of Nimue. At which clumsy threat, Nimue simply laughed and turned away. I cared little for the argument. I just wanted to go to Gleavham and see the jousting and hear the bards and watch the dancing, and, most of all, to be with Nimue. And so we went, an ill-assorted quartet, to Gleavham. Morgan, blackthorn staff in hand and gold mask glinting in the summer sun, stomped ahead, her limp making each heavy step into an emphatic gesture of disapproval at Nimue's company. Sibyl, the Saxon slave, hurried 2 paces behind her mistress, with her back stooped beneath a bundle of bedding cloaks, dried herbs, and pots. Nimue and I walked behind, barefoot, bareheaded, and unburdened. Nimue wore a long black cloak over a white robe that she gathered at her waist with a slave's halter. Her long black hair was pinned high, and she wore no jewels, not even a bone pin to gather her cloak. Morgan's neck was circled with a heavy golden torque, and her dun-coloured cloak was clasped at her breast with 2 golden brooches, one cast as a triple-horned deer, and the other the heavy dragon ornament that Uther had given to her at Caer Cadarn. I enjoyed the journey. We took 3 days, a slow pace, for Morgan was an awkward walker, but the sun shone on us, and the Roman road made our journey easy. At dusk we would find the nearest chieftain's hall and sleep as honoured guests in his straw-filled barn. Other travellers were few, and all made way for the bright blazon of Morgan's gold that was her symbol of high status. We had been warned against the masterless and landless men who robbed merchants on the high roads, but none threatened us, perhaps because Uther's soldiers had prepared for the High Council by scouring the woods and hills in search of brigands, and we passed more than a dozen rotting bodies staked at the road's sides as warnings. The serfs and slaves we met knelt to Morgan. Merchants made way for her, and only one traveller dared challenge our authority, a fierce bearded priest with his ragged following of wild-haired women. The Christian group was dancing down the road, praising their nailed god, but when the priest saw the gold mask covering Morgan's face and the triple antlers and wide-winged dragon of her brooches, he ranted at her as a creature of the devil. The priest must have thought that such a disfigured, hobbling woman would prove an easy prey to his taunting, but an errant preacher accompanied by his wife and holy whores was no match for Igraine's daughter, Merlin's ward, and Arthur's sister. Morgan gave the fellow a single thump on the ear with her heavy staff, a blow that knocked him sideways into a ditch thick with nettles, and then she walked on with scarce a backwards glance. The priest's women shrieked and parted, some prayed and others spat curses, but Nimue glided through their malevolence like a spirit. I carried no weapons, unless a staff and a knife count as a warrior's accoutrement. I'd wanted to carry both a sword and a spear to look like a grown man, but Howl had scoffed that a man was not made by wanting, but by doing. For my protection, he gave me a bronze torque that displayed Merlin's horned god at its finials. No one, he said, would dare challenge Merlin.
Yet even so, without a man's weapons, I felt useless. Why, I asked Nimue, was I there?
Because you're my oath friend, little one,
Nimue said. I was already taller than she, but she used the term affectionately.
And because you and I are chosen of Bel, and if he chooses us, then we must choose each other.
Then why are the two of us going to Gleevham? I wanted to know.
Because Merlin wants us there, of course.
Will he be there? I asked eagerly. Merlin had been away so very long, and without him Innis Widrum was like a sky without its sun.
No,
she said calmly, though how she knew Merlin's desire in this matter I did not know, for Merlin was still far away, and the summons for the High Council had been issued long after his departure.
And what will we do when we reach Gleevham? We'll know when we get there,
she said mysteriously, and would explain no more. Gleevham, once I had grown accustomed to the overpowering stench of night soil, was marvellously strange. Other than some of the villas that had become farmsteads on Merlin's estates, this was my first time in a proper Roman place, and I gawked at the sights like a newborn chick. The streets were paved with fitted stones, and though they had canted in the long years since the Romans' departure, King Tudric's men had done their best to repair the damage by pulling up the weeds and sweeping away the soil, so that the city's 9 streets looked like stony watercourses in the dry season. It was hard to walk on them, and it made Nimue and me laugh to see horses trying to negotiate the treacherous stones. The buildings were as weird as the streets. We made our halls and houses out of wood, thatch, clay cob and wattle. But these Roman buildings were all joined together and made of stone and strange, narrow bricks, though over the years some of them had collapsed to leave ragged gaps in the long rows of low houses that were curiously roofed with baked clay tiles. The walled city guarded a crossing of the 7, and stood between 2 kingdoms, and near to a 3rd, and so it was a famous trading centre. Potters worked in the houses, goldsmiths stooped over their tables, and calves bellowed in a slaughter yard behind the marketplace that was crowded with country folk selling butter, nuts, leather, smoked fish, honey, dyed cloth, and newly sheared wool. Best of all, at least to my dazzled eyes, were King Tudric's soldiers. They were Romans, Nimue told me, or at least they were Britons taught the Roman ways, and all kept their beards clipped short, and were dressed alike in sturdy leather shoes and woolen hose beneath short leather skirts. The senior soldiers had bronze plates sewn onto their skirts, and when they walked, the armour plates would clank together like cowbells. Each man had a breastplate polished bright, a long russet cloak, and a leather helmet that was sewn at the crown into a ridge. Some of the helmets were plumed with dyed feathers. The soldiers carried short, broad-bladed swords, long spears with polished staffs, and oblong shields of wood and leather that carried Tudric's bull symbol. The shields were all the same size, the spears all of a length, and the soldiers all marched in step. An extraordinary sight that made me laugh at first, though later I became used to it. At the centre of the town, where the 4 streets from the 4 gates met in a wide, open square, there stood a vast and wondrous building. Even Nimue gaped at it, for surely no one living could make such a thing. So high, so white, and so sharply cornered. Pillars held the roof high, and all along the triangular space between the roof's peak and the pillars' tops were fantastic pictures carved in white stone that showed marvellous men trampling enemies beneath their horses' hooves. The stone men carried sheaves of stone spears and wore stone helmets with soaring stone crests. Some of the pictures had dropped away or had split in the frosts, yet were still a miracle to me, though Nimue, after staring at them, spat to ward off the evil. "Don't you like it?" I asked her resentfully.
The Romans tried to be gods, she said, which is why the gods humbled them. The council should not meet here.
Yet Cleveland was where the High Council was summoned, and Nimue could not change it. Here, encompassed by Roman ramparts of earth and wood, the fate of Uther's kingdom was to be decided. The High King had already arrived by the time we reached the town. He was lodging in another high building that faced the pillared hall across the square. He showed neither surprise nor displeasure that Nimue had come, perhaps because he thought she was merely a part of Morgan's retinue, and he gave us all a single room in the back of the house where the kitchen smoked and the slaves squabbled. The High King's soldiers looked drab beside Tudric's shining men. Our soldiers wore their hair long and their beards wild. They had patched and frayed cloaks of different colours and carried long, heavy swords, rough, shafted spears, and round shields, on which Uther's dragon symbol looked crude beside Tudric's carefully painted bulls. For the first 2 days there were celebrations. Champions of the two kingdoms fought mock fights outside the walls, though when Owain, Uther's champion, went into the arena, King Tudric was forced to pit 2 of his best men against him. Dumnonia's famous hero was reputed to be invincible, and he looked it as he stood with the summer sun glinting off his long sword. He was a huge man, with tattooed arms, a matted bare chest, and a bristling beard decorated with warrior rings forged from the weapons of defeated enemies. His fight against Tudric's 2 champions was supposed to be a mock battle, but the mockery was hard to see as the 2 heroes of Gwent took their turns to attack him. The 3 men fought as though they were filled with hate, and exchanged sword blows that must have rung north into distant Powys, and after a few minutes their sweat was mixed with blood. Their blunt swords' edges were dented, and all 3 men were limping. But Owain was still getting the best of the bout. Despite his size, he was fast with a sword, and his blows carried crushing weight. The crowd, which had gathered from all the country thereabouts, and was thus drawn from both Uther's and Tudric's kingdoms, was shouting like wild beasts to urge their men on to massacre, and Tudric, seeing the passion, threw down his staff to end the fight. "We are friends, remember?" he told the 3 men, and Uther, seated 1 step higher than Tudric, as befitted the High King, nodded agreement. Uther looked gross and ill. His body was swollen with fluid, his face was yellowing and slack, his breathing laboured. He had been carried to the fighting field in a litter, and was swathed on his throne in a heavy cloak that hid his jewelled belt and bright torque. King Tudric dressed as a Roman. Indeed, his grandfather had been a real Roman, which must have explained his foreign-sounding name. The king wore his hair clipped very short, with no beard, and was swathed in a white toga folded intricately at one shoulder. He was tall, thin, and graceful in his movements, and though he was still a young man, the sad, wise look of his face made him seem much older. His queen, Enid, wore her hair in a weird, plaited spiral that was piled so precariously on top of her skull that she was forced to move with the angular awkwardness of a newborn colt. Her face was caked with a white paste that fixed her with a vacant expression of perplexed boredom. Her son, Murig, the Edling of Gwent, was a fidgety child of 10, who sat at his mother's feet and was struck by his father every time he picked his nose. After the fighting, the harpists and bards had their contest. Sinir, the bard of Gwent, sang the great tale of Uther's victory over the Saxons at Caer Idern. Later I realized that Tudric must have ordered it as a tribute to the High King, and certainly the performance pleased Uther, who smiled as the verses rolled by, and nodded whenever a particular warrior was praised. Sinir claimed the victory in a ringing voice, and when he came to the lines which told how Owain had slaughtered Saxons by the 1,000, He turned towards the tired, battered fighter, and one of Tudric's champions, who only an hour before had been trying to beat the big man down, stood and raised Owain's sword arm. The crowd roared. Then they laughed as Sinir adopted a woman's voice to describe the Saxons pleading for mercy. He began to run about the field in little panicked steps, crouching as though hiding, and the crowd loved it. I loved it too, for you could almost see the hated Saxons cowering in terror, and smell the stench of their death blood, and hear the wings of the ravens coming to gorge on their flesh. And then Sinir straightened to his full height, and let his cloak drop away, so that his blue-painted body was naked, and he sang the tribute song of the gods, who had watched their champion, High King Uther of Dumnonia, the Pendragon of Britain, beat down the kings and chiefs and champions of the foe. Then, naked still, the bard prostrated himself before Uther's throne. Uther fumbled beneath his shaggy cloak to find a torque of yellow gold that he tossed towards Sinir. His throw was feeble, and the torque fell on the edge of the wooden dais where the two kings sat. Nimue blanched at the bad omen, but Tudric calmly picked up the torque and carried it to the white-haired bard, whom the king raised up with his own hands. After the bards had sung, and just as the sun was setting behind the low dark rill of western hills that marked the edge of the Silurian lands, a procession of girls brought flowers for the queens. But there was only one queen on the dais, Enid. For a few seconds the girls carrying the heaps of flowers meant for Uther's lady did not know what to do, but Uther stirred himself and pointed at Morgan, who had her own bench beside the dais, so the girls swerved aside and heaped the irises, meadowsweet, and bee-orchids before her.
"She looks like a dumpling," Nimue hissed in my ear, "garlanded with parsley."
On the night before the High Council, there was a Christian service in the big hall of the great building in the town's centre. Tudric was an enthusiastic Christian, and his followers thronged the hall that was lit by flaming torches set into iron beckets on the walls. It had rained that evening, and the crowded halls stank of sweat, damp wool, and wood smoke. The women stood on the left side of the hall, and the men on the right, though Nimue calmly ignored the arrangement and climbed onto a pedestal that stood behind the dark crowd of cloaked, bare-headed men. There were other such pedestals, most crowned with statues, but our plinth was empty and provided ample space for the two of us to sit and stare at the Christian rites, though at first I was more astonished by the hall's vast interior that was higher, wider, and longer than any feasting hall I had ever seen, so huge that sparrows lived inside, and must have thought the Roman hall a whole wide world. The sparrow's heaven was a curved roof supported by squat brick pillars that had once been covered by smooth white plasterwork, on which pictures had been painted. Fragments of the pictures remained. I could see a red outline of a running deer, a sea creature with horns and forked tail, and two women holding a twin-handled cup. Uther was not in the hall, but his Christian warriors attended, and Bishop Bedwin, the High King's counsellor, helped with the ceremonies that Nimue and I watched from our eyrie, like two naughty children eavesdropping on their elders. King Tudric was there, and with him some of the client kings and princes who would be at the High Council the next day. Those great ones had seats at the front of the hall, but the mass of firelight shone not around their chairs, but on the Christian priests gathered about their table. It was the first time I had ever seen such creatures at their rites.
"What exactly is a bishop?" I asked Nimue. "Like a druid," she said.
And indeed, like druids, all the Christian priests wore the front part of their skulls shaven, clean.
"Except they have no training,"
Nimue added derisively.
"And know nothing."
"Are they all bishops?" I asked. For there were a score of shaven men coming and going, bobbing down and bobbing up around the firelit table at the hall's far end.
No, some are just priests. They know even less than the bishops.
She laughed. No priestesses? I asked.
In their religion, she said scornfully, women have to obey men.
She spat against that evil, and some of the nearby warriors turned disapproving looks on her. Nimue ignored them. She was swathed in her black cloak, with her arms clasped about her knees, which were drawn tight up against her breasts. Morgan had forbidden us to attend the Christian ceremonies, but Nimue no longer took Morgan's orders. In the firelight, her thin face was shadowed dark, and her eyes shone. The strange priests chanted and intoned in the Greek tongue that meant nothing to either of us. They kept bowing, upon which the whole crowd would duck down and struggle up again, and each downward plunge was marked on the right side of the hall by an untidy clatter, as 100 or more scabbarded swords clashed on the tiled floor. The priests, like druids, held their arms straight out from their sides when they prayed. They wore strange robes that looked something like Tudric's toga, and were covered with short, decorated cloaks. They sang, and the crowd sang back, and some of the women standing behind the fragile, white-faced Queen Enid began to shriek and tremble in ecstasy. But the priests ignored the commotion and went on chanting and singing. There was a plain cross on the table, to which they bowed, and at which Nimue made the sign of evil as she muttered a protective charm. She and I soon became bored, and wanted to slip away to make sure we were well placed to get some fragments of the great feast that was to be given after the ceremony in Uther's hall. But then the language of the night changed into the speech of Britain, as a young priest harangued the crowd. The young priest was Sansom, and that night was the first time I ever saw the saint. He was very young then, much younger than the bishops, but he was considered to be a coming man, the hope of the Christian future, and the bishops had deliberately given him the honour of preaching this sermon as a means of advancing his career. Sansom was always a thin man, short of stature, with a sharp, clean-shaven chin and a receding forehead, above which his tonsured hair stuck up stiff and black like a thorn hedge, though the hedge had been more closely trimmed on top than at its edges, and thus had left him with a pair of black, bristly tufts that stuck out just above his ears.
"He looks like Lutigern," Nimue whispered to me,
and I laughed aloud, for Lutigern is the mouse-lord of children's stories, a creature full of boasts and bravado, but always running away when puss appears. Yet this tonsured mouse-lord could certainly preach. I'd never heard the blessed gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ before that night, and I sometimes shiver when I think how ill I took that first sermon. But I will never forget the power of its delivery. Sansom stood on a second table, so that he could see and be seen, and sometimes in the passion of his preaching he threatened to fall off the edge and had to be restrained by his fellow priests. I was hoping he would fall, yet somehow he always recovered his balance. His preaching began conventionally enough. He thanked God for the presence of the great kings and mighty princes who had come to hear the gospel. Then he paid King Tudric some pretty compliments before launching himself into a diatribe which set out the Christian view of the state of Britain. It was, I realized later, more of a political speech than a sermon. The Isle of Britain, Sansom said, was beloved of God. It was a special land, set apart from other lands and girdled by a bright sea to defend it from pestilences, heresies, and enemies. Britain, he went on, was also blessed by great rulers and mighty warriors. Yet of late the island had been riven by strangers, and its fields, barns, and villages had been put to the sword. The heathen Sais, the Saxons, were taking the land of our ancestors and turning it to waste.
The dread Sace desecrated the graves of our fathers. They raped our wives and slaughtered our children. And such things could not happen, Sansom asserted, unless they were the will of God. And why would God so turn his back upon his special and beloved children? Because, he said, those children had refused to hear his holy message. The children of Britain still bowed down to wood and stone. The so-called sacred groves still stood, and their shrines still held the skulls of the dead and were washed with the blood of sacrifices. Such things might not be seen in the towns, Sansom said, for most towns were filled with Christians, but the countryside, he warned us, was infested with pagans. There might be few druids left in Britain, yet in every valley and farmland there were men and women who acted like druids, who sacrificed living things to dead stone, and who used charms and amulets to beguile the simple people. Even Christians, and here Sansom scowled at his congregation, carried their sick to heathen witches, and took their dreams to pagan prophetesses. And so long as those evil practices were encouraged, so long would God curse Britain with rape and slaughter and Saxons. He paused there to draw breath, and I touched the talk about my neck, because I knew this ranting mouse-lord was the enemy of my master Merlin, and of my friend Nimue. "We had sinned," Sansom suddenly shouted, spreading his arms as he teetered at the table's edge, "and we all had to repent. The kings of Britain," he said, "must love Christ and his blessed mother, and only when the whole of the British race was united in God would God unite the whole of Britain." By now the crowd was responding to his sermon, calling out agreement, praying aloud to their God for mercy, and shouting for the death of the druids and their followers. It was terrifying.
"Come," Nimue whispered to me. "I've heard enough."
We slipped off the pedestal and eased our way through the crowd that filled the vestibule beneath the hall's outer pillars. To my shame, I held my cloak up to my beardless chin, so that no one would see my talk as I followed Nimue down the steps into the windy square that was lit on all sides by blustering torch flames. A small rain was spitting out of the west to make the stones of the square shine in the firelight. Tudric's uniformed guards stood motionless all around the square's edge, as Nimue led me into the very centre of the wide space, where she stopped and suddenly began to laugh. At first it was a chuckle. Then it was the laughter of jest that turned into a fierce mockery, that changed into a defiant howl, that beat up past the roofs of Gleevem to echo out towards the heavens and end in a maniacal screech as wild as the death cry of a cornered beast. She turned around as she sounded the screech, turned sunwise from the north to the east to the south to the west, and so back north again, and not one soldier stirred. Some of the Christians in the portico of the great building looked at us in anger, but did not interfere. Even Christians recognized someone being touched by the gods, and none of them dared lay a hand on Nimue. When her breath was ended, she sank down to the stones. She was silent, a tiny figure crouched beneath a black cape, a shapeless thing shuddering at my feet.
"Oh, little one,"
she finally said in a tired voice.
"Oh, my little one."
"What is it?" I asked. I confess I was more tempted by the smell of roasting pork that came from Uther's hall than by whatever momentary trance had so exhausted Nimue. She held out her scarred left hand, and I hauled her to her feet.
"We have one chance,"
she said to me in a small, frightened voice.
"Just one chance. And if we lose it, then the gods will go from us. We will be abandoned by the gods and left to the brutes. And those fools in there, the Mouse Lord and his followers, will ruin that chance unless we fight them. And there are so many of them, and so very few of us."
She was looking into my face, crying desperately. I did not know what to say. I had no skills with the spirit world, even though I was Merlin's foundling and the child of Bel. "Bel will help us, won't he?" I asked helplessly. "He loves us, doesn't he?"
"Loves us?"
She snatched her hand away from mine.
"Loves us?"
she repeated scornfully.
"It is not the task of gods to love us. Do you love Druidin's pigs? Why, in Bel's name, should a god love us? Love? Do you know of love, Derfel, son of a Saxon?"
"I know I love you," I said. I can blush now when I think of a young boy's desperate lunges at a woman's affection. It had taken every nerve in my body to make that statement, every ounce of courage I hoped I possessed, and after I had blurted out the words, I blushed in the rain-swept firelight, and wished I had kept silent. Nimue smiled at me.
"I know," she said. "I know. Now, come. A feast for a supper."
These days, these my dying days that I spend writing in this monastery in Powys' hills, I sometimes close my eyes and see Nimue. Not as she became, but as she was then. So full of fire, so quick, so confident. I know I have gained Christ, and through his blessing I have gained the whole world too. But for what I have lost, for what we have all lost, there is no end to the reckoning. We lost everything. The feast was wonderful. The High Council began in mid-morning, after the Christians had held yet another ceremony. They held a terrible number of them, I thought, for every hour of the day seemed to demand some new genuflection to the cross. But the delay served to give the princes and warriors time to recover from their night of drinking, boasting, and fighting. The High Council was held in the great hall that was again lit by torches, for although the spring sun was shining brightly, the hall's few windows were high and small, less suited for letting the light in than the smoke out, though even that they did badly. Uther, the High King, sat on a platform raised above the dais reserved for the kings, edlings, and princes. Tudric of Gwent, the council's host, sat below Uther, and on either side of Tudric's throne were a dozen other thrones, filled this day by client kings or princes who paid tribute to Uther or Tudric. Prince Cadwy of Isker was there, and King Melwas of the Belgi, and Prince Geraint, Lord of the Stones, while distant Cernau, the savage kingdom at Britain's western tip, had sent its edling, Prince Tristan, who sat swathed in wolf fur at the dais' edge, next to one of the two vacant thrones. In truth, the thrones were nothing more than chairs fetched from the feasting hall and tricked out with saddlecloths, and in front of each chair, resting on the floor and leaning against the dais, were the shields of the kingdoms. There had been a time when 33 shields might have rested against the dais, but now the tribes of Britain fought amongst themselves, and some of the kingdoms had been buried in Chogir by Saxon blades. One of the purposes of this High Council was to make peace between the remaining British kingdoms, a peace that was already threatened because Powys and Siluria had not come to the council. Their thrones were empty, mute witness to those kingdoms' continuing enmity towards Gwent and Dumnonia. Directly before the kings and princes, and beyond a small open space that had been left for the speech-making, sat the councillors and chief magistrates of the kingdoms. Some of the councils, like those of Gwent and Dumnonia, were huge, while others comprised only a handful of men. The magistrates and councillors sat on the floor that I now saw was decorated with thousands of tiny coloured stones, arranged into a huge picture that showed between the seated bodies. The councillors had all fetched blankets to make themselves pillows, for they knew that the High Council's deliberations could last well beyond nightfall. Behind the councillors, and present only as observers, stood the armed warriors, some with their favourite hunting dogs leashed at their side. I stood with those armed warriors, my bronze, synonous-headed talk all the authority I needed to be present. 2 women were at the council. Only 2, yet even their presence had caused murmurs of protest among the waiting men, until a flicker of Uther's eyes had stilled the grumbling. Morgan sat directly in front of Uther. The councillors had edged away from her, so that she had sat alone, until Nimue had walked boldly through the hall door and threaded her way through the seated men to take a place beside her. Nimue had entered with such calm assurance that no one had tried to stop her. Once seated, she stared up at High King Uther as though daring him to eject her, but the king ignored her arrival. Morgan also ignored her young rival, who sat very still and very straight-backed. She was dressed in her white linen shift with its thin leather slave belt, and among the heavy-caped, grey-haired men she looked slight and vulnerable. The High Council began, as all councils did, with a prayer. Merlin, if he had been present, would have called on the gods, but instead Bishop Conrad of Gwent offered a prayer to the Christian god. I saw Sansom sitting in the ranks of the Gwent councillors, and noted the fierce look of hatred he shot at the 2 women when they did not bow their heads as the bishop prayed. Sansom knew the women came in Merlin's place. After the prayer, the challenge was given by Owain, Dumnonia's champion, who had taken on Tudric's best men 2 days before. A brute, Merlin always called Owain, and he looked like a brute as he stood before the High King, with his face still blood-scabbed from the fight, with his sword drawn and with a thick wolf-fur cloak draped around the humped muscles of his huge shoulders. "Does any man here," he growled, "dispute Uther's right to the high throne?" No one did. Owain, looking somewhat disappointed at being denied the chance to slaughter a challenger, sheathed his sword and sat uncomfortably among the councillors. He would much rather have stood with his warriors. News of Britain was given next. Bishop Bedwin, speaking for the High King, reported that the Saxon threat to the east of Dumnonia had been diminished, though at a price too heavy for contemplation. Prince Mordred, Edling of Dumnonia and a warrior whose fame had reached to the ends of the earth, had been killed in the hour of victory. Uther's face showed nothing as he listened to the oft-told tale of his son's death. Arthur's name was not mentioned, even though it had been Arthur who had snatched the victory from Mordred's clumsy generalship, and everyone in the hall knew it. Bedwin reported that the defeated Saxons had come from the lands once governed by the Catuvelan tribe, and that, although they had not been ejected from all that ancient territory, they had agreed to pay a yearly tribute to the High King of gold, wheat, and oxen. Pray God, he added, that the peace would last. "Pray God," King Tudric intervened, "that the Saxons will be ejected from those lands." His words prompted the warriors at the back and sides of the hall to rap their spear shafts against the pavement, and at least one spear broke through the small mosaic tiles. Dogs howled. To the north of Dumnonia, Bedwin continued calmly, when the rough applause had ended. Peace reigned, thanks to the all-wise treaty of friendship that existed between the great High King and the noble King Tudric. To the west, and here Bedwin paused to bestow a smile on the handsome young Prince Tristan, there was also peace. "The kingdom of Cornwell," Bedwin said, "keeps itself to itself. We understand King Mark has taken a new wife, and we pray that she, like her distinguished predecessors, will keep her master fully occupied." That provoked a murmur of laughter. "What wife is this?" Uther demanded suddenly. "His fourth or fifth?"
"I believe my father has lost count himself, High Lord,"
Tristan said, and the hall bellowed with laughter. More tiles broke under spear butts, and one of the small fragments skittered over the floor to lodge against my foot. Agricola spoke next. His was a Roman name, and he was famous for his adhesion to Roman ways. Agricola was Tudric's commander, and though an old man now, he was still feared for his skill in battle. Age had not stooped his tall figure, though it had turned his close-cropped hair as grey as a sword-blade. His scarred face was clean-shaven, and he wore Roman uniform, but far grander than the outfits of his men. His tunic was scarlet, his breastplate and leg greaves silver, and under his arm was a silver helmet plumed with dyed horsehair cut into a stiff scarlet comb. He too reported that the Saxons to the east of his lord's kingdom had been defeated, but the news from the lost lands of Llywelyn was troubling, for he had heard that more boats had come from the Saxon lands across the German Sea, and in time, he warned, more boats on the Saxon shore meant more warriors pressing west into Britain. Agricola also warned us about a new Saxon leader named Eil, who was struggling for ascendancy among the Sais. That was the first time I ever heard Eil's name, and only the gods then knew how it would come to haunt us down the years. The Saxons, Agricola went on, might be temporarily quiet, but that had not brought peace to the kingdom of Gwent. British war bands had come south from Powys, while others had marched west out of Siluria to attack Tudric's land. Messengers had gone to both kingdoms, inviting their monarchs to attend this council. But alas, and here Agricola gestured at the two empty chairs on the royal platform, neither Gorfithid of Powys nor Gundlias of Siluria had come. Tudric could not hide his disappointment, for plainly he had been hoping that Gwent and Dumnonia could make their peace with their two northern neighbours. That hope of peace, I assumed, had also been the motive behind Uther's invitation to Gundlius to visit Norwenna in the spring. But the vacant thrones seemed to speak only of continuing enmity. If there was to be no peace, Agricola warned sternly, then the King of Gwent would have no choice but to go to war against Gorfithid of Powys and his ally Gundlius of Siluria. Uther nodded, giving his consent to the threat. From further north, Agricola reported, there came news that Leodegan, king of Heneswerin, had been driven from his kingdom by Diranach, the Irish invader who had given the name Clain to his newly conquered lands. The dispossessed Leodegan, Agricola added, had taken shelter with King Gorfithid of Powys, because Cadwallon of Gwynedd would not accept him. There was more laughter at that news, for King Leodegan was famous for his foolishness. "I hear, too," Agricola went on when the laughter had subsided, "that more Irish invaders have come into Demetia, and are pressing hard on the western borders of Powys and Siluria." "I shall speak for Siluria," a strong voice intervened from the doorway, "and no one else." There was a huge stir, as every man in the hall turned to gaze at the doorway. Gundlius had come. The Silurian king entered the room like a hero. There was no hesitation and no apology in his demeanour, even though his warriors had raided Tudric's land again and again, just as they had raided south across the Severn Sea to harass Uther's country. He looked so confident that I had to remind myself how he had fled from Nimue in Merlin's hall. Behind Gundlius, shuffling and dribbling, came Tanabers, the druid, and once again I hid myself as I remembered the death pit. Merlin had once told me that Tanabers' failure to kill me had put his soul into my keeping.
but I still shuddered with fear as I watched the old man come into the hall, with his hair clicking from the small bones tied to its tight little pigtails. Behind Taniburs, their long swords scabbarded in sheaths wrapped in red cloth, strode Gundlius's retinue. Their hair and moustaches were plaited, and their beards long. They stood with the other warriors, edging them aside to make a solid phalanx of proud men come to their enemy's high council, while Taniburs, draped in his dirty grey robe embroidered with crescent moons and running hares, found a space among the councillors. Owain, scenting blood, had stood to bar Gundlius's path, but Gundlius offered the High King's champion the hilt of his sword to show that he came in peace. Then he prostrated himself on the mosaic floor in front of Uther's throne. "Rise, Gundlius ap Mylir, King of Siluria," Uther commanded, then held out her hand in welcome. Gundlius climbed the dais and kissed the hand, before unslinging the shield with its blazon of a fox mask from his back. He placed it with the other shields, then took his throne and proceeded to look brightly about the hall, as though he were very pleased to be present. He nodded to acquaintances, mouthing surprise at seeing some and smiling at others. All the men he greeted were his enemies, yet he slouched in the chair as though he sat by his own hearth. He even hooked a long leg over the chair's arm. He raised an eyebrow when he saw the two women, and I thought I detected a flicker of a scowl as he recognized Nimue. But the scowl vanished as his eyes flicked on through the crowd. Tudric cordially invited him to give the High Council news of his kingdom, but Gundlius just smiled and said all was well in Siluria. "I will not weary you with most of the day's business. Clouds gathered over Gleavham as disputes were settled, marriages agreed, and judgments given. Gundlius, though never admitting his trespasses, consented to pay Tudric a fee of cattle, sheep, and gold, with the same compensation to the High King, and many lesser complaints were similarly resolved. The arguments were long, and the pleadings tangled, but one by one the matters were decided. Tudric did most of the work, though never without a sideways glance at the High King to detect any minute gesture which hinted at Uther's decision. Other than those gestures, Uther hardly moved, except to stir himself when a slave brought him water, bread, or a medicine that Morgan had made from coltsfoot steeped in mead to calm his cough. He left the dais only once, to piss against the hall's rear wall, while Tudric, ever patient and ever careful, considered a border dispute between two chiefs of his own kingdom. Uther spat into his urine to avert its evil, then limped back to the dais as Tudric gave his judgment, which, like all the others, was recorded on parchment by 3 scribes sitting at a table behind the dais. Uther was saving his small energy for the most important business of the day, which came after dusk. It was a dark twilight, and Tudric's servants had fetched a dozen more blazing torches into the hall. It had also begun to rain hard, and the hall became chill as streams of water found holes in the roof and dripped onto the floor or ran in rivulets down the rough brick walls. It was suddenly so cold that a brazier, an iron basket full 4 feet across, was filled with logs and set ablaze close to the High King's feet. The royal shields were moved, and Tudric's throne shifted aside so that the brazier's warmth could reach Uther. The wood smoke drifted about the room, eddying in the high shadows as it searched for a way out to the beating rain. Uther at last stood to address the High Council. He was unsteady, and so leaned on a great boar spear as he spoke his mind about his kingdom. Dumnonia, he said, had a new edling, and the gods must be thanked for that mercy. But the edling was weak, a baby, and had a crippled foot.
Murmurs greeted the confirmation of that rumoured ill omen, but subsided as Uther lifted a hand for silence. The smoke wreathed about him, giving him a spectral look, as though his soul was already clad in his other world's shadow body. Gold glinted at his neck and on his wrists, and a thin fillet of gold, the High King's crown, circled his straggling white hairs. "I am old," he said, "and I will not live long." He calmed the protests with another feeble wave of his hand. "I do not claim my kingdom to be above any other in this land, but I do say that if Dumnonia falls to the Saxons, then all Britain will fall. If Dumnonia falls, then we lose our links to Armorica and our brethren beyond the sea. If Dumnonia falls, then the Saxon will have divided the land of Britain, and a divided land cannot survive." He paused, and for a second I thought he was too tired to continue. But then that great bull's head reared up, and he spoke again. "The Saxons must not reach the Severn Sea!" He shouted that creed, which had been at the very heart of his ambitions all these years. So long as the Saxons were hemmed in by Britons, then there was a chance that they could one day be driven back into the German Sea. But if they once reached our western coast, then they would have divided Dumnonia from Gwent, and the Britons of the south from the Britons of the north. "The men of Gwent," Uther went on, "are our greatest warriors." And here he nodded in tribute to Agricola. "But it is no secret that Gwent lives on Dumnonian bread. Dumnonia must be held, or Britain will be lost. I have a grandson, and the kingdom is his. The kingdom is Mordred's to rule when I die. That is my law." And here he stamped his spear on the platform, and for a moment the old hard force of the Pendragon shone from his eyes. Whatever else would be decided here, the kingdom would not pass from Uther's line, for that was Uther's law, and everyone in the hall now knew it. All that remained was to decide how the crippled child should be protected until he was old enough to assume the kingship for himself. And so the talking began, although everyone knew what had already been decided. Why else was Gundlius slouching so cocksure in his throne? Yet some men still advanced other candidates for Norwenna's hand. Prince Geraint, the Lord of the Stones, who held Dumnonia's Saxon borderlands, proposed Murig ap Tudrig, Gwent's Edling. But everyone in the hall knew that the proposal was merely a way of flattering Tudrig, and would never be accepted, because Murig was a mere nose-picking child who had no chance of holding Dumnonia against the Saxons. Geraint, his duty done, sat and listened as one of Tudric's councillors proposed Prince Kynaglas, Gorfethed's eldest son, and thus the Edling of Powys. A marriage to the enemy's crown prince, the councillor claimed, would forge a peace between Powys and Dumnonia, the two most powerful British kingdoms. But the suggestion was ruthlessly beaten down by Bishop Bedwin, who knew his master would never bequeath his kingdom to the care of a man who was the son of Tudric's bitterest enemy. Tristan, Prince of Kernau, was another candidate, but he demurred, knowing full well that no one in Dumnonia would trust his father, King Mark. Meriadoc, Prince of Strongor, was suggested, but Strongor, a kingdom east of Gwent, was already half lost to the Saxons, and if a man could not hold his own kingdom, how could he hold another? What of the royal houses in Armorica, someone asked, but no one knew whether the princes across the sea would abandon their new land of Brittany to defend Dumnonia. Gundlius, It all came back to Gunlius. But then Agricola spoke the name that almost every man in the hall both wanted to hear and feared to hear. The old soldier stood, his Roman armour bright and his shoulders braced, and he looked Uther the Pendragon straight in his rheumy eyes.
"Arthur," Agricola said. "I propose Arthur."
Arthur. The name resounded in the hall. Then the dying echo was drowned by the sudden clatter of staves thumping on the floor. The applauding spearmen were warriors of Dumnonia, men who had followed Arthur into battle and knew his worth. But their rebellion was brief. Uther the Pendragon, High King of Britain, raised his own spear and brought it down once. There was an immediate silence, in which only Agricola still dared to challenge the High King.
"I propose that Arthur marries Rowena,"
he said respectfully. And even I, young as I was, knew that Agricola must be speaking for his master, King Tudric. And that puzzled me, for I'd thought that Gunlius was Tudric's candidate. If Gunlius could be detached from his friendship with Powys, then the new alliance of Dumnonia, Gwent, and Siluria would hold all the land on either bank of the Severn Sea, and that triple alliance would be a bulwark against both Powys and the Saxons. I should have known, of course, that Tudric, in suggesting Arthur, was inviting a refusal that would have to be recompensed by a favour.
"Arthur ap Neb,"
Uther said, and that last word was greeted with a gasp of horrified surprise.
"is not of the blood."
There could be no argument with such a decree, and Agricola, accepting his defeat, bowed and sat. Neb meant nobody, and Uther was denying that he was Arthur's father, thereby stating that Arthur had no royal blood, and could not therefore marry Rowena. A Belgic bishop argued for Arthur by protesting that kings had ever been chosen from the nobility, and that customs which had served in the past should serve in the future. But his querulous objection was stilled by one fierce look from Uther. Rain whirled in through one of the high windows and hissed in the fire. Bishop Bedwin stood again. It might have seemed that until this moment all talk of Rowena's future had been so much wasted breath. Yet at least the alternatives had been aired, and men of sense could thus understand the reasoning behind the announcement Bedwin now made. Gunlius of Siluria, Bedwin said mildly, was a man without a wife. There was a murmur in the hall, as men remembered the rumours of Gunlius's scandalous marriage to his low-born lover, Ladwis. But Bedwin blithely ignored the disturbance. Some weeks before, the bishop continued, Gunlius had visited Uther and made his peace with the High King, and it was now Uther's pleasure that Gunlius should marry Rowena and be a protector. He repeated the word, a protector to Mordred's kingdom. As an earnest of his good intention, Gunlius had already paid a price in gold to King Uther, and that price had been accepted as fitting. There were those, Bishop Bedwin admitted airily, who might not trust a man who had until so recently been an enemy. But as a further earnest of his change of heart, Gunlius of Siluria had agreed to abandon Siluria's ancient claim to the kingdom of Gwent, and, further, he would become a Christian by being publicly baptized in the River Severn beneath Gleevam's walls the very next morning. The Christians who were present all called out, "Hallelujah!" But I was watching the druid Tanaburs, and wondered why the wicked old fool showed no sign of disapproval as his master so publicly disavowed the old religion. I wondered, too, why these grown men were so quick to welcome a former enemy. But of course they were desperate.
A kingdom was being passed to a crippled child, and Gundlius, for all his treacherous past, was a famous warrior. If he proved true, then the peace of Dumnonia and Gwent was assured. Yet Uther was no fool, and so he did his best to protect his grandson, should Gundlius prove false. Dumnonia, Uther decreed, would be ruled by a council until Mordred was of age to pick up the sword. Gundlius would preside over the council, and 6 men, chief of them Bishop Bedwin, would serve as his councillors. Tudric of Gwent, Dumnonia's firm ally, was invited to send 2 men, and the council, so composed, would have the final governance of the land. Gundlius was not pleased at the decision. He had not paid 2 baskets of gold to sit in a council of old men, but he knew better than to protest. He held his peace as his new bride and his stepson's kingdom were bound about with rules. And still more rules were laid down. Mordred, Uther said, would have 3 sworn protectors, men bound by death oaths to defend the boy's life with their own. If any man harmed Mordred, then the oath-takers would revenge the harm or else sacrifice their own lives. Gundlius sat motionless as the edict was made, but he stirred uncomfortably when the oath-takers were named. King Tudric of Gwent was one. Owain, the champion of Dumnonia, was the second, and Merlin, Lord of Avalon, the third. Merlin. Men had been waiting for that name, just as they had waited for the name of Arthur. Uther usually made no great decision without Merlin's counsel, yet Merlin was not present. Merlin had not been seen in Dumnonia for months. Merlin, for all any man knew, might be dead. It was then that Uther looked at Morgan for the first time. She must have squirmed when her brother's paternity was denied, and with it her own, but she had not been commanded to the High Council as Uther's bastard daughter, but as Merlin's trusted prophetess. After Tudric and Owain had sworn their death oaths, Uther gazed at the one-eyed, crippled woman. The Christians in the hall made the sign of the cross, which was their way of guarding against the evil spirits. "Well?" Uther prompted Morgan. Morgan was nervous. What was needed of her was an assurance that Merlin, her companion in mystery, would accept the high charge imposed by the oath. She was there as a priestess, not as a counsellor, and should have answered like a priestess. She did not, and her answer was insufficient. "My Lord Merlin will be honoured by the appointment, High Lord," she said. Nimue screamed. The sound was so sudden and so eerie that all about the hall men shivered and gripped their spear shafts. Hair stiffened on the spines of the hunting dogs. Then the scream faded to leave a silence among the men. Smoke gusted in great firelit shapes in the hall's dark roof, where the rain beat on the tiles, and then, in the scream's wake and far off in the storm-shaken night, there was the sound of thunder. Thunder. Christians made the sign of the cross again, but no man there could have doubted the sign. Tyrannus, the god of thunder, had spoken, proof that the gods had come to the High Council, had come, moreover, at the bidding of a young girl who, despite the cold that made men draw their cloaks about them, wore nothing but a white shift and a slave's leash. No one moved. No one spoke. No one even fidgeted. The horns of mead rested, and men left lice unscratched. There were no kings here any more, nor warriors. There were no bishops, no tonsured priests, nor old wise men. There was only a hushed, scared crowd, who stared in awe as a young girl stood and unpinned her hair to let it fall back and long against her slim white back. Morgan gazed at the floor. Tanabers gaped, and Bishop Bedwin mouthed silent prayers, as Nimue walked to the speech space beside the brazier. She held her arms out to her side and turned very slowly sunwise, so that every man in the room could see her face. It was a face of horror. Her eyes showed white, nothing more, and her tongue protruded from a distorted mouth. She turned and turned again, turning ever faster, and I swear a communal shudder went through the crowd. She was shaking now as she spun, and edging ever nearer to that great seething fire until she threatened to fall into its flames. But suddenly she leapt into the air and gave a shriek before collapsing onto the small tiles. Then, like a beast, she scuttled on all fours, questing her way back and forth along the line of shields that had been split to let the fire's heat warm the High King's legs. And when she reached the fox shield of Gundlius, she reared up like a striking snake and spat once. The spittle landed on the fox. Gundlius started up from his throne, but Tudrik checked him. Tanabers struggled to his feet also, but Nimue turned on him, her eyes still showing white, and screamed. She pointed at him, her shriek ululating and echoing in the vast Roman hall, and the power of her magic made Tanabers sink down again to the floor. Then Nimue shuddered, her eyes rolled, and we could see their brown pupils again. She blinked at the crowded hall as if surprised to find herself in such a place, and then, with her back to the High King, she went utterly still. The stillness denoted that she was in the grip of the gods, and when she now spoke, she would be speaking for them.
"Does Merlin live?"
Tudrik asked respectfully.
"Of course he lives."
Nimue's voice was filled with scorn, and she offered no title to the king who questioned her. She was with the gods, and had no need to pay respect to mere mortals.
"Where is he?" "Gone,"
Nimue said, and turned around to look at the toga-clad king on the platform.
"Gone where?"
Tudrik asked.
"To seek the knowledge of Britain,"
Nimue said. Every man listened hard, for this at last was real news. I could see Sansom the Mouse Lord wriggling in his desperate need to make a protest at this pagan interference with the High Council, but so long as King Tudrik questioned the girl, there was no way that a mere priest could interfere. "What is the knowledge of Britain?" High King Uther asked. Nimue turned around again, one full turn sunwise, but she turned only so she could gather her thoughts for the answer, which, when it came, was delivered in a chanting, hypnotic voice.
"The knowledge of Britain is the lore of our ancestors, the gifts of our gods, the 13 properties of the 13 treasures which, when gathered, will give us back the power to claim our land."
She paused, and when she spoke again, her voice was back to its normal timbre.
"Merlin strives to knit this land as one again, a British land."
And here Nimue whirled round so that she was staring straight into Sansom's small, bright, indignant eyes.
"With British gods."
She turned back to the High King.
"And if Lord Merlin fails, Uther of Dumnonia, we'll die."
A murmur sounded in the room. Sansom and the Christians were yelping their protests now, but Tudrik, the Christian king, waved them to silence.
"Are those Merlin's words?"
he demanded of Nimue. Nimue shrugged as though the question was irrelevant.
"They're not my words,"
she said insolently. Uther had no doubt that Nimue, a mere child on the edge of womanhood, spoke not for herself but for her master, and so he leaned his great bulk forward and frowned at her. "Ask Merlin if he will take my oath. Ask him. Will he protect my grandson?" Nimue paused a long time. I think she sensed the truth of Britain before any of us, before even Merlin, and certainly long before Arthur, if indeed Arthur ever knew. but some instinct would not let her speak that truth to this old, dying and stubborn man.
"Merlin, my lord king,"
she finally said in a tired voice that implied she merely discharged a necessary but time-wasting duty,
"promises at this moment, upon his soul's life, that he will take the death oath to protect your grandchild."
"So long!" Morgan astonished us all by interjecting. She scrambled to her feet, looking squat and dark beside Nimue. Firelight glinted off her gold helm. "So long!" she cried again, then remembered to sway to and fro in the brazier's smoke, as if to suggest the gods were taking over her body. "So long, Merlin says, as Arthur shares the oath. Arthur and his men should be your grandson's protector. Merlin has spoken." She spoke the words with all the dignity of someone accustomed to being an oracle and prophetess. But I, if no one else, noticed that no thunder sounded in the rain-swept night. Gundlius was on his feet protesting Morgan's pronouncement. He'd already suffered a council of 6 and a trio of oath-takers to be imposed upon his power. But now it was proposed that his new kingdom was to support a war band of possible enemy warriors. "No!" he cried again. But Tudric ignored the protest as he stepped down from the dais to stand beside Morgan and face the High King. It was thus made plain to most of us in the hall that Morgan, even if she had been uttering in Merlin's voice, had nevertheless spoken what Tudric had wanted her to speak. King Tudric of Gwent might have been a good Christian, but he was a better politician, and knew exactly when to have the old gods support his demands. "Arthur ap Neb and his warriors," Tudric now said to the High King, "will be a better surety for your grandson's life than any oath of mine, though God knows my oath is solemn." Prince Geraint, who was Uther's nephew, and after Owain the second most powerful warlord in Dumnonia, might have protested Arthur's appointment. But the Lord of the Stones was an honest man of limited ambition, who doubted his ability to lead all Dumnonia's armies, and so he stood beside Tudric and added his support. Owain, who was the leader of Uther's royal guard, as well as the High King's champion, seemed less happy at the appointment of a rival, but eventually he too stood with Tudric and growled his assent. Uther still hesitated. 3 was a lucky number, and 3 oath-takers should have sufficed, and the addition of a 4th might risk the gods' displeasure. But Uther owed Tudric a favour for having dismissed his proposal of Arthur as Norwenna's husband, and now the High King paid his debt. "Arthur shall take the oath," he agreed. And the gods alone knew how hard it was for him thus to appoint the man he believed to be responsible for his beloved son's death. But appoint him he did, and the hall rang with acclamation. Gundlius's Silurians alone were silent, as the spears splintered the pavement, and the warrior cheers echoed in the smoky, cavernous dark. Thus, as the High Council ended, was Arthur, son of nobody, chosen to be one of Mordred's sworn protectors. Norwenna and Gundlius were married 2 weeks after the High Council ended. The ceremony was performed at a Christian shrine in Abona, a harbour town on our northern shore that faced across the Severn Sea towards Siluria, and it cannot have been a joyful occasion, for Norwenna returned to Iniswydren that very same evening. None of us from the tour went to the ceremony, though a pack of Iniswydren's monks and their wives accompanied the princess. She returned to us as Queen Norwenna of Siluria, though the honour brought her neither new guards nor added attendants. Gundlius sailed back to his own country, where, we heard, there were skirmishes against the Wee Liatain, the Black-Shield Irish who had colonised the old British kingdom of Difford, that the Black-Shields called Demetia. Our life hardly changed by having a queen among us. We of the Tor might have seemed idle compared to the folk down the hill, but we still had our duties. We cut hay and spread it in rows to dry. We finished shearing the sheep and laid the newly cut flax into stinking, retting ponds to make linen. The women in Inniswydran all carried distaffs and spindles, on which they wound the newly sheared wool, and only the queen, Morgan, and Nimue were spared that unending task. Druidan gelded pigs, Pellinor commanded imaginary armies, and Howl, the steward, prepared his tally sticks to count the summer rents. Merlin did not come home to Avalon, nor did we receive any news of him. Uther rested at his palace in Durnovaria, while Mordred, his heir, grew under Morgan and Gwendolen's care. Arthur stayed in Armorica. He would eventually come to Dumnonia, we were told, but only after he had discharged his duty to Ban, whose kingdom of Benwick neighboured Broceliand, the realm of King Budic, who was married to Arthur's sister Anna. Those kingdoms in Brittany were a mystery to us, for no one from Inniswydran had ever crossed the sea to explore the places where so many Britons displaced by the Saxons had taken refuge. We did know that Arthur was Ban's warlord, and that he had ravaged the country west of Benwick to keep the Frankish enemy at bay, for our winter evenings had been enlivened by travellers' tales of Arthur's prowess, just as they were filled with envy by the stories about King Ban. The king of Benwick was married to a queen named Elaine, and the two of them had made a wondrous kingdom, where justice was swift and fair, and where even the poorest serf was fed in winter-time from the royal storehouses. It all sounded too good to be true, though much later I visited Ban's kingdom and found the tales were not exaggerated. Ban had made his capital on an island fortress, Innis-Trebes, which was famous for its poets. The king lavished affection and money on the town that was reputed to be more beautiful than Rome itself. There were said to be springs in Innis-Trebes that Ban had channeled and dammed, so that every householder could find clean water not far from his door. The merchants' scales were tested for accuracy. The king's palace lay open day and night to petitioners seeking redress of grievance, and the various religions were commanded to live in peace, or else have their temples and churches pulled down and pounded into dust. Innis-Trebes was a haven of peace, but only so long as Ban's soldiers kept the enemy far away from its walls, which was why King Ban was so reluctant to let Arthur leave for Britain. Nor perhaps did Arthur want to come to Dumnonia while Uther still lived. In Dumnonia, that summer was blissful. We gathered the dry hay into great stacks that we built on thick foundations of bracken that would keep the damp from rising and the rats at bay. The rye and barley ripened in the strip fields that quilted all the land between Avalon's marshes and Cerf Cadarn. Apples grew thick in the eastern orchards, while eels and pike grew fat in our meres and creeks. There was no plague, no wolves, and few Saxons. Once in a while we would see a distant pyre of smoke on the southeastern horizon, and we would guess that a shipborne raid of Saxon pirates had burned a settlement. But after the third such fire, Prince Geraint led a war band to take Dumnonia's revenge, and the Saxon raids ceased. The Saxon chief even paid his tribute on time, though that was the last tribute we received from a Saxon for many a year, and doubtless much of the payment had been plundered from our own border villages. Even so, that summer was a good time, and Arthur, men said, would die of boredom if he brought his famed horse soldiers to peaceful Dumnonia. Even Powys was calm. King Gorfethid had lost the alliance of Siluria, but instead of turning on Gunlius, he ignored the Dumnonian marriage and concentrated his spears against the Saxons, who threatened his northern territory. Gwynedd, the kingdom to the north of Powys, was embroiled with the fearsome Irish soldiers of Duranach of Clain. But in Dumnonia, the most blessed of all Britain's realms, there was plump peace and warm skies. Yet it was in that summer, that warm idyllic summer, that I killed my first enemy, and so became a man. For peace never lasts, and ours was broken most cruelly. Uther, High King and Pendragon of Britain, died. We had known he was ill. We had known he must die soon. Indeed, we knew he had done all he could to prepare for his own death. Yet somehow we had thought this moment would never come. He had been king for so long, and under his rule Dumnonia had prospered. It had seemed to us that nothing could ever change. But then, just before the harvest, the Pendragon died. Nimue claimed she heard a hare scream in the midday sun at the very moment, while Morgan, bereft of a father, shut herself in her hut and wailed like a child. Uther's body was burned in the ancient manner. Bedwin would have preferred to give the High King a Christian burial, but the rest of the council refused to sanction such sacrilege, and so his swollen corpse was laid on a pyre on the summit of Caer Mace, and there put to the flames. His sword was melted by the smith Istruth, and the molten steel was poured into a lake so that Gofanon, the blacksmith god of the other world, could forge the sword anew for Uther's reborn soul. The burning metal hissed as it struck the water, and its steam flew like a thick cloud as the seers stooped over the lake to foretell the kingdom's future in the tortured shapes adopted by the cooling metal. They reported good news, despite which Bishop Bedwin was careful to send his swiftest messengers south to Armorica to summon Arthur, while slower men travelled north into Siluria to tell Gunlius that his stepson's kingdom was now in need of its official protector. Uther's balefire burned for 3 nights. Only then were the flames allowed to die, a process hastened by a mighty storm that swept in from the western sea. Great clouds heaped the sky, lightning harrowed the dead man's land, and heavy rain beat across a broad swathe of growing crops. In Inniswydrin we crouched in the huts and listened to the drumming rain and the bellowing thunder, and watched the water cascade in streams from the thatched roofs. It was during that storm that Bishop Bedwin's messenger brought the kingdom's great dragon banner to Mordred. The messenger had to shout like a mad thing to attract the attention of anyone inside the stockade. But finally, Howl and I opened the gate, and once the storm had passed and the wind had died, we planted the flag before Merlin's hall as a sign that Mordred was now king over Dumnonia. The baby was not the High King, of course, for that was an honour which was only granted to a king acknowledged by other kings as one above them all. Nor was Mordred the Pendragon, for that title only went to a High King who had won his position in battle. Indeed, Mordred was not even the proper king of Dumnonia yet, nor would he be, until he had been carried to Caer Cadarn, and there proclaimed with sword and shout above the kingdom's royal stone. But he was the banner's owner, and so the red dragon flew before Merlin's high hall. The banner was a square of white linen, as broad and high as the shaft of a warrior's spear. It was held spread by willow withies threaded into its hems, and was attached to a long elm staff that was crowned with a golden figure of a dragon. The dragon embroidered on the banner itself was made of red wool, that leached its dye in the rain to smear the lower linen pink. The arrival of the banner was followed within days by the King's Guard, 100 men led by Owain, the champion, whose task was to protect Mordred, King of Dumnonia. Owain brought a suggestion from Bishop Bedwin that Norwenna and Mordred should move south to Durnovaria, a suggestion Norwenna eagerly adopted, for she wanted to raise her son in a Christian community rather than in the Tor's blatantly pagan air. But before the arrangements could be made, there came bad news from the North Country. Gorfithid of Powys, hearing of the High King's death, had sent his spearmen to attack Gwent, and the men of Powys were now burning, looting, and taking captives deep inside Tudric's territory. Agricola, Tudric's Roman commander, was fighting back, but the treacherous Saxons, undoubtedly in league with Gorfithid, had brought their own war bands into Gwent, and suddenly our oldest ally was fighting for his kingdom's very existence. Owain, who would have escorted Norwenna and the babes south to Durnovaria, took his warriors north to help King Tudric instead, and Legesac, who was once again the commander of Mordred's guard, insisted that the baby would be safer behind Iniswydrin's easily defended land bridge than in Caer Cadarn or Durnovaria, and so Norwenna reluctantly remained at the Tor. We held our breath to see whose side Gundlius of Siluria would choose, and the answer came swiftly. He would fight for Tudric against his old ally Gorfithid. Gundlius sent a message to Norwenna saying that his levies would cross the mountain passes to attack Gorfithid's men from the rear, and that as soon as the war bands of Powys had been defeated, he would come south to protect his bride and her royal son. We waited for news, watching the distant hills day and night for the beacons that would tell us of disaster or the approach of enemies. And yet, despite the war's uncertainties, those were happy days. The sun healed the storm-beaten land and dried the grain, while Norwenna, even though she was mired in the pagan Tor, seemed more confident now that her son was king. Mordred was always a grim child, with red hair and a stubborn heart, but in those gentle days he seemed happy enough as he played with his mother or with Ralla, his wet nurse, and her dark-haired son. Ralla's husband, Gwilithin, the carpenter, carved Mordred a set of animals, ducks, hogs, cows, and deer, and the king loved to play with them, even though he was still too young to know just what they were. Norwenna was happy when her son was happy. I used to watch her tickling Mordred to make him laugh, cradling him when he was hurt, and loving him always. She called him her little king, her ever-loving lover-boy, her miracle. And Mordred chuckled back and warmed her unhappy heart. He crawled naked in the sun, and we could all see how his left foot was clubbed and grown inwards like a clenched fist. But otherwise he grew strong on Ralla's milk and his mother's love. He was baptized in the stone church beside the Holy Thorn. News of the war came, and it was all good. Prince Geraint had broken a Saxon warband on Dumnonia's eastern border, while further north Tudric had destroyed another force of Saxon raiders. Agricola, leading the rest of Gwent's army in alliance with Owain of Dumnonia, had driven Gorfithid's invaders back into Powys's hills. Then a messenger came from Gundlius, which said that Gorfithid of Powys was seeking peace, and the messenger threw 2 captured Powisian swords at Norwenna's feet as a token of her husband's victory. Better still, the man reported, Gundlius of Siluria was even now on his way south to collect his bride and her precious son. It was time, Gundlius said, that Mordred was proclaimed king on Caer Cadarn. Nothing could have been sweeter to Norwenna's ears, and in her gladness she gave the messenger a heavy gold bracelet before sending him south to pass on her husband's message to Bedwin and the council.
"Tell Bedwin," she ordered the messenger, that we shall acclaim Mordred before the harvest. Godspeed your horse."
The messenger rode south, and Norwenna began preparing for the acclamation ceremony at Caer Cadarn. She ordered the monks of the Holy Thorn to be ready to travel with her, though she peremptorily forbade either Morgan or Nimue to attend, because from this day on, she declared, Dumnonia would be a Christian kingdom, and its heathen witches would be kept far from her son's throne. Gundlius's victory had emboldened Norwenna, encouraging her to exercise an authority that Uther would never have allowed her to wield. We waited for Morgan or Nimue to protest their exclusion from the ceremony of acclamation, but both women took the prohibition with a surprising calm. Morgan, indeed, simply shrugged her black shoulders, though at dusk that night she carried a bronze cauldron into Merlin's chambers, and there secluded herself with Nimue. Norwenna, who had invited the head monk of the Holy Thorn and his wife to dine on the tour, commented that the witches were brewing evil, and everyone in the hall laughed. The Christians were victorious. I was not so sure of their victory. Nimue and Morgan disliked each other, yet now they were closeted together, and I suspected that only a matter of the direst importance could bring about such a reconciliation. But Norwenna had no doubts. Uther's death and her husband's victories were bringing her a blessed freedom, and soon she would leave the Tor and assume her rightful place as the king's mother in a Christian court, where her son would grow in Christ's image. She was never so happy as on that night when she ruled supreme, a Christian in the heart of Merlin's pagan hall. But then Morgan and Nimue reappeared. There was silence in the hall as the two women walked to Norwenna's chair, where, with due humility, they knelt. The head monk, a small fierce man with a bristling beard who had been a tanner before converting to Christ, and who still stank of the dung needed by his former trade, demanded to know their business. His wife defended herself from evil by making the sign of the cross, though she spat as well, just to be sure. Morgan answered the monk from behind her golden mask. She spoke with unaccustomed deference, as she claimed that Gundlius's messenger had lied. She and Nimue, Morgan said, had peered into the cauldron and seen the truth reflected in its watery mirror. There was no victory in the north, nor was there defeat there either. But Morgan warned that the enemy was closer to Innis Widren than any of us knew, and that we should all be ready to leave the Tor at first light and seek safety deeper inside southern Dumnonia. Morgan spoke the words soberly and heavily, and when she had finished, she bowed to the Queen, then bent awkwardly forward to kiss the hem of Norwenna's blue robe. Norwenna snatched the robe away. She had listened in silence to the dour prophecy, but now she began to cry, and with the sudden tears came a wash of anger.
"You're just a crippled witch," she screamed at Morgan, "and want your bastard brother to be king. It won't happen. You hear me? It will not happen. My baby is king."
"Hey, lady," Nimue tried to intervene, but was immediately interrupted.
"You're nothing!"
Norwenna turned on Nimue savagely.
"You're nothing but an hysterical, wicked child of the devil. You've put a curse on my child. I know you have. He was born crooked because you were present at his birth. Oh, God, my child!"
She was screaming and weeping, beating her fist on the table as she spat her hatred at Nimue and Morgan.
"Now go! Both of you go!"
There was silence in the hall as Nimue and Morgan went into the night. And next morning it seemed Norwenna must be right, for no beacons blazed on the northern hills. It was indeed the most beautiful day of that beautiful summer. The land was heavy as it neared harvest, the hills were hazed by the somnolent heat, and the sky almost cloudless. Cornflowers and poppies grew in the thorn thickets at the Tor's foot,
and white butterflies sailed the warm air currents that ghosted up our patterned green slopes. Norweda, oblivious to the day's beauty, chanted her morning prayers with the visiting monks, then decreed she would move from the tor and wait for her husband's arrival in the pilgrims' chambers in the shrine of the Holy Thorn.
"I have lived among the wicked too long,"
she announced very grandly, as a guard shouted a warning from the eastern wall. "Horsemen!" the guard cried. "Horsemen!" Norwena ran to the fence, where a crowd was gathering to watch a score of armed horsemen crossing the land bridge that led from the Roman road to the green hills of Inniswydrin. Legesak, commander of Mordred's guard, seemed to know who was coming, for he sent orders to his men to allow the horsemen through the earth wall. The riders spurred through the wall's gate and came towards us beneath a bright banner that showed the red badge of the fox. It was Gunlius himself, and Norwena laughed with delight to see her husband riding victorious from the war with the dawn of a new Christian kingdom bright upon his spear point.
"You see,"
she turned on Morgan.
"You see, your cauldron lied. There is victory."
Mordred began to cry at all the commotion, and Norwena brusquely ordered him given to Ralla. Then she demanded that her best cloak be fetched, and a gold circlet placed upon her head, and thus, dressed as a queen, she waited for her king before the doors of Merlin's hall. Legesak opened the Tor's landgate. Druiden's ramshackle guard formed a crude line, while poor mad Pellinor shrieked in his cage for news. Nimue ran towards Merlin's chamber, while I went to fetch Howl, Merlin's steward, who I knew would want to welcome the king. The 20 Silurian horsemen dismounted at the Tor's foot. They had come from the war, and so they carried spears, shields, and swords. One-legged Howl, buckling on his own great sword, frowned when he saw that the druid Tanaburs was among the Silurian party. "I thought Gunlius had abandoned the old faith," the steward said. "I thought he'd abandoned Ladwis," Gudavan the scribe cackled, then jerked his chin towards the horsemen, who had begun to climb the Tor's steep, narrow path. "See?" Gudavan said. And sure enough, there was one woman among the leather-armoured men. The woman was dressed as a man, but had her long black hair flowing free. She carried a sword, but no shield, and Gudavan chuckled to see her. "Our little queen will have her work cut out competing with that imp of Satan." "Who's Satan?" I asked, and Gudavan gave me a buffet on the head for wasting his time with stupid questions. Howl was frowning, and his hand was clasped about his sword's hilt, as the Silurian warriors neared the last steep steps that climbed to the gate, where our motley guards waited in 2 ragged files. Then, some instinct that was still as sharp as when he had been a warrior tugged at Howl's fears. "Legesak!" he roared. "Close the gate! Close it now!" Legesak drew his sword instead. Then he turned and cupped an ear as though he had not heard Howl properly. "Shut the gate!" Howl roared. One of Legesak's men moved to obey the order, but Legesak checked the man and stared at Norwena for orders instead. Norwena turned to Howl and scowled her displeasure at his order. "This is my husband coming," she said, "not an enemy." She looked back to Legesak. "Leave the gate open," she commanded imperiously, and Legesak bowed his obedience. Howl cursed, then clambered awkwardly down from the rampart and limped on his crutch towards Morgan's hut, while I just stared at that empty, sunlit gate and wondered what was about to happen. Howl had scented some trouble in the summer air, but how I never did discover. Gunlius reached the open gate. He spat on the threshold, then smiled at Norwena, who was waiting a dozen paces away. She raised her plump arms to greet her lord, who was sweating and breathless, and no wonder, for he had climbed the steep tor dressed in his full war gear. He had a leather breastplate, padded leggings, boots, an iron helmet crested with a fox's tail, and a thick red cloak draped about his shoulders. His fox-blazoned shield hung at his left side, his sword was at his hip, and he carried a heavy battle-spear in his right hand. Ligesac knelt and offered the king the hilt of his drawn sword, and Gundlius stepped forward to touch the weapon's pommel with a leather-gloved hand. Howl had gone into Morgan's hut, but now Sybil ran out of the hut, clutching Mordred in her arms. Sybil? Not Rala? I was puzzled by that. And Norwenna must also have been puzzled, as the Saxon slave ran to stand beside her with little Mordred, draped in his rich robe of golden cloth. But Norwenna had no time to question Sybil, for Gundlius was now striding towards her. "I offer you my sword, dear queen," he said in a ringing voice. And Norwenna smiled happily, perhaps because she had not yet noticed either Tanaburs or Ladwis, who had come through Merlin's open gate with Gundlius's band of warriors. Gundlius thrust his spear into the turf and drew his sword. But instead of offering it to Norwenna hilt first, he held the blade sharp tip towards her face. Norwenna, unsure what to do, reached tentatively to touch that glittering point.
"I rejoice at your return, my dear lord,"
she said dutifully, then knelt at his feet as custom demanded. "Kiss the sword that will defend your son's kingdom," Gundlius commanded, and Norwenna bent awkwardly forward to touch her thin lips to the proffered steel. She kissed the sword, as she had been commanded, and just as her lips touched the grey steel, Gundlius rammed the blade hard down. He was laughing as he killed his bride, laughing as he slid the sword down past her chin into the hollow of her throat, and still laughing as he forced the long blade down through the choking resistance of her writhing body. Norwenna had no time to scream, nor any voice left to scream with, as the blade ripped through her throat and was rammed down to her heart. Gundlius grunted as he drove the steel home. He had slung his heavy war shield so that both his leather-gloved hands were on the hilt, as he pushed and twisted the blade downwards. There was blood on the sword, and blood on the grass, and blood on the dying queen's blue cloak, and still more blood as Gundlius jerked the long blade violently free. Norwenna's body, bereft of the sword's support, flopped sideways, quivered for a few seconds, and then was still. Sybil dropped the baby and fled screaming. Mordred cried aloud in protest, but Gundlius's sword cut the baby's cries short. He stabbed the red blade down just once, and suddenly the golden cloth was drenched with scarlet. So much blood from so small a child. It had all happened so fast. Godovin next to me was gaping in disbelief, while Ladwis, who was a tall beauty with long hair, dark eyes, and a sharply fierce face, laughed at her lover's victory. Tanaburs had closed one eye, raised one hand to the sky, and was hopping on one leg, all signs that he was in sacred communion with the gods as he cast his spells of doom, and as Gundlius's guards spread into the compound with levelled spears to make that doom reality. Ligesac had joined the Silurian ranks and helped the spearmen massacre his own men. A few of the Dumnonians tried to fight, but they had been arrayed to do Gundlius honour, not oppose him, and the Silurian spearmen made brief work of Mordred's guards, and briefer work still of Druiden's sorry soldiers. For the very first time in my adult life, I saw men die on spearheads, and heard the terrible screams a man makes when his soul is spear-sent into the other world. For a few seconds I was helpless with panic. Norwenna and Mordred were dead. The Tor was screaming, and the enemy was running towards the hall and Merlin's tower. Morgan and Howl appeared beside the tower, but as Howl limped forward with sword in hand, Morgan fled towards the sea gate. A host of women, children, and slaves ran with her, a terrified mass of people whom Gundlius seemed content to let escape. Rala, Sybil, and those of Druiden's misshapen guard who had managed to avoid the grim Silurian warriors ran with them. Pellinor leapt up and down in his cage, cackling and naked, loving the horror. I jumped from the ramparts and ran to the hall. I was not being brave, I was simply in love with Nimue, and I wanted to make sure she was safe before I fled the Tor myself. Ligesac's guards were dead, and Gundlius's men were beginning to plunder the huts as I dived through the door and ran towards Merlin's chambers. But before I could reach the small black door, a spear shaft tripped me. I fell heavily. Then a small hand gripped my collar and, with astounding strength, dragged me towards my old hiding place behind the baskets of feasting cloths.
"You can't help her, fool,"
Druiden's voice said in my ear.
"Now be quiet."
I reached safety just seconds before Gundlius and Tanibers entered the hall, and all I could do was watch as the king, his druid, and 3 helmed men marched to Merlin's door. I knew what was to happen, and I could not stop it, for Druiden was holding his little hand hard over my mouth to stop me shouting. I doubted that Druiden had run into the hall to save Nimue. Probably he had come to snatch what gold he could before fleeing with the rest of his men, but his presence had at least saved my life. But it saved Nimue from nothing. Tanibers kicked the ghost fence aside, then thrust the door open. Gundlius ducked inside, followed by his spearmen. I heard Nimue scream. I do not know if she used tricks to defend Merlin's chamber, or whether she had already abandoned hope. I do know that pride and duty had made her stay to protect her master's secrets, and now she paid for that pride. I heard Gundlius laugh. Then I heard little, except for the sound of the Silurians raking through Merlin's boxes, bales, and baskets. Nimue whimpered. Gundlius shouted in triumph, and then she screamed again in sudden, terrible pain. "That'll teach you to spit on my shield, girl," Gundlius said, as Nimue sobbed helplessly.
"She's well raped now,"
Druiden said in my ear with a wicked relish.
More of Gundlius's spearmen ran through the hall to enter Merlin's rooms. Druiden had forced a hole in the wattle wall with his spear, and now ordered me to wriggle through and follow him down the hill. But I would not leave while Nimue still lived.
"They'll be searching these baskets soon,"
the dwarf warned me.
But still I would not go with him.
"More fool you, boy,"
Druiden said.
And he scrambled through the hole and scuttled towards the shadowed space between a nearby hut and a chicken pen. I was saved by Ligesac, not because he saw me, but because he told the Silurians there was nothing in the baskets that hid me, except for banquet cloths. "All the treasure's inside," he told his new allies, and I crouched, not daring to move, as the victorious soldiers plundered Merlin's chambers. The gods alone know what they found. Dead men's skins, old bones, new charms, and ancient elf bolts, but precious little treasure. And the gods alone know what they did to Nimue, for she would never tell, though no telling was needed. They did what soldiers always do to captured women, and when they had finished, they left her bleeding and half mad. They also left her to die, for when they had ransacked the treasure chamber and found it filled with musty nonsense and only a little gold, they took a brand from the hall fire and tossed it among the broken baskets. Smoke billowed from the door. Another burning brand was thrown into the baskets where I was hidden. Then Gundlius's men retreated from the hall. Some carried gold. A few had found some silver baubles, but most fled empty-handed. When the last man was gone, I covered my mouth with a corner of my jerkin and ran through the choking smoke towards Merlin's door, and found Nimue just inside the room. "Come on!" I said to her desperately. The air was filling with smoke, while flames were leaping wildly up the boxes, where cats screamed and bats flapped in panic. Nimue would not move. She was lying belly down, hands clasped to her face, naked, with blood thick on her legs. She was weeping. I ran to the door which led into Merlin's tower, thinking there might be some escape that way. But when I opened the door, I found the walls unbreached. I also discovered that the tower, far from being a treasure chamber, was almost empty. There was a bare earthen floor, 4 timber walls, and an open roof. It was a chamber open to the sky, but halfway up the open funnel, suspended on a pair of beams and reached by a stout ladder, I could see a wooden platform that was swiftly being obscured by smoke. The tower was a dream chamber, a hollow place in which the gods' whispers would echo to Merlin. I looked up at the dream platform for a second. Then more smoke surged out behind me to funnel up the dream tower, and I ran back to Nimue, seized her black cloak off the disordered bed, and rolled her in the wool like a sick animal. I grabbed the corners of the cloak, and then, with her light body bundled inside, I struggled into the hall and headed towards the far door. The fire was roaring now, with the hunger of flames feasting on dry wood. My eyes were streaming, and my lungs were soured by the smoke that lay thickest by the hall's main door. So I dragged Nimue, her body bumping on the earth floor behind me, to where Druidden had made his rat hole in the wall. My heart thumped in terror as I peered through, but I could see no enemies. I kicked the hole larger, bending back the willow wattles and breaking off chunks of the plaster daub. Then I struggled through, hauling Nimue after me. She made small noises of protest as I jerked her body through the crude gap, but the fresh air seemed to revive her, for she at last tried to help herself, and I saw, as she took her hands away from her face, just why her last scream had been so terrible. Gundlius had taken one of her eyes. The socket was a well of blood, over which she again clapped a bloody hand. The tussle in the ragged hole had left her naked, so I snatched the cloak free from a splintered wattle and draped it around her shoulders before clasping her free hand and running towards the nearest hut. One of Gundlius's men saw us. Then Gundlius himself recognized Nimue, and he shouted that the witch should be taken alive and thrown back into the flames. The cry of the chase went up, great whoops like the sound of hunters pursuing a wounded boar to its death, and the 2 of us would surely have been caught if some of the other fugitives had not already ripped a gap in the stockade on the Tor's southern side. I ran towards the new gap, only to discover Howl, good Howl, lying dead in the breach with his crutch beside him, his head half severed and his sword still in his hand. I plucked up the sword and hauled Nimue onwards. We reached the steep southern slope and tumbled down, both of us screaming as we slithered down the precipitous grass. Nimue was half-blind and utterly maddened by her pain, while I was frantic with terror. Yet somehow I clutched on to Howl's war-sword, and somehow I made Nimue get to her feet at the Tor's foot and stumble on past the sacred well, past the Christian's orchard, through a grove of alders, and so down to where I knew Howl's marsh boat was moored beside a fisherman's hut. I threw Nimue into the small boat of bundled reeds, slashed the painter with my new sword, and pushed the boat away from the wooden stage, only to realize I had no quant pole to drive the clumsy craft out into the intricate maze of channels and lakes that laced the marsh. I used the sword instead. Howl's blade made a sorry punting pole, yet it was all I had until the first of Gundlius's pursuers reached the reedy bank, and, unable to wade out to us because of the glutinous marsh mud, hurled his spear at us instead. The spear whistled as it flew towards me. For a second I could not move, transfixed by the sight of that heavy pole with its glittering steel head hurtling towards us. But then the weapon thumped past me, to bury its blade in the punt's reed gunwale. I grabbed the quivering ash staff and used it as my quant pole to drive the boat hard and quick out into the waterways. We were safe there. Some of Gundlius's men ran along a wooden trackway that paralleled our course, but I soon turned away from them. Others leaped into coracles and used their spears as paddles, but no coracle could match a reed punt for speed, and so we left them far behind. Ligesak fired an arrow, but we were already out of range, and his missile plunged soundlessly into the dark water. Behind, our frustrated pursuers, high on the green tor, the flames leapt hungrily at huts and hall and tower, so that grey churning smoke rose high in the blue summer sky.
2 wounds.
Numui spoke for the first time since I had snatched her from the flames. "What?" I turned to her. She was huddled in the bow, the black cloak wrapped about her thin body, and, with one hand clasped over her empty eye.
"I've suffered 2 wounds of wisdom, Derfel," she said, in a voice of crazed wonderment. "The wound to the body, and the wound to the pride. Now all I face is madness, and then I shall be as wise as Merlin."
She tried to smile, but there was a hysterical wildness in her voice that made me wonder whether she was not already under the spell of madness. "Mordred's dead," I told her, "and so are Norwenna and Howl. The Tor's burning." Our whole world was being destroyed, yet Numui seemed strangely unmoved by the disaster. Instead, she almost seemed elated because she had endured 2 of the 3 tests of wisdom. I poled past a line of willow fish traps, then turned into Lissa's Mere, a great black lake that lay on the southern edge of the marshes. I was aiming towards Ermid's Hall, a wooden settlement where Ermid, a chieftain of a local tribe, kept his household. I knew Ermid would not be at the hall, for he had marched north with Owain, but his people would help us, and I also knew that our boat would reach the hall long before the swiftest of Gunlius's horsemen could gallop around the lake's long, reed-thick and marshy banks. They would have to go almost as far as the Foss Way, the great Roman road that ran east of the Tor, before they could turn around the lake's eastern extremity and gallop towards Ermid's Hall. And by then we would be long gone south. I could see other boats far ahead of me on the mere, and guessed that the Tor's fugitives were being carried to safety by Innis Widrin's fishermen. I told Numui my plan to reach Ermid's Hall, and then keep going southwards until the night fell, or we met friends.
"Good,"
she said dully, though I was not really sure she had understood anything I had said.
"Good, Derfel,"
she added.
"Now I know why the gods made me trust you."
"You trust me," I said bitterly, and thrust the spear into the muddy lake bottom to push the boat forward. "Because I'm in love with you, and that gives you power over me."
"Good,"
she said again, and said nothing more until our reed boat glided into the tree-shaded landing beneath Ermid's stockade, where, as I pushed the boat still deeper into the creek shadows, I saw the other fugitives from the Tor. Morgan was there with Sybil, and Ralla was weeping with her baby, safe in her arms, next to Gwilithin, her husband. Lunette, the Irish girl, was there, and she ran crying to the waterside to help Numui. I told Morgan of Howl's death, and she said she had seen Gwendolen, Merlin's wife, cut down by a Silurian. Godovin was safe, but no one knew what had happened to poor Pellinor or to Druidden. None of Norwenna's guards had survived, though a handful of Druidden's wretched soldiers had reached the dubious safety of Ermid's Hall, as had 3 of Norwenna's weeping attendants, and a dozen of Merlin's frightened foundlings. "We have to go soon," I told Morgan. "They're chasing Numui." Numui was being bandaged and clothed by Ermid's servants.
"It's not Numui they're after, you fool!"
Morgan snapped at me.
"But Mordred!"
"Mordred's dead," I protested. But Morgan answered by turning and snatching at the baby that lay in Ralla's arms. She tugged the rough brown cloth away from the child's body, and I saw the clubbed foot.
"Do you think, fool," Morgan said to me, "that I would permit our king to be killed?"
I stared at Ralla and Gwilithin, wondering how they could ever have conspired to let their own son die. It was Gwilithan who answered my mute look.
"He's a king,"
he explained simply, pointing to Mordred,
"while our boy was just a carpenter's son."
"And soon," Morgan said angrily, "Gunlius will discover that the baby he killed has 2 good feet, and then he'll bring every man he can to search for us. We go south." There was no safety in Ermid's Hall. The chief and his warriors had gone to war, leaving only a handful of servants and children in the settlement. We left a little before midday, plunging into the greenwoods south of Ermid's holdings. One of Ermid's huntsmen led us on narrow paths and secret ways. There were 30 of us, mostly women and children, with only a half-dozen men capable of bearing arms, and of those only Gwilithan had ever killed a man in battle. Druiden's few surviving fools would be no use, and I had never fought in anger, though I walked as a rearguard with Howl's naked sword thrust into my rope belt and the heavy Silurian war spear clasped in my right hand. We passed slowly beneath the oaks and hazels. From Ermid's Hall to Caer Cadarn was no more than a 4-hour walk, though it would take us much longer, for we travelled on secret, circuitous paths, and were slowed by the children. Morgan had not said she would try to reach Caer Cadarn, but I knew the royal sanctuary was her probable destination, for it was there that we were likely to find Dumnonian soldiers. But Gunlius would surely have made that same deduction, and he was just as desperate as we were. Morgan, who had a shrewd grasp of this world's wickedness, surmised that the Silurian king had been planning this war ever since the High Council, just waiting for Uther's death to launch an attack in alliance with Gorfithid. We had all been fooled. We had thought Gunlius a friend, and so no one had guarded his borders, and now Gunlius was aiming at nothing less than the throne of Dumnonia itself. But to gain that throne, Morgan told us, he would need more than a score of horsemen, and so his spearmen would surely even now be hurrying to catch up with their king as they marched down the long Roman road that led from Dumnonia's northern coast. The Silurians were loose in our country, but before Gunlius could be sure of victory, he had to kill Mordred. He had to find us, or else his whole daring enterprise would fail. The great wood muffled our steps. Occasionally a pigeon would clatter through the high leaves, and sometimes a woodpecker would rattle a trunk not far off. Once there was a great crashing and trampling in the nearby underbrush, and we all stopped, motionless, fearing a Silurian horseman. But it was only a tusked boar that blundered into a clearing, took one look at us and turned away. Mordred was crying and would not take Ralla's breast. Some of the smaller children were also weeping out of fear and tiredness, but they fell silent when Morgan threatened to turn them all into stink-toads. Nimue limped ahead of me. I knew she was in pain, but she would not complain. Sometimes she wept silently, and nothing Lunette could say would comfort her. Lunette was a slender, dark girl, the same age as Nimue, and not unlike her in looks, but she lacked Nimue's knowledge and fey spirit. Nimue could look at a stream and know it as the dwelling-place of water spirits, whereas Lunette would simply see it as a good place for washing clothes. After a while, Lunette dropped back to walk beside me.
"What happens to us now, Derfel?"
she asked. "I don't know."
"Will Merlin come?"
"I hope so," I said. "Or perhaps Arthur will." I spoke in fervent but disbelieving hope, because what we needed was a miracle. Instead, we seemed trapped in a midday nightmare, for when, after a couple of hours' walking, we were forced to leave the woods to cross a deep, winding stream that looped through grassy pastures bright with flowers, we saw more smoke pyres on the distant eastern skyline. though whether the fires had been set by Silurian raiders or by Saxons taking advantage of our weakness, none could tell. A deer ran out of the woods a quarter-mile to the east. "Down!" the huntsman's voice hissed, and we all sank into the grass at the edge of the wood. Ralla forced Mordred onto her breast to silence him, and he retaliated by biting her so hard that the blood trickled down to her waist. But neither he nor she made a sound, as the horseman who had startled the deer appeared at the tree's edge. The horseman was also to the east of us, but much closer than the pyres, so close that I could see the fox mask on his round shield. He carried a long spear and a horn that he sounded after he had stared for a long time in our direction. We all feared that its signal meant that the rider had seen us, and that soon a whole pack of Silurian horsemen would come into view. But when the man urged his horse back into the trees, we guessed that the horn's dull note meant that he had not seen us at all. Far away another horn sounded. Then there was silence. We waited long minutes. Bees buzzed through the pastures edging the stream. We were all watching the tree line, fearing to see more armed horsemen. But no enemy showed there, and after a while our guide whispered that we were to creep down to the stream, cross it, and crawl up to the trees on its far bank. It was a long, difficult crawl, especially for Morgan with her twisted left leg, though at least we all had a chance to lap at the water as we splashed through the stream. Once in the far woods, we walked with soaking clothes, but also with the relieved feeling that perhaps we had left our enemies behind us, but not, alas, our troubles.
"Will they make us slaves?"
Lunette asked me. Like many of us, Lunette had originally been captured for Dumnonia's slave market, and only Merlin's intervention had kept her free. Now she feared that the loss of Merlin's protection would doom her. "I don't think so," I said. "Not unless Gunlius or the Saxons capture us. You'd be taken for a slave, but they'd probably kill me." I felt very brave saying it. Lunette put her arm into mine for comfort, and I felt flattered by her touch. She was a pretty girl. Until today she had treated me with disdain, preferring the company of the wild fisher boys in Inniswydrin.
"I want Merlin to come back," she said. "I don't want to leave this tour."
"There's nothing left there now," I said. "We'll have to find a new place to live, or else we'll have to go back and rebuild the tour if we can. But only, I thought, if Dumnonia survived. Maybe even now, in this smoke-haunted afternoon, the kingdom was dying. I wondered how I had been so blind as not to see what horrors Uther's death would bring. Kingdoms need kings, and without them they are nothing but empty land inviting a conqueror's spears. In mid-afternoon we crossed a wider stream, almost a river, so deep that the water came up to my chest as I waded through. Once on the far bank, I dried off Howl's sword as best I could. It was a lovely blade, made by the famous smiths in Gwent, and decorated with curling designs and interlocking circles. Its steel blade was straight and stretched from my throat to my fingertips when I held my arm straight out. The crosspiece was made of thick iron with plain round finials, while the hilt was of applewood that had been riveted to the tang and then bound about with strips of long, thin leather that were oiled smooth. The pommel was a round ball, wrapped with silver wire that kept breaking free, and in the end I took the wire off and fashioned it into a crude bracelet for Lunette. South of the river was another wide pasture, this one grazed by bullocks that lumbered over to inspect our draggled passing. Maybe it was their movement that attracted the trouble, for it was not long after we had entered the woods on the far side of the pasture that I heard the hoofbeats sound loud behind us. I sent a warning forward, then turned, spear and sword in my hands, to watch the path. The tree branches grew low here, so low that a horseman could not ride down the path. Whoever pursued us would be forced to abandon their horses and follow us on foot. We had not been using the wood's wider paths, but taking hidden trackways that threaded narrowly through the trees, so narrow that our pursuers, like us, would have to adopt a single file. I feared they were Silurian scouts sent far ahead of Gunlius's small force. Who else would be interested in whatever had caused the cattle on the riverbank to stir themselves in this lazy afternoon? Gwilithin arrived beside me, and took the heavy spear out of my hand. He listened to the distant footfalls, then nodded as though satisfied.
"Only 2 of them," he said calmly. "They've left their horses and coming on foot. I'll take the first, and you hold the second man till I can kill him." He sounded extraordinarily calm, which helped soothe my fears. "And remember, Derfel," he added, "they're frightened too." He pushed me into the shadows, then crouched on the path's far side behind the upended root mass of a fallen beech tree. "Get down," he hissed at me. "Hide." I crouched, and suddenly all the terror welled back inside me. My hands were sweating, my right leg was twitching, my throat was dry. I wanted to vomit, and my bowels were liquid. Howl had taught me well, but I had never faced a man wanting to kill me. I could hear the approaching men, but I could not see them, and my strongest instinct was to turn and run after the women. But I stayed. I had no choice. Since childhood I had been hearing tales of warriors, and had been taught again and again that a man never turned and ran. A man fought for his lord, and a man stood up to his enemy, and a man never fled. Now my lord was sucking at Rala's breast, and I was facing his enemies. But how I wanted to be a child and just run. Suppose there were more than 2 enemy spearmen. And even if there were only 2, they were bound to be experienced warriors, skilled and hardened and careless in their killing. "Calm, boy, calm," Gwilithin said softly. He had fought in Uther's battles. He had faced the Saxon and carried a spear against the men of Powys. Now, deep in his native land, he stooped in the tangle of earthy root-suckers with a half-grin on his face, and my long spear in his sturdy brown hands. "This is revenge for my child," he told me grimly, "and the gods are on our side." I was crouched behind brambles and flanked by ferns. My damp clothes felt heavy and uncomfortable. I stared at the trees that were thick with lichens and tangled with leaves. A woodpecker rattled nearby, and I jumped with alarm. My hiding place was better than Gwilithin's, but even so I felt exposed, and never more so than when at last our 2 pursuers appeared just a dozen paces beyond my leafy screen. They were 2 lithe young spearmen with leather breastplates, strapped leggings, and long russet cloaks thrown back over their shoulders. Their plaited beards were long, and their dark hair was bound behind by leather thongs. Both men carried long spears, and the second man also had a sword at his belt, though he had not yet drawn it. I held my breath. The leading man raised a hand, and both men stopped and listened for a while, before coming on again. The nearest man's face was scarred from an old fight. His mouth was open, and I could see the gaps in his yellowed teeth. He looked immensely tough, experienced and frightening, and I was suddenly overwhelmed with a terrible desire to flee. But then the scar on my left palm, the scar that Nimue had put there, throbbed, and that warm pulse gave me a jolt of courage. "We heard a deer," the second man said disparagingly. The 2 men were advancing at a stealthy walk now, placing their feet carefully and watching the leaves ahead for the smallest flicker of movement. "We heard a baby," the first man insisted.
He was 2 paces ahead of the other, who looked to my scared eyes to be even taller and grimmer than his companion.
"Bastards have disappeared,"
the second man said, and I saw the sweat dripping off his face, and I noticed how he gripped and re-gripped his ash spear shaft, and I knew he was nervous. I was saying Bell's name over and over in my head, begging the god for courage, begging him to make me a man. The enemy was 6 paces away now, and still coming, and all around us the green wood lay warm and breathless, and I could smell the 2 men, smell their leather and the lingering scent of their horses as sweat dripped into my eyes, and I almost whimpered aloud in terror. But then Gwilithan leapt out of his ambush and screamed a war cry as he ran forward. I ran with him, and suddenly I was released from fear, as the mad, God-given joy of battle came to me for the very first time. Later, much later, I learned that the joy and the fear are the exact same things, the one merely transformed into the other by action. But on that summer afternoon, I was suddenly elated. May God and his angels forgive me, but that day I discovered the joy that lies in battle, and for a long time afterwards I craved it like a thirsty man seeking water. I ran forward, screaming like Gwilithan, but I was not so crazed as to follow him blindly. I moved over to the right side of the narrow path, so that I could run past him when he struck the closer Silurian. That man tried to parry Gwilithan's spear, but the carpenter expected the low sweep of the ash staff, and raised his own weapon above it as he thrust his weapon home. It all happened so fast. One moment the Silurian was a threatening figure in war gear, then he was gasping and twitching as Gwilithan rammed the heavy spearhead through the leather armour and deep into his chest. And I was already past him, yelling as I swung Howl's sword. At that moment I felt no fear, perhaps because the soul of dead Howl came back from the other world to fill me, for suddenly I knew exactly what I had to do, and my war scream was a cry of triumph. The second man had a heartbeat's more warning than his dying companion, and so he had dropped into a spearman's crouch, from which he could spring forward with killing force. I leapt at him, and as the spear came at me in a bright, sun-touched lunge of steel, I twisted aside and parried with my blade, not so hard as to lose control of the steel, but just enough to slide the man's weapon past my right side as I whirled the sword around. "It's all in the wrists, boy! All in the wrists," I heard Howl say, and I shouted his name as I brought the sword hard down onto the side of the Silurian's neck. It was all so quick, so very quick. The wrist manoeuvres the sword, but the arm gives it force, and my arm held Howl's great strength that afternoon. My steel buried itself in the Silurian's neck like an axe biting into rotten wood. At first, so green was I thought he had not died, and I wrenched the sword free to strike at him again. I struck that second time, and was aware of blood brightening the day, and the man falling sideways, and I could hear his choking breath and see his dying effort to pull the spear back for a second thrust. But then his life rattled in his throat, and another great wash of blood ran down his leather-covered chest as he slumped onto the leaf mould. And I stood there shaking. I suddenly wanted to cry. I had no idea what I had done. I had no sense of victory, only of guilt, and I stood shocked and motionless with my sword still embedded in the dead man's throat, on which the first flies were already settling. I could not move. A bird screamed in the high leaves. Then Gwilithan's strong arm was around my shoulders, and tears were streaming down my face. "You're a good man, Derfel," Gwilithan said, and I turned to him and held him like a child clinging to a father. "Well done," he said again and again. "Well done." He patted me clumsily, until at last I sniffed back my tears. "I'm sorry," I heard myself saying.
Sorry?
He laughed. For what? Howl always said you were the best he ever trained, and I should have believed him. You're fast. Now come. We have to see what we've won. I took my victim's sword scabbard that was made of willow-stiffened leather, and found it fitted Howl's sword tolerably well. Then we searched the two bodies for what little plunder we could find. An unripe apple, an old coin worn smooth, 2 cloaks, the weapons, some leather thongs, and a bone-handled knife. Gwilithan debated whether we should go back and fetch the 2 horses, then decided we did not have the time. I didn't care. My vision might be blurred by tears, but I was alive, and I had killed a man, and I had defended my king, and suddenly I was deliriously happy as Glywithan led me back to the frightened fugitives and raised my arm as a sign that I had fought well.
You made enough noise, the 2 of you,
Morgan snarled.
We'll have half Siluria on our heels soon. Now come, move.
Nimue did not seem interested in my victory, but Lunette wanted to hear all about it, and in the telling I exaggerated both the enemy and the fight. And Lunette's admiration engendered even more exaggeration. She had her arm in mine again, and I glanced at her dark-eyed face and wondered why I'd never really noticed just how beautiful she was. Like Nimue, she had a wedge-shaped face, but where Nimue's was full of a wary knowledge, Lunette's was soft, with a teasing warmth, and her closeness gave me new confidence as we walked on through the long afternoon, until at last we turned east towards the hills, of which Caer Cadarn stood like an outrider. 1 hour later, we stood at the edge of the woods that faced Caer Cadarn. It was late in the day, but we were in midsummer, and the sun was still high in the sky, and its lovely, gentle light was flooding the western ramparts of Caer Cadarn with a green glow. We were a mile away from the fortress, but still close enough to see the yellow palisades atop the ramparts, close enough to see that no guards stood on those walls, and no smoke rose from the small settlement inside. But nor was there any enemy in sight, and that decided Morgan to cross the open land and climb the western path to the king's fortress. Gwilithan argued that we should stay in the forest till nightfall, or else go to the nearby settlement of Lindinis. But Gwilithan was a carpenter, and Morgan a high-born lady, so he surrendered to her wishes. We moved out into the pasture-land, and our shadows stretched long in front of us. The grass had been cropped short by deer or cattle, yet it was soft and lush underfoot. Nimue, who still seemed to be in a pain-haunted trance, slipped off her borrowed shoes and paced barefoot. A hawk sailed overhead, and then a hare, startled by our sudden appearance, sprang out of a grassy hollow and raced nimbly away. We followed a path edged with cornflowers, ox-eyes, ragweed and dogwood. Behind us, shadowed by the sun's western slant, the woods looked dark. We were tired and ragged, but journey's end was in sight, and some among us even appeared cheerful. We were bringing Mordred back to his birthplace, back to Dumnonia's royal hill. But before we were even halfway to that glorious green refuge, the enemy appeared behind us. Gundlius's warband appeared, not just the horsemen who had ridden to Innis Suidrin in the morning, but his spearmen too. Gundlius must have known all along where we would go, and so he had brought his surviving cavalrymen and over 100 spearmen to this sacred place of Dumnonia's kings. And even if he had not been forced to pursue the baby king, then Gundlius would still have come to Caer Cadarn, for he wanted nothing less than the crown of Dumnonia, and Caer Cadarn was where that crown was bestowed upon the ruler's head. Who held Caer Cadarn held Dumnonia, the old saying went, and who held Dumnonia held Britain. The Silurian horsemen spurred ahead of their spearmen, It would take them only a few minutes to reach us, and I knew that none of us, not even the swiftest runners, could reach the long slopes of the fortress before those horsemen swept around us with slashing steel and stabbing spears. I went to Nemui's side, and saw that her thin face was drawn and tired, and her remaining eye bruised and tearful. "Nemui," I said.
"It's all right, Derfel."
She seemed annoyed that I wanted to take care of her. She was mad, I decided. Of all the living who had survived this terrible day, she had survived the worst experience of all, and it had driven her to a place I could neither follow nor understand.
"I do love you,"
I said, trying to touch her soul with tenderness.
"Me? Not Lynette?"
Nemui said angrily. She was not looking at me, but towards the fortress, while I turned and stared at the approaching horsemen, who had spread into a long line like men intent on flushing game. Their cloaks lay on their horses' rumps, their scabbards hung down beside their dangling boots, and the sun glinted on spear points and lit the banner of the fox. Gundlius rode beneath the banner, the iron helmet with its foxtail crest on his head. Ladwis was beside him, a sword in her hand, while Tanabers, his long robe flapping, rode a grey horse close beside his king. I was going to die, I thought, on the day that I had become a man. That realization seemed very cruel. "Run!" Morgan suddenly shouted. "Run!" I thought she had panicked, and I did not want to obey her, for I thought it would be nobler to stand and die like a man than be cut down from behind as a fugitive. Then I saw she was not panicking, and that Heir Cadarn was not deserted after all, but that the gates had opened, and a stream of men was running and riding down the path. The horsemen were dressed like Gundlius's riders, only these men bore the dragon shields of Mordred on their arms. We ran. I dragged Nemui along by the arm, while the handful of Dumnonian horse spurred towards us. There were a dozen riders, not many, but enough to check the advance of Gundlius's men, while behind the horsemen came a band of Dumnonian spearmen. 50 spears, Glewithan said. He had been counting the rescue party. "We can't beat them with 50, he added grimly, "but we might make safety." Gundlius was making the same deduction, and now he led his horsemen in a wide curve that would lead them behind the approaching Dumnonian spearmen. He wanted to cut off our retreat, for once he had assembled his enemies in one place, he could kill us all, whether we numbered 70 or 7. Gundlius had the advantage of numbers, and by coming down from their fortress, the Dumnonians had sacrificed their one advantage of height. The Dumnonian horsemen thundered past us, their horses' hooves cutting great chunks of turf from the lush pasture. These were not the fabled horsemen of Arthur, the armoured men who struck home like thunderbolts, but lightly armed scouts, who would normally dismount before going into battle. But now they formed a protective screen between us and the Silurian spearmen. A moment later, our own spearmen arrived and made their shield wall. That wall gave us all a new confidence, a confidence that veered towards recklessness when we saw who led the rescue party. It was Owain, mighty Owain, king's champion and the greatest fighter in all Britain. We had thought Owain was far to the north, fighting alongside the men of Gwent in the mountains of Powys. Yet here he was, at Heir Cadarn. Yet, in sober truth, Gundlius still held the advantage. We were 12 horsemen, 50 spearmen, and 30 tired fugitives, who were gathered in an open place where Gundlius had gathered almost twice as many horsemen and twice as many spearmen. The sun was still bright. It would be 2 hours before twilight, and 4 before it was full dark, and that gave Gundlius more than enough time to finish his slaughter, though first he tried to persuade us with words. He rode forward, splendid on his sweat-foamed horse, and with his shield held upside down as a sign of truce. "Men of Dumnonia," he called, "give me the child and I will go." No one answered. Owain had hidden himself in the centre of our shield wall, so that Gunlius, seeing no leader, addressed us all. "It's a maimed child," the Silurian king called. "Cursed by the gods! You think any good fortune can attend a country ruled by a crippled king? You want your harvests blighted? You want your children born sick? You want your cattle to die of a murrain? You want the Saxons to be lords of this land? What else does a crippled king bring but ill fortune?" Still no one answered, though God knows enough men in our hastily aligned ranks must have feared that Gunlius spoke the truth. The Silurian king lifted the helmet from his long hair and smiled at our plight. "You may all live," he promised, "so long as you give me the child." He waited for an answer that did not come. "Who leads you?" he finally asked. "I do." Owain at last pushed through the ranks to take his place in front of our shield line. "Owain?" Gunlius recognized him, and I thought I saw a flicker of fear in Gunlius's eyes. Like us, he had not known that Owain had returned to the heart of Dumnonia. Yet Gunlius was still confident of victory, even though he must have known that with Owain among his enemies, that victory would be much harder. "Lord Owain," Gunlius said, giving Dumnonia's champion his proper title, "son of Eilinon and grandson of Kulwas, I salute you." Gunlius raised his spear tip towards the sun. "You have a son, Lord Owain." "Many men have sons," Owain answered carelessly. "What's it to you?" "Do you want your boy to be fatherless?" Gunlius asked. "Do you want your lands wasted, your home burned? Do you want your wife to be my men's plaything?" "My wife," Owain said, "could outfight all your men, and you too. You want playthings, Gunlius? Go back to your whore." He jerked his chin towards Ladwis. "And if you won't share your whore with your men, then Dumnonia can spare Siluria a few lonely ewes." Owain's defiance cheered us. He looked indomitable with his massive spear, long sword, and iron-plated shield. He always fought bareheaded, disdaining a helmet, and his hugely muscled arms were tattooed with Dumnonia's dragon and his own symbol of a long-tusked boar. "Yield me the child." Gunlius ignored the insults, knowing they were merely the defiance expected of a man facing battle. "Give me the crippled king." "Well, give me your whore, Gunlius," Owain retorted. "You're not man enough for her. Give her to me, and you can go in peace." Gunlius spat. "The bards will sing of your death, Owain. The song of the pig-sticking." Owain thrust his huge spear butt first into the soil. "Here the pig stands, Gunlius ap Mylia, king of Siluria," he shouted. "And here the pig will either die or piss on your corpse. Now go." Gunlius smiled, shrugged, and turned his horse away. He also turned his shield the right side up, letting us know that we would have a fight. It was my first battle. The Dumnonian horsemen formed behind our line of spears to protect the women and children so long as they could. The rest of us arrayed ourselves in the battle line and watched as our enemies did the same. Ligesak, the traitor, was among the Silurian ranks. Tanabers performed the rites, hopping on one leg and with one hand raised and one eye closed in front of Gunlius's shield wall as it advanced slowly across the grassland. Only when Tanabers had cast his protective spell did the Silurians begin to shout insults at us. They warned us of the massacre to come, and boasted how many of us they would kill. Yet even so, I noticed how slowly they came, and, when they were only 50 paces away, how they stopped altogether. Some of our men jeered at their timidity, but Owain growled at us to be silent. The battle lines stared at each other. Neither moved. It takes extraordinary courage to charge into a line of shields and spears. That is why so many men drink before the fight. I've seen armies pause for hours while they summon the courage to charge, and the older the warrior, the more courage is needed. Young troops will charge and die, but older men know how terrible an enemy shield wall can be. I had no shield, yet I was covered by the shields of my neighbours, and their shields touched others, and so on down our small line, so that any man charging home would be met by a wall of leather-covered wood, bristling with razor-sharp spears. The Silurians began beating their shields with their spear-staffs. The rattling sound was meant to unsettle us, and it did, though none on our side showed the fear. We just huddled together, waiting for the charge.
"There'll be some false charges first, lad,"
my neighbour warned me. And no sooner had he spoken than a group of Silurians ran screaming from their line and hurled their long spears at the centre of our defence. Our men crouched, and the long spears banged home into our shields, and suddenly the whole Silurian line was moving forward. But Owain immediately ordered our line to stand and march forward too, and that deliberate motion checked the enemy's threatened attack. Those of our men whose shields were cumbered with the enemy's spears wrenched the weapons loose, then made the shield wall whole again. "Edge back!" Owain ordered us. He would try to shuffle slowly backwards across the half-mile of grassland to Caer Cadarn, hoping that the Silurians would not raise the courage to make their charge while we completed that pitifully slow journey. To give us more time, Owain strode ahead of our line and shouted at Gunlius to fight him man to man. "Are you a woman, Gunlius?" our king's champion called. "Lost your courage? Not enough mead? Why don't you go back to your weaving loom, woman? Go back to your embroidery. Go back to your spindle." We shuffled back, shuffled back, shuffled back. But suddenly a charge of the enemy made us stand firm and duck behind our shields as the spears were hurled. One whipped over my head, its passage sounding like a sudden rush of wind. But again the attack was a feint, intended to panic us. Ligesak was firing arrows, but he must have been drunk, for his shots went wildly overhead. Owain was a target for a dozen spears, but most missed, and the others he swept contemptuously aside with spear or shield before mocking the throwers. "Who taught you spearcraft? Your mothers?" He spat towards the enemy. "Come, Gunlius, fight me. Show your scullions you're a king, not a mouse." The Silurians beat spear shafts on their shields to drown Owain's taunts. He turned his back to show them his scorn and walked slowly back to our shield line. "Back!" he called to us softly. "Back!" Then two of the Silurians threw down their shields and weapons and tore off their clothes to fight naked. My neighbour spat. "There'll be trouble now," he warned me grimly. The naked men were probably drunk, or else so intoxicated by the gods that they believed no enemy blade could hurt them. I had heard of such men, and knew that their suicidal example was usually the signal for a real attack. I gripped my sword and tried to make a vow to die well, but in truth I could have wept for the pity of it all. I had become a man this day, and now I would die. I would join Uther and Howl in the other world, and there wait through the shadowed years until my soul found another human body in which to return to this green world. The two men unbound their hair, took up their spears and swords, then danced in front of the Silurian line. They howled as they worked themselves into the battle frenzy, that state of mindless ecstasy that will let a man try any feat. Gunlius, sitting his horse beneath his banner, smiled at the two men whose bodies were intricately tattooed with blue patterns. The children were crying behind us, and our women were calling to the gods as the men danced nearer and nearer, their spears and swords whirling in the evening sun. Such men had no need of shields, clothes, or armour. The gods were their protection, and glory was their reward. And if they succeeded in killing Owain, then the bards would sing of their victory for years to come. They advanced, one on each side of our champion, who hefted his spear as he prepared to meet their frenzied attack, which would also mark the moment when the whole enemy line would charge. And then the horn sounded. The horn gave a clear, cold note, like none I had ever heard before. There was a purity to that horn, a chill, hard purity, like nothing else on all the earth. It sounded once. It sounded twice, and the second call was enough to give even the naked men pause and make them turn towards the east from where the sound had come. I looked too, and I was dazzled. It was as though a new bright sun had risen on that dying day. The light slashed over the pastures, blinding us, confusing us. But then the light slid on, and I saw it was merely the reflection of the real sun glancing from a shield polished bright as a mirror. But that shield was held by such a man as I had never seen before. A man magnificent, a man lifted high on a great horse and accompanied by other such men. A horde of wondrous men, plumed men, armoured men, men sprung from the dreams of the gods to come to this murderous field. And over the men's plumed heads there floated a banner I would come to love more than any banner on all God's earth. It was the banner of the bear. The horn sounded a third time, and suddenly I knew I would live, and I was weeping for joy, and all our spearmen were half crying and half shouting, and the earth was shuddering with the hooves of those godlike men who were riding to our rescue. For Arthur at last had come.
Part 2. The Princess Bride. Igraine is unhappy. She wants tales of Arthur's childhood. She has heard of a sword in the stone and wants me to write of it. She tells me he was sired by a spirit on a queen, and that the skies were filled with thunder on the night of his birth. Maybe she's right, and the skies were noisy that night, but everyone I ever talked to slept through it. And as for the sword in the stone, well, there was a sword, and there was a stone, but their place in the tale is still far ahead. The sword was called Caledfruch, which means hard lightning, though Igraine prefers to call it Excalibur. And I shall call it so as well, because Arthur never cared what name his longsword carried. Nor did he care about his childhood, for certainly I never heard him speak of it. I once questioned him about his early days, and he would not answer. "What is the egg to the eagle?" he asked me. Then said that he had been born, he had lived, and he had become a soldier. And that was all I needed to know. But for my most fair and generous protector, Igraine, let me set down what little I did learn. Arthur, despite Uther's denial at Cleveland, was the son of the High King, though there was small advantage to be gained from that patronage, for Uther fathered as many bastards as a tomcat makes kittens. Arthur's mother was, like my most precious queen, called Igraine. She came from Caer Gae in Gwynedd, and is said to have been the daughter of Cunetha, king of Gwynedd and high king before Uther, though Igraine was no princess, for her mother was not Cunetha's wife, but was instead married to a chieftain of Henniswyren. All that Arthur would ever say of Igraine of Gwynedd, who died when he was on the verge of manhood, is that she was the most wonderful and clever and beautiful mother any boy could ever wish for. Though, according to Kay, who knew Igraine well, her beauty was sharpened by a rancorous wit. Kay is the son of Ector ap Ednywyn,
the chieftain at Caergay who took Igraine and her 4 bastard children into his household when Uther rejected them. That rejection occurred in the same year Arthur was born, and Igraine never forgave her son for it. She used to say that Arthur was one child too many, and somehow she believed that she would always have ruled as Uther's mistress had Arthur not been born. Arthur was the 4th of Igraine's children to survive infancy. The other 3 were all girls, and Uther evidently liked his bastards to be female, for they were less likely to make demands on his patrimony when they grew. Kai and Arthur were raised together, and Kai says, though never in Arthur's hearing, that both he and Arthur were frightened of Igraine. Arthur, he told me, was a dutiful, hard-working boy who strove to be the best at every lesson, whether in reading or sword-fighting. But nothing he could ever achieve gave his mother pleasure, though Arthur always worshipped her, defended her, and wept inconsolably when she died of a fever. Arthur was then 13, and Ector, his protector, appealed to Uther to help Igraine's 4 impoverished orphans. Uther brought them to Caer Cadarn, probably because he thought the 3 daughters would be useful throw-pieces in the game of dynastic marriages. Morgan's marriage to a prince of Cornwell was short-lived, thanks to fire. But Morgause married King Lot of Lothian, and Anna was wed to King Budic ap Camran across the water in Brittany. These last 2 were not important marriages, for neither king was close enough to send reinforcements to Dumnonia in time of war, but both served their small purposes. Arthur, being a boy, had no such usefulness, and so he went to Uther's court and learned to use a sword and spear. He also met Merlin, though neither man talked much of what passed between them in those months before Arthur, despairing of ever being given preferment by Uther, followed his sister Anna to Brittany. There, in the turmoil of Gaul, he grew into a great soldier, and Anna, ever conscious that a warrior brother was a valued relative, kept his exploits known to Uther. That was why Uther brought Arthur back to Britain for the campaign which ended in his son's death. The rest you know. And now I have told Igraine all I know of Arthur's childhood, and doubtless she will embellish the tale with the legends that are already being told of Arthur among the common folk. Igraine is taking away these skins one by one and having them transcribed into the proper tongue of Britain by Dafydd ap Gruffydd, the clerk of the justice, who speaks the Saxon tongue. And I do not trust him or Igraine to leave these words untouched by their own fancies. There are times when I wish that I dared to set this tale down in the British tongue, but Bishop Sansom, whom God cherishes above all the saints, still suspects what I write. At times he has tried to stop this work, or else has commanded the imps of Satan to impede me. One day I found my quills all gone, and on another there was urine in the inkhorn. But Igraine restores everything, and Sansom, unless he learns to read and masters the Saxon tongue, cannot confirm his suspicions that this work is not, in truth, a Saxon gospel. Igraine urges me to write more and faster, and pleads with me to tell the truth about Arthur, but then complains when that truth does not match the fairy tales she hears in the Caer's kitchen or in her robing chamber. She wants shape-changing and questing beasts, but I cannot invent what I did not see. It is true, God forgive me, that I have changed some things, but nothing important. Thus, when Arthur saved us in the battle before Caer Cadarn, I realized he was coming long before he actually appeared. For Owain and his men knew all along that Arthur and his horsemen, newly arrived from Brittany, were concealed in the woodlands north of Caer Cadarn, just as they knew that Gundlius's warband was approaching. Gundlius's mistake was to fire the Tor, for the smoke pyre served as a warning beacon to all the south country, and Owain's mounted scouts had been watching Gunlius's men since midday. Owain, having helped Agricola defeat Gorfithid's invasion, had hurried south to greet Arthur, not out of friendship, but rather to be present when a rival warlord appeared in the kingdom. And it was fortunate for us that Owain had returned. Yet even so, the battle could never have happened as I described it. If Owain had not known that Arthur was nearby, he would have given the baby Mordred to his swiftest horseman and sent the child galloping to safety, even if the rest of us did go down beneath Gunlius's spears. I could have written that truth, of course, but the bard showed me how to shape a tale so that the listeners are kept waiting for the part they want to hear. And I think the tale is better for keeping the news of Arthur's arrival until the very last minute. It is a small sin, this tale shaping, though God knows Sansom would never forgive it. It's still winter here in Dinarac, and bitter cold. But King Brockvale ordered Sansom to light our fires after Brother Aaron was found frozen dead in his cell. The saint refused until the king sent firewood from his care, and so we do now have fires, though not many, and never great. Still, even a small fire makes the writing easier, and of late the blessed Saint Sansom has been less meddlesome. 2 novices have joined our small flock, mere boys with unbroken voices, and Sansom has taken it upon himself to train them in the ways of our most precious Saviour. Such is the saint's care for their immortal souls that he even insists the boys must share his sleeping cell, and he seems a happier man for their company. God be thanked for that, and for the gift of fire, and for the strength to go on with this tale of Arthur, the king that never was, the enemy of God, and our Lord of battles. I shall not weary you with the details of that fight before Caer Cadarn. It was a rout, not a battle, and only a handful of Silurians escaped. Legesac, the traitor, was one who escaped, but most of Gunlius's men were captured. A score of the enemy died, including the 2 naked fighters who went down to Owain's war spear. Gunlius, Ladwis, and Tanaburs were all taken alive. I killed no one. I did not even dent my sword's edge. Nor do I remember much about the rout, for all I wanted to do was stare at Arthur. He was mounted on Chlamre, his mare, a great black beast with shaggy fetlocks and flat-iron shoes tied to her hooves with leather straps. All Arthur's men rode such big horses that had their nostrils slit into flaring holes so that they could breathe more easily. The beasts were made, even more alarming, by extraordinary shields of stiffened leather that hung to protect the animals' chests from spear thrusts. The shields were so thick and cumbersome that the horses could not lower their heads to graze at the battle's end, and Arthur ordered one of his grooms to unstrap the device so Chlamre could feed. Each of the horses needed 2 grooms apiece, one to look after the horse shield, bodycloth, and saddle, the other to lead the horse by the bridle, while still a 3rd servant carried the warrior's spear and shield. Arthur had a long, heavy spear named Rogomniad, while his shield, Winebigilruthucha, was made of willow boards covered with a skin of beaten silver that was polished until it dazzled. At his hip hung the knife called Cornwell, and the famous sword Excalibur in its black scabbard that was cross-hatched with golden thread. I could not see his face at first, for his head was enclosed in a helmet with broad cheek-pieces that shadowed his features. The helmet, with its gash for eyes and dark hole for a mouth, was made of polished iron, decorated with swirling patterns of silver, and had a high plume of white goose feathers. There was something deathly about that pale helmet. It had a fearsome, skull-like appearance, which suggested its wearer was one of the walking dead.
His cloak, like his plume, was white. The cloak, which he was fastidious about keeping clean, hung from his shoulders to keep the sun off his long coat of scale armour. I had never seen scale armour before, though Howl had told me of it, and seeing Arthur's, I was overwhelmed with a desire to possess such a coat myself. The armour was Roman, and made from hundreds of iron plates, each no bigger than a thumbprint, sewn in overlapping rows onto a knee-length coat of leather. The plates were square at the top, where 2 holes were left for the sewing thread, and pointed at their base, and the scales overlapped in such a manner that a spearhead would always encounter at least 2 layers of iron before striking the stout leather beneath. The stiff armour chinked when Arthur moved, and it was not just iron-sounding, for his smiths had added a row of golden plates around the neck and scattered silver scales among the polished iron, so that the whole coat seemed to shimmer. It took hours of polishing each day to prevent the iron rusting, and after every battle a few plates would be missing and would need to be reforged. Few smiths could make such a coat, and very few men could afford to buy one. But Arthur had taken his from a Frankish chieftain he had killed in Armorica. Besides the helmet, cloak, and scale coat, he wore leather boots, leather gloves, and a leather belt, from which Excalibur hung in its cross-hatched scabbard that was supposed to protect its wearer against all harm. To me, dazzled by his coming, he appeared as a white, shining god come to earth. I could not take my eyes from him. He embraced Owain, and I heard the 2 men laugh. Owain was a tall man, but Arthur could look him in the eye, though he was nowhere near as heavily built as Owain. Owain was all muscle and bulk, while Arthur was a lean and wiry man. Owain thumped Arthur's back, and Arthur returned the affectionate gesture, before the 2 men walked, their arms about each other's shoulders, to where Ralla was holding Mordred. Arthur fell to his knees before his king, and, with a surprising delicacy for a man in stiff, heavy armour, lifted a gloved hand to take the hem of the baby's robe. He pushed his helmet's hinged cheek-pieces aside, then kissed the robe. Mordred responded by screaming and struggling. Arthur stood and held his arms towards Morgan. She was older than her brother, who was still only 25 or 26 years old, but when he offered to embrace her, she began to cry behind her gold mask that clashed lightly against Arthur's helmet as they clasped each other. He held her tight and patted her back. "Dear Morgan," I heard him say. "Dear, sweet Morgan." I had never realized how lonely Morgan was until I saw her weep in her brother's arms. He pulled gently away from her grip, then used both his gloved hands to lift the silver-grey helmet from his head. "I have a gift for you," he told Morgan. "At least, I think I do. Unless Higwith's stolen it. Where are you, Higwith?" The servant Higwith ran forward and was given the white-plumed helmet in exchange for a necklace of bear's teeth that was set in gold sockets on a gold chain that Arthur hung around his sister's neck. "Something beautiful for my lovely sister," he said. And then he insisted on knowing who Ralla was, and when he heard about her baby's death, his face showed such pain and sympathy that Ralla began to weep, and Arthur impulsively hugged her and almost crushed the baby king against his scale-armoured chest. Then Gwilithan was introduced, and Gwilithan told Arthur how I had killed a Silurian to protect Mordred, and so Arthur swung round to thank me. And for the first time, I looked full into his face. It was a face of kindness. That was my first impression. No, that is what Igraine wants me to write. In truth, my first impression was of sweat, lots of sweat, come from wearing metal armour on a summer's day. But after the sweat, I noticed how kind he looked.
You trusted Arthur on sight. That was why women always liked Arthur, not because he was good-looking, for he was not overly handsome, but because he looked at you with genuine interest and an obvious benevolence. He had a strong, bony face that was full of enthusiasm, and a full head of dark brown hair that, when I first saw him, was sweat-plastered tight to his skull, thanks to his helmet's leather liner. His eyes were brown. He had a long nose and a heavy, clean-shaven jaw, but his most noticeable feature was his mouth. It was unnaturally large and had a full set of teeth. He was proud of his teeth and cleaned them every day with salt when he could find it, and with plain water when he could not. It was a big face and a strong one, yet what impressed me most about him was that look of kindness and the impish humour in his eyes. There was an air of enjoyment about Arthur. Something in his face radiated a happiness that embraced you in its aura. I noticed then, and ever after, how men and women became more cheerful when Arthur was in their company. Everyone became more optimistic. There was more laughter, and when he departed, a dullness would ensue. Yet Arthur was no great wit, nor a storyteller. He was simply Arthur, a good man of infectious confidence, impatient will, and iron-hard resolve. You did not notice that hardness at first, and even Arthur himself pretended it was not there. Yet it was. A slew of battlefield graves bear witness to it.
"Gwilithan tells me you're a Saxon," he teased me.
"Lord," was all I could say as I dropped to my knees. He stooped and lifted me by the shoulders. His touch was firm.
"I'm no king, Derfel," he said. "You don't kneel to me. But I should kneel to you for risking your life to save our king." He smiled. "For that, I thank you." He had a knack of making you feel that no one else in the world mattered to him as much as you did, and I was already lost in worship of him. "How old are you?" he asked me.
15, I think.
"But big enough for 20 years. He smiled. "Who taught you to fight?"
"Howl," I said. "Merlin's steward."
"Ah, the best teacher. He taught me too. And how is good Howl?" The question was asked eagerly, but I had neither the words nor courage to answer.
"Dead,"
Morgan answered for me.
"Slain by Gunlius." She spat through the mouth-slit of her mask towards the captured king, who was being held a few paces away.
"Howl dead?"
Arthur asked the question of me, his eyes on mine, and I nodded and blinked back tears, and Arthur instantly hugged me.
"You are a good man, Derfel," he said, "and I owe you a reward for saving our king's life. What do you want?"
"To be a warrior, Lord," I said.
He smiled and stepped away from me. "You're a lucky man, Derfel, because you are what you want to be. Lord Owain?" He turned to the burly, tattooed champion. "Can you use this good Saxon warrior?" "I can use him," Owain agreed readily enough. "Then he's your man," Arthur said. And he must have sensed my disappointment, for he turned back and rested a hand on my shoulder. "For the moment, Derfel," he said softly, "I employ horsemen, not spearmen. Let Owain be your lord, for there's no one better to teach you the soldier's trade." He gripped my shoulder with his gloved hand, then turned and waved the 2 guards away from Gunlius's side. A crowd had gathered close to the captured king, who stood beneath the victor's banners. Arthur's horsemen, helmed with iron, armoured in iron-clad leather and cloaked in linen or wool, mingled with Owain's spearmen, and the Tor's fugitives about the grassy space where Arthur now faced Gunlius. Gunlius straightened his back. He had no weapons, but he would not let go of his pride, nor did he flinch as Arthur approached. Arthur walked in silence until he stood 2 paces from the captured king. The crowd held its breath. Gunlius was shadowed by Arthur's standard that showed a black bear on a white field. The bear was flying between Mordred's recaptured dragon banner and Owain's boar standard, while at Gunlius's feet was his own fallen fox banner that had been spat on, pissed on, and trampled by the victors. Gunlius stared as Arthur drew Excalibur from its scabbard. The blade had a bluish tinge to its steel that was polished as brightly as Arthur's scale coat, helmet, or shield. We waited for the fatal stroke. But instead, Arthur dropped to one knee and held Excalibur's hilt to Gunlius. "Lord King," he said humbly, and the crowd, who had been anticipating Gunlius's death, gasped. Gunlius hesitated for a heartbeat, then reached out to touch the sword's pommel. He said nothing. Perhaps he was too astonished to speak. Arthur stood and sheathed the sword. "I took an oath to protect my king," he said, "not to kill kings. What happens to you, Gunlius ap Mylere, is not mine to decide. But you will be held captive till the decision is made."
"Who makes that decision?"
Gunlius demanded. Arthur hesitated, plainly unsure of the answer. Many of our warriors were shouting for Gunlius's death. Morgan was urging her brother to avenge Norwenna, while Nimue was shrieking for the captive king to be given to her revenge. But Arthur shook his head. Much later he explained to me that Gunlius was a cousin of Gorfithid, king of Powys, and that made Gunlius's death a matter of state, not revenge. "I wanted to make peace, and peace rarely comes out of revenge," he admitted to me. "But I probably should have killed him. Not that it would have made much difference." Now, though, facing Gunlius in the slanting sun outside Caer Cadarn, he merely said that Gunlius's fate was in the hands of Dumnonia's council.
"And what of Ladwis?"
Gunlius asked, gesturing towards the tall, pale-faced woman who stood close behind him with a look of terror on her face.
"I ask that she be allowed to stay with me,"
he added.
"The whore is mine,"
Owain said harshly. Ladwis shook her head and moved closer to Gunlius.
"She's my wife,"
Gunlius protested to Arthur, thereby confirming the old rumour that he had indeed married his low-born lover, which also meant that he had married Norwenna falsely, though that sin, considering what else he did to her, was small indeed.
"Wife or whatever,"
Owain insisted.
"She is mine."
He saw Arthur's hesitation.
"Until the council decides otherwise,"
he added, in a deliberate echo of Arthur's invocation of that higher authority. Arthur seemed troubled by Owain's claim, but his position in Dumnonia was still uncertain, for though he had been named as Mordred's protector and one of the kingdom's warlords, that only gave him an authority equal to Owain's. All of us had noted how, in the wake of the Silurian rout, Arthur had taken charge, but Owain, by demanding Ladwis as his slave, was reminding Arthur that he held equal power. The moment was awkward, until Arthur sacrificed Ladwis to Dumnonian unity. "Owain has decided the matter," he said to Gunlius, then turned away so he would not have to witness the effect of his words on the lovers. Ladwis screamed her protest, then went silent as one of Owain's men dragged her away. Tanabers laughed at Ladwis's distress. He was a druid, so no harm would be done to him. He was no prisoner, but free to go, though he would have to leave the field without food, blessing, or company. Yet, emboldened by the day's events, I could not let him go without speaking, and so I followed him across the pasture that was littered with the Silurian dead. "Tanabers!" I called after him. The druid turned and watched me draw my sword.
"Careful, boy,"
he said, and made a sign of warning with his moon-tipped staff.
I should have felt fear, but a new warrior spirit filled me as I stepped close to him and placed the sword in the tangled white hairs of his beard. His head jerked back at the touch of the steel, rattling the yellow bones tied to his hair. His old face was lined, brown and blotchy, his eyes red and his nose twisted. "I ought to kill you," I said. He laughed.
"And the curse of Britain will follow you. Your soul will never reach the other world. You will have torments unknown and unnumbered, and I will be their author."
He spat towards me, then tried to push the sword blade out of his beard, but I tightened my grip on the hilt, and he suddenly looked alarmed as he realized my strength. A few curious onlookers had followed me, and some tried to warn me of the dreadful fate that would torment me if I killed a druid. But I had no intention of killing the old man. I just wanted to frighten him. 10 or more years ago," I said, "you came to Madoc's holding." Madoc was the man who had enslaved my mother, and whose homestead the young Gunlius had raided. Tanabers nodded as he remembered the raid.
"So we did. So we did. A good day. We took much gold," he said, "and many slaves."
"And you made a death pit," I said.
"So?"
He shrugged, then leered at me.
"The gods must be thanked for good fortune."
I smiled and let the sword point tickle his scrawny throat. "So I lived, druid.
I lived."
It took Tanabers a few seconds to understand just what I had said, but then he blanched and trembled, for he knew that I, alone of all in Britain, possessed the power to kill him. He had sacrificed me to the gods, but his carelessness in not making sure of his gift meant that the gods had granted the power of his life into my keeping. He screamed in terror, thinking my blade was about to lunge into his gullet. But instead, I pulled the steel away from his ragged beard and laughed at him as he turned and stumbled away across the field. He was desperate to escape me, but just before he reached the woodland into which the handful of Silurian survivors had fled, he turned and pointed a bony hand towards me.
"Your mother lives, boy,"
he shouted.
"She lives!"
Then he was gone. I stood there with my mouth open and my sword hanging in my hand. It was not that I was overcome by any particular emotion, for I could hardly remember my mother, and had no real recollection of any love between us. But the very thought that she lived wrenched my whole world as violently as that morning's destruction of Merlin's Hall. Then I shook my head. How could Tanabers remember one slave among so many? His claim was surely false, mere words to unsettle me, nothing more. And so I sheathed the sword and walked slowly back towards the fortress. Gunlius was placed under guard in a chamber off the great hall at Cerca Cadarn. There was a feast of sorts that night, though because so many people were in the fortress, the helpings of meat were small and hastily cooked. Much of the night was spent by old friends exchanging news of Britain and Brittany, for many of Arthur's followers had originally come from Dumnonia or from the other British kingdoms. The names of Arthur's men blurred in my mind, for there were over 70 horsemen in his band, as well as grooms, servants, women, and a tribe of children. In time, the names of Arthur's warriors became so familiar, but that night they meant nothing. Dagonet, Aglaval, Kai, Lanval, the brothers Balan and Balin, Gawain and Agravain, Blaise, Iltyd, Edlig, Bedwyr. I did notice Morfans, for he was the ugliest man I ever saw. So ugly that he took pride in his twisted looks, goitered neck, hair lip, and misshapen jaw. I also noticed Sagramor, for he was black, and I had never seen, let alone believed in, such men. He was a tall, thin, and sourly laconic man, though when he could be persuaded to tell a story in his horribly accented British, he could put a whole hall under his spell. And of course I noticed Eileen. She was a slender, black-haired woman, a few years older than Arthur, with a thin, grave, and gentle face that gave her a look of great wisdom. She was dressed in royal finery that night. Her robe was of linen dyed a rusty red, with iron soil, girdled by a heavy silver chain, and had long loose sleeves that were fringed with otter fur. She wore a gleaming torque of heavy gold about her long neck, bracelets of gold about her wrists, and an enamelled brooch showing Arthur's symbol of the bear at her breast. She moved gracefully, spoke little, and watched Arthur protectively. I thought she had to be a queen, or at least a princess, except that she was carrying bowls of food and flasks of mead like any common servant.
"Eileen's a slave, lad,"
Morfans the Ugly said. He was squatting opposite me on the hall floor, and had seen me watching the tall woman as she moved from the patches of firelight into the hall's flickering shadows. "Whose slave?" I asked.
"Whose do you think?"
he asked, then put a rib of pork in his mouth, and used his 2 remaining teeth to strip the bone of its succulent flesh.
"Arthur's,"
he said, after he had tossed the bone to one of the many dogs in the hall.
"And she's his lover as well as his slave, of course."
He belched, then drank from a horn cup.
"She was given to him by his brother-in-law, King Boudic. That was a long time ago. She's a good few years older than Arthur, and I don't suppose Boudic thought he'd keep her long. But once Arthur takes a fancy to someone, they seem to stay forever. Those are her twin boys."
He jerked a greasy beard towards the back of the hall, where a pair of sullen boys of about 9 squatted in the dirt with their bowls of food. "Arthur's sons?" I asked.
"No one else's,"
Morfans said derisively.
"Amhar and Loholt, they're called, and their father worships them. Nothing's too good for those little bastards. And that's exactly what they are, lad. Bastards. Real good-for-nothing little bastards."
There was a genuine hatred in his voice.
"I tell you, son, Arthur ap Uther is a great man. He's the best soldier I've ever seen, the most generous man and the most fair lord. But when it comes to breeding children, I could do better with a sow for a mother."
I looked back to Eileen. "Are they married?" Morfans laughed.
"Of course not. But she's kept him happy these 10 years. Mind you, the day will come when he'll send her away, just like his father sent his mother away. Arthur will marry something royal, and she won't be half as gentle as Eileen. But that's what men like Arthur have to do. They have to marry well. Not like you and me, boy. We can marry what we want, so long as it isn't royal. Oh, listen to that."
He grinned as a woman screamed in the night outside the hall. Owain had left the hall, and Ladwys was evidently being taught her new duties. Arthur flinched at the sound, and Eileen raised her elegant head and frowned at him. But the only other person in the hall who seemed to notice Ladwys's distress was Nimue. Her bandaged face was drawn and sad, but the scream made her smile, because of the torment she knew the sound would give to Gunlius. There was no forgiveness in Nimue, not one drop. She had already begged Arthur and Owain for permission to kill Gunlius herself, and had been refused. But so long as Nimue lived, Gunlius would know fear. Arthur led a party of horsemen to Innis Widren the next day, and returned that evening to report that Merlin's settlement had been burned to the ground. The horsemen also returned with poor, mad Pellinore, and an indignant druidan, who had taken shelter in a well belonging to the monks of the Holy Thorn. Arthur declared his intention of rebuilding Merlin's Hall, though how it was to be done without money and an army of labourers, none of us knew. And Gwilithin was formally appointed as Mordred's royal builder, and instructed to start felling trees to remake the Tor's buildings. Pellinore was locked into an empty stone-built storeroom attached to the Roman villa at Lindinis, which was the settlement nearest to Caer Cadarn, and the place where the women, children, and slaves who followed Arthur's men found themselves roofs. Arthur organized everything. He was always a restless man who hated to be idle, and in those first few days after Gundlius's capture, he worked from dawn until long after dusk. Most of his time was spent in arranging for his followers' livelihoods. Royal land had to be allotted to them, and houses enlarged for their families, all without offending the people already living at Lindinis. The villa itself had belonged to Uther, and Arthur now took it for himself. No task was too trivial for him, and I even found him wrestling with a great sheet of lead one morning. "Give me some help, Derfel," he called. I was flattered that he remembered my name, and hurried to help him lift the unwieldy mass. "Rare stuff, this," he said cheerfully. He was stripped to the waist, and his skin was stained with the lead that he planned to cut into strips to line the stone gutter that had once carried water from a spring into the villa's interior. "The Romans took all the lead away with them when they left," he explained, "and that's why the water conduits don't work. We should get the mines working again." He dropped his end of the lead and wiped his brow. "Get the mines working, rebuild the bridges, pave the fords, dig out the sluices, and find a way of persuading the Sace to go back home. That's enough work for one man's life, don't you think?" "Yes, Lord," I said nervously, and wondered why a warlord would busy himself repairing water conduits. The council was to meet later in the day, and I thought Arthur would be busy enough preparing for that business, but he seemed more concerned with the lead than with matters of state. "I don't know if you saw lead or cut it with a knife," he said ruefully. "I ought to know. I'll ask Gwilithin. He seems to know everything. Did you know that you always put tree trunks upside down if you use them for pillars?" "No, Lord." "It stops the damp from rising, you see, and keeps the timber from rotting. That's what Gwilithin tells me. I like that sort of knowledge. It's good, practical knowledge, the kind that makes the world work." He grinned at me. "So, how are you liking Owain?" he asked. "He's good to me, Lord," I said, embarrassed by the question. In truth, I was still nervous of Owain, though he never showed me any unkindness. "He should be good to you," Arthur said. "Every leader depends on having good men for his reputation." "But I'd rather serve you, Lord," I blurted out with youthful indiscretion. He smiled. "You will, Derfel. You will. In time. If you pass the test of fighting for Owain." He made the remark casually enough, but later I wondered if he foresaw what was to come. In time I did pass Owain's test, but it was hard, and perhaps Arthur wanted me to learn that lesson before I joined his band of men. He stooped again to the lead sheet, then straightened as a howl sounded through the shabby building. It was Pellinore protesting his imprisonment. "Owain says we should send poor Pell to the Isle of the Dead," Arthur said, referring to the island where the violent mad were put away. "What do you think?" I was so astonished at being asked that at first I did not reply. Then I stammered that Pellinore was beloved of Merlin, and Merlin had wanted him kept among the living, and I thought Merlin's wishes should be respected. Arthur listened gravely, then even seemed grateful for my advice. He did not need it, of course, but was just trying to make me feel valued.
Then Pellinore can stay here, lad, he said. Now, get hold of the other end. Lift. Lindinis emptied next day. Morgan and Nimue returned to Innis Swidrin, where they planned to rebuild the Tor. Nimue brushed aside my farewell. Her eyes still hurt. She was bitter, and she wanted nothing from life except revenge on Gundlius, which was denied her. Arthur went north with all his horsemen to reinforce Tudric on Gwent's northern border, while I stayed with Owain, who had taken up residence in Caer Cadarn's great hall. I might be a warrior, but in that high summer it was more important to gather in the harvest than stand guard on the fort's ramparts. So, for days at a time, I gave up my sword, and the helmet, shield, and leather breastplate I had inherited from a dead Silurian, and went to the king's fields to help the serfs bring in the rye, barley, and wheat. It was hard work, done with a short sickle that had to be sharpened constantly on a strickle, a wooden baton that was first dipped in pig's grease, then coated with fine sand that put a keen edge on the sickle's blade, though the edge never seemed sharp enough for me, and, fit as I was, the constant stooping and tugging left my back aching and my muscles sore. I'd never worked so hard when I lived on the Tor, but I had now left Merlin's privileged world and was a part of Owain's troop. We stooked the cut grain in the fields, then carted vast heaps of rye straw to Caer Cadarn and Lindinis. The straw was used to repair the thatched roofs and to restuff the mattresses, so that for a few blissful days our beds were free of lice and fleas, though that blessing did not last long. It was at that time I grew my first beard, a wispy gold affair, of which I was inordinately proud. I spent my days doing back-breaking work in the fields, but I still had to endure 2 hours of military training each night. Howl had taught me well, but Owain wanted better. "That Silurian you killed," Owain said to me one evening when I was sweating on Caer Cadarn's ramparts after a bout of single-stick with a warrior named Mapon. "I'll wager you a month's wages to a dead mouse that you killed him with your sword's edge." I did not take the wager, but confirmed that I had indeed sliced the sword down like an axe. Owain laughed, then dismissed Mapon with a wave of his hand. "Howl always taught people to fight with the edge," Owain said. "Watch Arthur the next time he fights. Slash, slash, like a haymaker trying to finish before the rain comes." He drew his own sword. "Use the point, boy," he told me. "Always use the point. It kills quicker." He lunged at me, making me parry desperately. "If you're using the sword's edge," he said, "it means you're in the open field. The shield wall is broken, and if it's your shield wall that's broken, then you're a dead man, however good a swordsman you are. But if the shield wall holds firm, then it means you're standing shoulder to shoulder, and you don't have room to swing a sword, only to stab." He thrust again, making me parry. "Why do you think the Romans had short swords?" he asked me. "I don't know, Lord." "Because a short sword stabs better than a long one, that's why," he said. "Not that I'll ever persuade any of you to change your swords, but even so, remember to stab. The point always wins. Always." He turned away, then suddenly whipped back to stab at me, and somehow I managed to knock his blade aside with the clumsy single stick. Owain grinned. "You're fast," he said, "and that's good. You'll make it, boy, so long as you stay sober." He sheathed his sword and stared eastwards. He was looking for those distant grey smears of smoke that betrayed the presence of a raiding party. But this was harvest time for the Saxons as well as for ourselves, and their soldiers had better things to do than cross our distant frontier. "So, what do you think of Arthur, boy?" Owain asked me suddenly. "I like him," I said awkwardly, as nervous of his question as I had been of Arthur's about Owain. Owain's great shaggy head
so much like his old friend Uther's, turned to me.
"Oh, he's likeable enough," he said grudgingly. "I've always liked Arthur. Everyone likes Arthur, but the gods alone know if anyone understands him. Except Merlin. You think Merlin's alive?"
"I know he is," I said fervently, knowing nothing of the sort.
"Good,"
Owain said. I came from the Tor, and Owain assumed I had a magical knowledge denied to other men. The word had also spread among his warriors that I had cheated a druid's death pit, and that made me both lucky and auspicious in their eyes.
"I like Merlin," Owain went on, "even though he did give Arthur that sword."
"Caledfulk?" I asked, using Excalibur's proper name.
"You didn't know?"
Owain asked in astonishment. He had heard the surprise in my voice, and no wonder, for Merlin had never spoken of making such a great gift. He sometimes talked of Arthur, whom he had known in the brief time Arthur spent at Uther's court, but Merlin always used a fondly disparaging tone, as if Arthur was a slow but willing pupil, whose later exploits were greater than Merlin had ever expected. But the fact that he had given Arthur the famous sword suggested that Merlin's opinion of him was a great deal higher than he pretended it to be.
"Caledfulk," Owen explained to me, "was forged in the other world by Gofannon."
Gofannon was the god of smithcraft.
"Merlin found it in Ireland," Owain went on, "and where the sword was called Cadalcolch. He won it off a druid in a dream contest. The Irish druids say that when Cadalcolch's wearer is in desperate trouble, he can thrust the sword into the soil, and Gofannon will leave the other world and come to his help."
He shook his head, not in disbelief but in wonderment.
"Now, why did Merlin give such a gift to Arthur?"
"Why not?" I asked carefully, for I sensed the jealousy in Owain's question.
"Because Arthur doesn't believe in the gods," Owain said. "That's why not. He doesn't even believe in that milksop god the Christians worship. So far as I can make out, Arthur doesn't believe in anything, except big horses, and the gods alone know what earthly use they are."
"They're frightening," I said, wanting to be loyal to Arthur.
"Oh, they're frightening," Owain agreed, "but only if you've never seen one before. But they're slow. They take 2 or 3 times the amount of feed of a proper horse. They need 2 grooms. Their hooves split like warm butter if you don't strap those clumsy shoes onto their feet, and they still won't charge home into a shield wall."
"They won't?"
"No horse will," Owain said scornfully. "Stand your ground and every horse in the world will swerve away from a line of steady spears. Horses are no use in war, boy, except to carry your scouts far and wide."
"Then why—" I began.
"Because," Owain anticipated my question, "the whole point of battle, boy, is to break the enemy's shield wall. Everything else is easy, and Arthur's horses scare battle lines into flight. But the time will come when an enemy will stand firm, and the gods help those horses then. And the gods help Arthur, too, if he's ever knocked off his lump of horseflesh and tries to fight on foot wearing that suit of fish armour. The only metal a warrior needs is his sword and the lump of iron at the end of his spear. The rest just wait, lad. Dead weight."
He stared down into the fort's compound, where Ladwis was clinging to the fence that surrounded Gunlius's prison.
"Arthur won't last here," he said confidently. "One defeat and he'll sail back to Armorica, where they're impressed by big horses, fish suits, and fancy swords."
He spat, and I knew that, despite Owain's professed liking for Arthur, there was something else there, something deeper than jealousy. Owain knew he had a rival, but he was biding his time, as, I guessed, Arthur was biding his, and the mutual enmity worried me, for I liked both men. Owain smiled at Ladwis's distress.
She's a loyal bitch, I'll say that for her," the big man said. "But I'll break her yet. Is that your woman?"
He nodded towards Lunette, who was carrying a leather bag of water towards the warriors' huts. "Yes," I said, and blushed at the confession. Lunette, like my new beard, was a sign of manhood, and I wore both clumsily. Lunette had decided to stay with me instead of going back to what was left of Iniswydrin with Numui. The decision really had been Lunette's, and I was still nervous of everything about our relationship, though Lunette seemed to have no doubts about the arrangement. She had taken over a corner of the hut, swept it, screened it with some withy hurdles, and now talked confidently about our joint future. I had thought she would want to stay with Numui, but since her rape, Numui had been quiet and withdrawn. Indeed, she had become hostile, speaking to no one except to turn away their conversation. Morgan was tending her eye, and the same smith who had made Morgan's mask was offering to make a gold ball to replace the lost eyeball. Lunette, like the rest of us, had become a little frightened of this new, sour, spitting Numui.
She's a pretty girl,"
Owen said grudgingly of Lunette.
"but girls live with warriors for one reason only, boy, to get rich. So make sure you keep her happy, for sure as eggs she'll make you miserable."
He fished in his coat's pockets and found a small gold ring.
"Give it to her,"
he said. I stammered my thanks. Warrior leaders were supposed to grant their followers gifts, yet even so, the ring was a generous gift, for I had yet to fight as one of Owain's men. Lunette liked the ring, which, with the silver wire I had unwrapped from my sword's pommel, was the beginning of her treasure hoard. She incised a cross on the ring's worn surface, not because she was a Christian, but because the cross made it into a lover's ring, and showed that she had passed from girlhood into womanhood. Some men also wore lovers' rings, but I craved after the simple iron hoops that victorious warriors hammered from the spearheads of their defeated enemies. Owain wore a score of such rings in his beard, and his fingers were dark with others. Arthur, I'd noticed, wore none. Once our own harvest was gathered from the fields around Caer Cadarn, we marched all over Dumnonia to collect the tax crops. We visited client kings and chiefs, and were always accompanied by a clerk from Mordred's treasury, who tallied the revenue. It was strange to think that Mordred was now king, and that it was no longer Uther's treasury we filled. But even a baby king needed money to pay for Arthur's troops, as well as all the other soldiers who were keeping Dumnonia's borders secure. Some of Owain's men were sent to reinforce the permanent guard in Geraint's frontier fortress at Durocabrivis, while the rest of us became taxmen for a while. I was surprised that Owain, that famous lover of battle, did not go to Durocabrivis, nor back to Gwent, but instead stayed with the commonplace work of assessing tax. To me, such work seemed menial, but I was just a wispy-bearded boy who did not understand Owain's mind. Tax, to Owain, was more important than any Saxon. Taxes, as I was to learn, were the best source of wealth for men who did not want to work. And this tax season, now that Uther was dead, was Owain's opportunity. At hall after hall he reported a bad harvest, and thus levied a low tax payment. And all the while he was lining his own purse with the bribes offered in return for making just such a false report. He was quite guileless about it.
"Uther would never have let me get away with it,"
he told me one day, as we walked along the southern coast towards the Roman town of Iska. He spoke fondly of the dead king.
"Uther was a fly old bastard, and always had a shrewd idea of what he should get. But what does Mordred know?"
He looked to his left. We were crossing a wide, bare heath atop a great hill, and the view to the south was of the glittering empty sea, where a wind blew strong to fleck the grey waves white. Way off to the east, where a long sweeping shingle bank ended, there was a mighty headland, on which the waves shattered into foam. The headland was almost an island, joined to the mainland only by a narrow causeway of stone and shingle.
"Know what that is?"
Owain asked me, jutting his chin towards the headland.
"No, lord."
"The Isle of the Dead,"
he said, then spat to ward off ill luck, while I stopped and stared at the awful place that was the seat of Dumnonian nightmares. The headland was the Isle of the Mad, the place where Pellinor belonged with all the other crazed and violent souls who were considered dead the moment they crossed the guarded causeway. The isle was under the guardianship of Crom Dubh, the dark crippled god, and some men said that Croaken's cave, the mouth of the otherworld, lay at the isle's extremity. I stared at it in dread, until Owain clapped my shoulder.
"You'll never need to worry about the Isle of the Dead, boy," he said. "You've got a rare head on your shoulders."
He walked on westwards.
"Where are we staying tonight?"
he called to Llewellyn, the treasury clerk whose mule carried the year's falsified records.
"With Prince Cadui of Isca,"
Llewellyn answered.
"Ah, Cadui. I like Cadui. What did we take from the ugly rogue last year?"
Llewellyn did not need to look at his wooden tally sticks with their recording notches, but reeled off a list of hides, fleeces, slaves, tin ingots, dried fish, salt, and milled corn.
"He paid most in gold, though,"
he added.
"I like him even more,"
Owain said.
"What will he settle for, Llewellyn?"
Llewellyn estimated an amount half of what Cadui had paid the previous year, and that was precisely the amount agreed before the evening meal in Prince Cadui's hall. It was a grand place, built by the Romans, with a pillared portico that faced down a long wooded valley towards the sea reach of the River Exe. Cadui was a prince of the Dumnonii, the tribe which had given our country its name, and Cadui's princedom made him of the second rank in the kingdom. Kings were of the highest rank. Princes like Geraint and Cadui, and client kings like Melwas of the Belgi came next, and after them were the chiefs like Merlin, though Merlin of Avalon was also a druid, which put him outside the hierarchy altogether. Cadui was both a prince and a chief, and he ruled a sprawling tribe that inhabited all the land between Isca and the border of Cornwell. There had been a time when all the tribes of Britain were separate, and a man of the Catuvalani would look quite different from a man of the Belgi, but the Romans had left us all much alike. Only some tribes, like Cadui's, still retained their distinct appearance. His tribe believed themselves to be superior to other Britons, in mark of which they tattooed their faces with the symbols of their tribe and sept. Each valley had its own sept, usually of no more than a dozen families. Rivalry between the septs was keen, but nothing compared to the rivalry between Prince Cadui's tribe and the rest of Britain. The tribal capital was Isca, the Roman town, which had fine walls and stone buildings as great as any in Glevum, though Cadui preferred to live outside the town on his own estate. Most of the townspeople followed Roman ways and eschewed tattoos, but beyond the walls, in the valleys of Cadui's land, where Roman rule had never lain heavily, every man, woman, and child bore the blue tattoo marks on their cheeks. It was also a wealthy area, but Prince Cadui had a mind to make it wealthier still.
"Been on the moor lately?"
he asked Owain that night. It was a warm, sweet night, and supper had been served on the open portico that faced Cadui's estates.
"Never,"
Owain said. Cadui grunted. I had seen him at Uther's High Council, but this was my first chance to look closely at the man, whose responsibility was to guard Dumnonia against raids from Cornwell or distant Ireland. The prince was a short, bald, middle-aged man, heavily built, with tribal marks on his cheeks, arms, and legs. He wore British dress, but liked his Roman villa with its paving and pillars and channeled water that ran in stone troughs through the central courtyard and out to the portico, where it made a small foot-washing pool, before running over a marble dam to join the stream further down the valley. Cadui, I decided, had a good life. His crops were plentiful, his sheep and cows fat, and his many women happy. He was also far from the threat of Saxons, yet still he was discontented.
"There's money on the moor,"
he told Owain.
10.
10? Owain sounded scornful. Cadui nodded solemnly. He was fairly drunk, but so were most of the men around the low table on which the meal had been served. They were all warriors, either Cadui's or Owain's men, though I, being junior, had to stand behind Owain's couch as his shield-bearer.
10, Cadui said again. "And gold, maybe, but plenty of tin."
Their conversation was private, for the meal was almost over, and Cadui had provided slave girls for the warriors. No one had any attention for the two leaders, except for me and Cadui's shield-holder, who was a dozy lad staring slack-jawed and dull-eyed at the slave girls' antics. I was listening to Owain and Cadui, but kept so still and straight that they probably forgot I was even standing there.
"You may not want tin," Cadui said to Owain, "but there's plenty who do. Can't make bronze without tin, and they pay a fancy price for the stuff in Armorica, let alone up country."
He jerked a dismissive fist towards the rest of Dumnonia, then gave a belch that seemed to surprise him. He calmed his belly with a draught of good wine, then frowned as though he could not remember what he'd been talking about.
10,
he finally said, remembering.
"So, tell me about it,"
Owain said. He was watching one of his men who had stripped a slave girl naked and was now smearing butter on her belly.
"It isn't my 10,
Cadui said forcefully.
"Must be someone's,"
Owain said.
"You want me to ask Llewellyn? He's a clever bastard when it comes to money and ownership."
His man slapped the girl's belly hard, splattering butter all over the low table and causing a gust of laughter. The girl complained, but the man told her to be quiet and started scooping butter and pork grease onto the rest of her body.
"The fact of the matter is,"
Cadui said forcefully, to get Owain's attention off the naked girl,
"that Uther let in a pack of men from Cornwell. They came to work the old Roman mines because none of our people had the skills. The bastards are supposed, mark that, supposed to send their rent to your treasury. But the buggers are sending tin back to Cornwell. I know that for a fact."
Owain's ears had pricked up now.
"Cornwell? Making money off our land they are. Our land,"
Cadui said indignantly. Cornwell was a separate kingdom, a mysterious place at the very end of Dumnonia's western peninsula that had never been ruled by the Romans. Most of the time it lived in peace with us, but every now and then King Mark would stir himself from his latest wife's bed and send a raiding party over the river Tamar.
"What are men of Cornwell doing here?"
Owain asked, in a voice every bit as indignant as his host's.
"I told you, stealing our money. And not just that. I've been missing good cattle, sheep, even a few slaves. Those miners are getting above themselves, and they're not paying you like they should. But you'll never prove it. Never. Not even your clever fellow Llewellyn can look at a hole in the moor and tell me how much tin is supposed to come out in a year."
Cadui swiped at a moth, then shook his head moodily.
"They think they're above the law. That's the problem. Just because Uther was their patron, they think they're above the law."
Owain shrugged. His attention was back on the butter-smothered girl, who was now being chased about the lower terrace by a half-dozen drunken men. The grease on her body made her hard to catch, and the grotesque hunt was making some of the watching men helpless with laughter. I was having a hard time stopping myself from giggling. Owain looked back to Cadui. So go up there and kill a few of the bastards, Lord Prince, he said, as though it was the easiest solution in the world. I can't, Kadui said. Why not? Uther gave them protection. If I attack them, they'll complain to the council and to King Mark, and I'll be forced to pay Sahid. Sahid was the blood price put on a man by law. A king's Sahid was unpayable. A slave's was cheap. But a good miner probably had a high enough price to hurt even a wealthy prince like Kadui. So how will they know it's you who attacked them? Owain asked scornfully. For answer, Kadui just tapped his cheek. The blue tattoos he was suggesting would betray his men. Owain nodded. The buttered girl had at last been pinned down, and was now surrounded by her captors, among some shrubs that grew on the lower terrace. Owain crumbled some bread, then looked up at Kadui again. So? So? Kadui said slyly. If I could find a bunch of men who could thin these bastards out a little, it would help. It'll make them look to me for protection, see? And my price will be the tin they're sending to King Mark. And your price? He paused to make sure Owain was not shocked by the implication. Will be half that tin's value. How much? Owain asked quickly. The two men were speaking softly, and I had to concentrate to hear their words over the warriors' laughter and cheers. 50 gold pieces a year. Like this, said Kadui, and took a gold ingot the size of a sword handle from a pouch and slid it along the table. That much? Even Owain was surprised. It's a rich place, the moor, Kadui said grimly. Very rich. Owain stared down Kadui's valley to where the moon's reflection lay on the distant river, as flat and silver as a sword blade. How many of these miners are there? He finally asked the prince. The nearest settlement, Kadui said, has got 70 or 80 men, and there are a deal of slaves and women, of course. How many settlements? 3? But the other 2 are way off. I'm just worried about the one. Only 20 of us, Owain said cautiously. Night time? Kadui suggested. And they've not been attacked ever, so they won't be keeping watch. Owain sipped wine from his horn. 70 gold pieces, he said flatly. Not 50. Prince Kadui thought for a second, then nodded his acceptance of the price. Owain grinned. Why not, eh? He said. He palmed the gold ingot, then turned fast as a snake to look up at me. I did not move, nor took my eyes from one of the girls who was wrapping her naked body round one of Kadui's tattooed warriors. Are you awake, Derfel? Owain snapped. I jumped as though startled. Lord, I said, pretending my mind had been wandering for the last few minutes. Good lad, Owain said, satisfied I had heard nothing. You want one of those girls, do you? I blushed. No, Lord. Owain laughed. He's just got himself a pretty little Irish girl, he told Kadui, so he's staying true to her. But he'll learn. When you get to the other world, boy, he had turned back to me. You won't regret the men you never killed, but you will regret the women you passed up. He spoke gently. In my first days in his service I had been frightened of him, but for some reason Owain liked me and treated me well. Now he looked back at Kadui. Tomorrow night, he said softly. Tomorrow night. I had gone from Merlin's tour to Owain's band, and it was like leaping from this world to the next. I stared at the moon and thought of Gunlius's long-haired men massacring the guards on the tour, and I thought of the people on the moor who would face the same savagery the very next night, and I knew I could do nothing to stop it, even though I knew it should be stopped. But fate, as Merlin always taught us, is inexorable. Life is a jest of the gods, Merlin liked to claim, and there is no justice. You must learn to laugh, he once told me, or else you'll just weep yourself to death. Our shields had been smeared with boat-builders' pitch, so they would look like the black shields of Oengus Mac Irem's Irish raiders, whose long, sharp-prowed boats raided Dumnonia's northern coast. A local guide with tattooed cheeks led us all afternoon through deep, lush valleys that climbed slowly towards the great bleak loom of the moor that was occasionally visible through some break in the heavy trees. It was good woodland, full of deer and cut with fast, cold streams running seaward off the moor's high plateau. By nightfall, we were on the moor's edge, and after dark we followed a goat track up to the heights. It was a mysterious place. The old people had lived here, and left their sacred stone circles in its valleys, while the peaks were crowned with jumbled masses of grey rock, and the low places were filled with treacherous swamps, through which our guide led us unerringly. Owain had told us that the people of the moor were in rebellion against King Mordred, and that their religion had taught them to fear men with black shields. It was a good tale, and I might have believed it had I not eavesdropped on his conversation with Prince Cadui the night before. Owain had also promised us gold if we did our task properly, then warned us that this night's killing would have to stay secret, for we had no orders from the council to mete out this punishment. Deep in the thick woods, on our way to the moor, we had come to an old shrine built beneath a grove of oaks, and Owain had made us each swear the death oath of secrecy in front of the moss-grown skulls that were lodged in niches of the shrine's wall. Britain was full of such ancient hidden shrines, evidence of how widespread the druids had been before the Romans came, where country folk still came to seek the gods' help. And that afternoon, under the great lichen-hung oaks, we had knelt before the skulls and touched the hilt of Owain's sword, and those men who were initiates in the secrets of Mithras had received Owain's kiss. Then, thus blessed by the gods and sworn to the killing, we moved on towards the night. It was a filthy place we came to. Great smelting fires spewed sparks and smoke towards the heavens. A sprawl of huts lay between the fires and around the gaping black moors that showed where men delved into the earth. Huge mounds of charcoal looked like black tors, while the valley smelt like no other I had ever seen. Indeed, to my heated imagination, that upland mining village seemed more like Anowin's realm, the other world, than any human settlement. Dogs barked as we approached, but no one in the settlement took any notice of their noise. There was no fence, not even an earth bank to protect the place. Ponies were picketed close to rows of carts, and they began to whinny as we edged down the valley's side. But still no one came out of the low huts to find the cause of the unrest. The huts were circles made of stone and roofed with turf, but in the settlement's centre was a pair of old Roman buildings, square, tall, and solid.
2 men apiece, if not more,
Owain hissed at us, reminding us how many men we were each expected to kill.
And I'm not counting slaves or women. Go fast, kill fast, and always watch your backs, and stay together.
We divided into 2 groups. I was with Owain, whose beard glinted from the fire that reflected off his iron warrior rings. The dogs barked, the ponies whinnied. Then at last a cockerel crowed, and a man crawled from a hut to discover what had disturbed the livestock. But it was already too late. The killing had begun. I saw many such killings. In Saxon villages we would have burned the huts before we began the slaughter, but these crude stone and turf circles would not take the fire, and so we were forced to go inside with spears and swords. We snatched burning wood from a nearby fire and hurled it inside the huts before entering, so that the interior would be light enough for the killing. And sometimes the flames were enough to drive the inhabitants out to where the waiting swords chopped down like butchers' axes. If the fire did not drive the family out, then Owain would order 2 of us to go inside while the others stood guard outside. I dreaded my turn, but knew it would come, and knew too that I dared not disobey the command. I was oath-bound to this bloody work, and to refuse it would have been my death warrant. The screaming began. The first few huts were easy enough, for the people were asleep or only just waking. But as we moved deeper into the settlement, the resistance became fiercer. 2 men attacked us with axes, and were cut down with contemptuous ease by our spearmen. Women fled with children in their arms. A dog leapt at Owain and died whimpering with its spine broken. I watched a woman run with a baby in one arm and holding a bleeding child's hand with the other, and I suddenly remembered Tanneber's parting shout that my mother still lived. I shuddered as I realized that the old druid must have laid a curse on me when I had threatened his life. And though my good fortune was holding the curse at bay, I could feel its malevolence circling me like a hidden dark enemy. I touched the scar on my left hand and prayed to Bel that Tanneber's curse would be defeated.
"Derfel! Licker! That hut!"
Owain shouted, and like a good soldier I obeyed my orders. I dropped my shield, flung a firebrand through the door, then crouched double to get through the tiny entrance. Children screamed as I entered, and a half-naked man leapt at me with a knife that forced me to twist desperately aside. I fell on a child as I lunged at her father with my spear. The blade slid off the man's ribs, and he would have landed on top of me and stabbed the knife down through my throat if Licat had not killed him. The man doubled over, clasping his belly. Then he gasped as Licat wrenched the spearhead free and drew his own knife to begin killing the screaming children. I ducked back outside, blood on my spearhead, to tell Owain there had only been the one man inside.
"Come on!"
Owain shouted.
"Demisha! Demisha!"
That was our war cry of the night. The name of Oengus mac Iram's Irish kingdom to the west of Siluria. The huts were all empty now, and we began hunting miners down in the dark spaces of the settlement. Fugitives were running everywhere, but some men stayed behind and tried to fight us. One brave group even formed a crude battle line and attacked us with spears, picks, and axes. But Owain's men met the crude charge with a terrible efficiency, letting their black shields soak up the impact, then using their spears and swords to cut down their attackers. I was one of those efficient men. May God forgive me, but I killed my second man that night, and perhaps a third, too. The first I speared in the throat, the second in the groin. I did not use my sword, for I did not think Howell's blade a fit instrument for that night's purpose. It ended quickly enough. The settlement was suddenly empty of all but the dead, the dying, and a few men, women, and children trying to hide. We killed all we found. We killed their animals. We burned the carts they used to fetch the charcoal up from the valleys. We stove in the turf roofs of their huts. We trampled their vegetable gardens, and then we ransacked the settlement for treasure. A few arrows flickered down from the skyline, but none of us was hit. There was a tub of Roman coins, gold ingots, and silver bars in their chief's hut. It was the biggest hut, full 20 feet across, and inside the hut the light of our firebrand showed the dead chief sprawling with a yellowish face and a slit belly. One of his women and 2 of his children lay dead in his blood. A third child, a girl, lay under a blood-soaked pelt, and I thought I saw her hand twitch when one of our men stumbled on her body. But I pretended she was dead, and left her alone. Another child screamed in the night, as her hiding place was found, and a sword hacked down. God forgive me. God and his angels forgive me. But I only ever confessed that night's sin to one person, and she was not a priest and had no power to grant me Christ's absolution. In purgatory, or maybe hell, I know, I will meet those dead children. Their fathers and mothers will be given my soul for their plaything, and I shall deserve the punishment. But what choice did I have? I was young. I wanted to live. I had taken the oath. I followed my leader. I killed no man who did not attack me. But what plea is that in the face of those sins? To my companions it seemed no sin at all. They were merely killing creatures of another tribe, another nation indeed, and that was justification enough for them. But I had been raised on the Tor, where we came from all races and all tribes, and though Merlin was himself a tribal chief and fiercely protective of anyone who could boast the name of Briton, he did not teach a hatred of other tribes. His teaching made me unfit for the unthinking slaughter of strangers for no reason other than their strangeness. Yet unfit or not, I killed. And may God forgive me that, and all the other sins too numerous to remember. We left before dawn. The valley was smoking, blood-sodden and horrid. The moor stank from the killing, and was haunted with the wailing cries of widows and orphans. Owain gave me a gold ingot, 2 silver bars, and a handful of coins. And, God forgive me, I kept them. Autumn brings battle. For all through spring and summer the boats ferry new Saxons to our eastern shore. And the autumn is when those newcomers try to find their own land. It is war's last fling before winter locks the land. And it was in the autumn of the year of Uther's death that I first fought the Saxons. For no sooner had we come back from our tax-collecting in the west than we heard of Saxon raiders in the east. Owain put us under the command of his captain, a man named Griffith ap Annan, and sent us to aid Melwas, king of the Belgi, a client monarch of Dumnonia. Melwas's responsibility was to defend our southern shore against the Sace invaders, who, in that grim year of Uther's balefire, had found a new belligerence. Owain stayed at Caer Cadarn, for there was a sharp squabble in the kingdom's council about who should be responsible for Mordred's upbringing. Bishop Bedwin wanted to raise the king in his household, but the non-Christians, who were the majority on the council, did not want Mordred raised as a Christian, just as Bedwin and his party objected to the child king being raised as a pagan. Owain, who claimed to worship all gods equally, proposed himself as a compromise.
Not that it matters what god a king believes in, he told us before we marched, because a king should be taught how to fight, not how to pray.
We left him arguing his case while we went to kill Saxons. Griffith ap Annan, our captain, was a lean, lugubrious man, who reckoned that what Owain really wanted was to prevent Arthur from raising Mordred.
It isn't that Owain doesn't like Arthur, he hastened to add, but if the king belongs to Arthur, then so does Dumnonia.
Is that so bad? I asked.
It's better for you and me, boy, if the land belongs to Owain.
Griffith fingered one of the gold torques around his neck to show what he meant.
They all called me boy or lad, but only because I was the youngest in the troop and still unblooded by proper battle against other warriors. They also believed that my presence in their ranks brought them good luck, because I had once escaped from a druid's death pit. All Owain's men, like soldiers everywhere, were mightily superstitious. Every omen was considered and debated. Every man carried a hare's foot or a lightning stone, and every action was ritualized,
so that no man would pull on a right boot before a left, or sharpen a spear in his own shadow. There were a handful of Christians in our ranks, and I had thought they might show less fear of the gods, spirits, and ghosts, but they proved every bit as superstitious as the rest of us. King Melwas's capital, Venter, was a poor frontier town. Its workshops had long closed down, and the walls of its large Roman building showed great scorch marks from the times when the town had been sacked by raiding Saxons. King Melwas was terrified that the town was about to be sacked again. The Saxons, he said, had a new leader who was hungry for land and dreadful in battle. "Why didn't Owain come?" he demanded petulantly. "Or Arthur? They want to destroy me, is that it?" He was a fat and suspicious man, with the foulest breath of anyone I ever met. He was the king of a tribe rather than of a country, which made him of the second rank, though to look at him you would have thought Melwas was a serf, and a querulous serf at that. "There aren't many of you, are there?" he complained to Griffith. "It's a good thing I raised the levy." The levy was Melwas's citizen army, and every able-bodied man in his Belgic tribe was supposed to serve, though a good few had made themselves scarce, and most of the richer tribesmen had sent slaves as substitutes. Nevertheless, Melwas had managed to assemble a force of more than 300 men, each carrying his own food and bringing his own weapons. Some of the levy had once been warriors, and came equipped with fine war spears and carefully preserved shields, but most had no armour, and a few had nothing but single sticks or sharpened mattocks for weapons. A lot of women and children accompanied the levy, unwilling to stay alone in their homes when the Saxons were threatening. Melwas insisted that he and his own warriors would stay to defend the crumbling ramparts of Venter, which meant that Griffith had to lead the levy against the enemy. Melwas had no idea where the Saxons were, and so Griffith blundered helplessly into the deep woods east of Venter. We were more of a rabble than a war band, and the sight of a deer would start a mad, whooping pursuit that would have alerted any enemy within a dozen miles, and the pursuit would always finish with the levy scattered across a swathe of woodland. We lost nearly 50 men that way, either because their careless pursuit led them into Saxon hands, or else because they simply became lost and decided to go home. There were plenty of Saxons in those woods, though at first we saw none. Sometimes we found their campfires still warm, and once we found a small Belgic settlement that had been raided and burned. The men and the old people were still there, all of them dead, but the young and the women had been taken as slaves. The smell of the dead dampened the high spirits of the remaining levy, and made them stay together as Griffith edged on eastwards. We encountered our first Saxon warband in a wide river valley, where a group of the invaders was making a settlement. By the time we arrived, they had built half a wooden stockade and planted the wood pillars of their main hall, but our appearance at the edge of the woods made them drop their tools and pick up their spears. We outnumbered them 3-1, yet even so Griffith could not persuade us to charge their well-knit, fierce, speared shield line. We younger men were keen enough, and some of us pranced like fools in front of the Saxons, but there were never enough of us to charge home, and the Saxons ignored our taunts, while the rest of Griffith's men drank their mead and cursed our eagerness. To me, desperate to earn a warrior ring made from Saxon iron, it seemed madness that we did not attack. But I had yet to experience the butchery of 2 locked shield walls, nor had I learned how hard it is to persuade men to offer their bodies to that grisly work. Griffith did make some half-hearted efforts to encourage an attack, then was content to drink his mead and shout insults, and thus we faced the enemy for 3 hours or more, without ever advancing more than a few steps. Griffith's timidity at least gave me a chance to examine the Saxons, who in truth did not look so very different from ourselves.
Their hair was fairer, their eyes palely blue, their skins ruddier than ours, and they liked to wear a lot of fur about their clothes. But otherwise they dressed like us, and the only differences in weapons were that most Saxons carried a long-bladed knife that was wicked for close-quarter work, and many of them used huge, broad-bladed axes that could split a shield with one stroke. Some of our own men were so impressed by the axes that they carried such weapons themselves, but Owain, like Arthur, disdained them as clumsy. You cannot parry with an axe, Owain used to say, and a weapon that does not defend as well as attack was no good in his eyes. The Saxon priests were quite different from our own holy men, for these foreign sorcerers wore animal skins and caked their hair with cow dung, so that it stood in spikes about their heads. On that day in the river valley, one such Sace priest sacrificed a goat to discover whether or not they should fight us. The priest first broke one of the animal's back legs, then stabbed it in the neck and let it run away with its broken leg trailing. It lurched, bleeding and crying, along their battle line, then turned towards us before collapsing on the grass. And that was evidently a bad omen, for the Saxon shield line lost its defiance and summarily retreated through their half-built compound, across a ford, and back into the trees. They took their women, children, slaves, pigs, and herd with them. We called it a victory, ate the goat, and pulled down their stockade. There was no plunder. Our levy was now hungry, for in the manner of all levies they had eaten their whole supply of food in the first few days, and now had nothing to eat except for the hazelnuts they stripped from the wood's trees. That lack of food meant we had no choice but to retreat. The hungry levy, eager to be home, went first, while we warriors followed more slowly. Griffith was dour, for he was returning with neither gold nor slaves, though in truth he had accomplished as much as most war bands that roamed the disputed lands. But then, when we were almost back in familiar country, we met a Saxon war band returning the other way. They must have encountered part of our retreating levy, for they were burdened with captured weapons and women. The meeting was a surprise to both sides. I was at the rear of Griffith's column, and only heard the beginning of the fight, which started when our vanguard emerged from the trees to find a half-dozen Saxons crossing a stream. Our men attacked, then spearmen from both sides rushed to join the haphazard fight. There was no shield wall, just a bloody brawl across a shallow stream, and, once again, just like that day when I had killed my first enemy in the woods south of Inniswydren, I experienced the joy of battle. It was, I decided, the same feeling that Nimue felt when the gods filled her. Like having wings, she had said, that lift you high into glory. And that was just how I felt that autumn day. I met my first Saxon at a flat run, my spear levelled, and I saw the fear in his eyes, and I knew he was dead. The spear stuck fast in his belly, so I drew Howl's sword, that now I called Howlbane, and finished him with a sideways cut, then waded into the stream itself and killed 2 more. I was screaming like an evil spirit, shouting at the Saxons in their own tongue to come and taste death. And then a huge warrior accepted my invitation and charged me with one of the big axes that looked so terrifying. Except an axe has too much dead weight. Once swung, it cannot be reversed, and I put the big man down with a straight sword thrust that would have warmed Owain's heart. I took 3 gold torques, 4 brooches, and a jewelled knife off that one axeman alone, and I kept his axe-blade to make my first battle rings. The Saxons fled, leaving 8 dead and as many again wounded. I had killed no fewer than 4 of the enemy, a feat which was noticed by my companions. I basked in their respect, though later, when I was older and wiser, I ascribe my day's disproportionate killing to mere youthful stupidity. The young will often rush in where the wise go steadily. We lost 3 men, one of them Licat, the man who had saved my life on the moor. I retrieved my spear, collected 2 more silver torques from the men I had killed in the stream, then watched as the enemy wounded were dispatched to the other world, where they would become the slaves of our own dead fighters. We found 6 British captives huddled in the trees. They were women who had followed our levy to war and been captured by these Saxons. And it was one of those women who discovered the single enemy warrior still hiding in some brambles at the stream's edge. She screamed at him and tried to stab him with a knife, but he scrambled away into the stream, where I captured him. He was only a beardless youngster, perhaps my own age, and he was shaking with fear. "What are you called?" I asked him, with my bloody spear blade at his throat. He was sprawling in the water. "Valenka," he answered. And then he told me he had come to Britain just weeks before, though when I asked him where he had come from, he could not really answer, except to say from home. His language was not quite the same as mine, but the differences were slight, and I understood him well enough. The king of his people, he told me, was a great leader called Cerdic, who was taking land on the south coast of Britain. Cerdic, he said, had needed to fight Aesk, a Saxon king who now ruled the Kentish lands, to establish his new colony. And that was the first time I realized that the Saxons fought amongst themselves, just as we British did. It seems that Cerdic had won his war against Aesk, and was now probing into Dumnonia. The woman who had discovered Walenka was squatting close by and hissing threats at him, but another of the women declared that Walenka had taken no part in the raping that had followed their capture. Griffith, feeling relief at having some booty to take home, declared that Walenka could live, and so the Saxon was stripped naked, put under a woman's guard, and marched west towards slavery. That was the last expedition of the year, and though we declared it a great victory, it paled beside Arthur's exploits. He had not only driven Aiel's Saxons out of northern Gwent, but had then defeated the forces of Powys, and, in the process, had chopped off King Gorfuthid's shield arm. The enemy king had escaped, but it was a great victory all the same, and all of Gwent and Dumnonia rang with Arthur's praises. Owain was not happy. Lunette, on the other hand, was delirious. I had brought her gold and silver, enough so she could wear a bearskin robe in winter and employ her own slave, a child of Cornwell, whom Lunette purchased from Owain's household. The child worked from dawn to dusk, and at night wept in the corner of the hut we now called home. When the girl cried too much, Lunette hit her, and when I tried to defend the girl, Lunette hit me. Owain's men had all moved from Heir Cadarn's cramped warrior quarters to the more comfortable settlement at Lindinnis, where Lunette and I had a thatched, wattle-walled hut inside the low earth ramparts built by the Romans. Heir Cadarn was 6 miles away, and was occupied only when an enemy came too close, or when a great royal occasion was celebrated. We had one such occasion that winter, on the day when Mordred turned 1 year old, and when, by chance, Dumnonia's troubles came to their head. Or perhaps it was not chance at all, for Mordred was ever ill-omened, and his acclamation was doomed to be touched by tragedy. The ceremony happened just after the solstice. Mordred was to be acclaimed king, and the great men of Dumnonia gathered at Heir Cadarn for the occasion. Nimue came a day early and visited our hut, which Lunette had decorated with holly and ivy for the solstice. Nimue stepped over the hut's threshold that was scored with patterns to keep the evil spirits away, then sat by our fire and pushed back the hood of her cloak. I smiled, because she had a golden eye. "I like it," I said. "It's hollow," she said, and disconcertingly tapped the eye with a fingernail. Lunette was shouting at the slave for burning the pottage of sprouted barley seeds, and Nimue flinched at the display of anger. "You're not happy?" she said to me. "I am," I insisted, for the young hate to admit making mistakes. Nimue glanced about the untidy and smoke-blackened interior of our hut, as though she was scenting the mood of its inhabitants. "Lunette's wrong for you," she said calmly, as she idly picked from the littered floor half an empty eggshell and crunched it into fragments, so that no evil spirit could lurk in its shelter. "Your head is in the clouds, Derfel," she went on, as she tossed the shell fragments onto the flames, "while Lunette is earthbound. She wants to be rich, and you want to be honourable. It won't mix." She shrugged, as though it was not really important, then gave me her news of Innis Swidrin. Merlin had not come back, and no one knew where he was. But Arthur had sent money captured from the defeated King Gorfithid to pay for the Tor's reconstruction, and Gwilithin was supervising the building of a new and grander hall. Palinor was alive, as were Druidin and Gudovan, the scribe. Norwenna, Nimue told me, had been buried in the shrine of the Holy Thorn, where she was revered as a saint. "What's a saint?" I asked. "A dead Christian," she said flatly. "They should all be saints." "And what about you?" I asked her. "I'm alive," she said tonelessly. "Are you happy?" "You always ask such stupid things. If I wanted to be happy, Derfel, I'd be down here with you, baking your bread and keeping your bedding clean." "Then why aren't you?" She spat in the fire to ward off my stupidity. "Gunless lives," she said flatly, changing the subject. "Imprisoned in Corinium," I said, as though she did not already know where her enemy was. "I've buried his name on a stone," she said, then gave me a golden-eyed glance. "He made me pregnant when he raped me, but I killed the foul thing with ergot." Ergot was a black blight that grew on rye, and women used it to abort their young. Merlin also used it as a means of going into the dream state and talking with the gods. I'd tried it once and was sick for days. Lunette insisted on showing Nimue all her new possessions, the trivet, cauldron and sieve, the jewels and cloak, the fine linen shift and the battered silver jug with the naked Roman horseman chasing a deer about its belly. Nimue made a bad pretense of being impressed, then asked me to walk her to Heir Cadarn, where she would spend the night. "Lunette's a fool," she told me. We were walking along the edge of a stream that flowed into the River Cam. Brown, brittle leaves crunched underfoot. There had been a frost, and the day was bitterly cold. Nimue looked angrier than ever, and because of that more beautiful. Tragedy suited Nimue. She knew it, and so she sought it. "You're making a name for yourself," she said, glancing at the plain iron warrior rings on my left hand. I kept my right hand free of the rings so I could keep a firm grip of a sword or spear, but I now wore 4 iron rings on my left hand. "Luck," I explained the rings. "No, not luck." She raised her left hand so I could see the scar. "When you fight, Derfel, I fight with you. You're going to be a great warrior, and you'll need to be." "Will I?" She shivered. The sky was grey, the same grey as an unpolished sword, though the western horizon was streaked with a sour yellow light. The trees were winter black, the grass sullenly dark, and the smoke from the settlement's fires clung to the ground, as though it feared the cold, empty sky. "Do you know why Merlin left Innis Swidrin?" she asked me suddenly, surprising me with the question. "To find the knowledge of Britain," I answered, repeating what she had told the High Council in Gleevum.
But why now? Why not 10 years ago? Nimue asked me,
then answered her own question.
He's gone now, Derfel, because we are coming into the bad time. Everything good will get bad. Everything bad will get worse. Everyone in Britain is gathering their strength because they know the great struggle is coming. Sometimes I think the gods are playing with us. They are heaping all the throw pieces at once to see how the game will end. The Saxons are getting stronger, and soon they'll attack in hordes, not war bands. The Christians, she spat into the stream to avert evil, say that very soon it will be 500 winters since their wretched god was born, and claim that means the time for their triumph is coming.
She spat again.
And for us Britons, we fight each other, we steal from each other, we build new feasting halls when we should be forging swords and spears. We're going to be put to the test, Derfel, and that's why Merlin is gathering his strength. For if the kings will not save us, then Merlin must persuade the gods to come to our aid.
She stopped beside a pool of the stream and stared into the black water that had the gelid stillness that comes just before freezing. The water in the cattle hoof prints at the pool's edge was already frozen.
What of Arthur?
I asked. Won't he save us? She gave me a flicker of a smile.
Arthur is to Merlin what you are to me. Arthur is Merlin's sword, but neither of us can control you. We give you power.
She reached out her scarred left hand and touched the bare pommel of my sword.
And then we let you go. We have to trust that you will do the right thing.
Well, you can trust me, I said. She sighed, as she always did when I made such a statement, then shook her head.
When the test of Britain comes, Derfel, and it will, none of us will know how strong our sword will prove.
She turned and looked at the ramparts of Heir Cadarn that were bright with the banners of all the lords and chiefs come to witness Mordred's acclamation on the morrow.
Fools, she said bitterly. Fools.
Arthur arrived the next day. He came shortly after dawn, having ridden with Morgan from Inniswydren. He was accompanied by only 2 warriors, the 3 men all mounted on their big horses, though they carried no armour or shields, just spears and swords. Arthur did not even bring his banner. He was very relaxed, almost as though this ceremony had no interest for him other than curiosity. Agricola, Tudric's Roman warlord, had come in place of his master, who had a fever, and Agricola too seemed aloof from the ceremony. But everyone else in Heir Cadarn was tense, worried that the day's omens might prove bad. Prince Cadui of Isca was there, his cheeks blue with tattoos. Prince Geraint, Lord of the Stones, had come from the Saxon frontier, and King Melwas had come from decaying Venta. All the nobility of Dumnonia, more than 100 men, waited in the fort. There had been sleet in the night that had left Heir Cadarn's compound slick and muddy, but first light brought a brisk westerly wind, and by the time Owain emerged from the hall with the royal baby, the sun was actually showing on the hills which circled Heir Cadarn's eastern approaches. Morgan had decided on the hour of the ceremony, divining it from auguries of fire, water, and earth. It was, predictably, a morning ceremony, for nothing good comes of endeavours undertaken when the sun is in decline. But the crowd had to wait until Morgan was satisfied that the exact hour was imminent, before the proceedings could begin in the stone circle that crowned Heir Cadarn's peak. The stones of the circle were not large. None was bigger than a stooping child, while in the very centre, where Morgan fussed as she took her alignments on the pale sun, was the royal stone of Dumnonia. It was a flat, grey boulder, indistinguishable from 1,000 others, yet it had been on that stone, we were taught, that the god Bel had anointed his human child, Beli Mar, who was the ancestor of all Dumnonia's kings.
Once Morgan was satisfied with her calculation, Belize was ushered to the circle's centre. He was an ancient druid who lived in the woods west of Caer Cadarn, and, in Merlin's absence, had been persuaded to attend and invoke the god's blessings. He was a stooped, lice-ridden creature, draped in goatskin and rags, so dirty that it was impossible to tell where his rags began and his beard ended. Yet it was Belize, I had been told, who had taught Merlin many of his skills. The old man raised his staff to the watery sun, mumbled some prayers, then spat in a sunwise circle before succumbing to a terrible coughing fit. He stumbled to a chair at the edge of the circle, where he sat panting, as his companion, an old woman, almost indistinguishable in appearance from Belize himself, feebly rubbed his back. Bishop Bedwin said a prayer to the Christian god. Then the baby king was paraded around the outside of the stone circle. Mordred had been laid upon a war shield and swathed in fur, and it was thus he was shown to all the warriors, chiefs, and princes, who, as the baby passed, dropped to their knees to pay him homage. A grown king would have walked about the circle, but 2 Dumnonian warriors carried Mordred, while behind the child, his long sword drawn, paced Owain, the king's champion. Mordred was carried against the sun, the only time in all a king's life when he would so go against the natural order. But the unlucky direction was deliberately chosen, to show that a king descended from the gods was above such petty rules as always going sunwise in a circle. Mordred was then laid in his shield upon the central stone, while gifts were brought to him. A child laid a loaf of bread before him as a symbol of his duty to feed his people. Then a second child brought him a scourge to show that he had to be a magistrate to his country, and afterwards a sword was laid at his feet to symbolize his role as a defender of Dumnonia. Mordred screamed throughout, and kicked so lustily that he almost tipped himself out of his shield. His kicking bared his maimed foot, and that, I thought, had to be a bad omen. But the celebrants ignored the clubbed limb, as the great men of the kingdom approached one by one and added their own gifts. They brought gold and silver, precious stones, coins, jet and amber. Arthur gave the child a golden statue of a hawk, a present that made the onlookers gasp with its beauty. But Agricola brought the most valuable gift of all. He laid the royal war gear of King Gorfithid of Powys at the baby's feet. Arthur had captured the gold-trimmed armour after rousting Gorfithid from his encampment, and had in turn presented the armour to King Tudric, who now, through his warlord, gave the treasure back to Dumnonia. The fretful baby was at last lifted from the stone and given to his new nurse, a slave of Owain's household. Now came Owain's moment. Every other great man had come cloaked and furred against the day's cold, but Owain strode forward dressed in nothing but his trews and boots. His tattooed chest and arms were as bare as the drawn sword that, with due ceremony, he laid flat upon the royal stone. Then, deliberately, and with scorn on his face, he walked around the outer circle and spat towards all present. It was a challenge. If any man there deemed that Mordred should not be king, then all he needed to do was step forward and pluck the naked sword from the stone. Then he must fight Owain. Owain strutted, sneered, and invited a challenge, but no one moved. Only when Owain had made 2 full circuits did he go back to the stone and pick up the sword. Upon which everyone cheered, for Dumnonia had a king again. The warriors who ringed the ramparts beat their spear-staffs against their shields. One last ritual was needed. Bishop Bedwin had tried to forbid it, but the council had overridden him. Arthur, I noticed, walked away,
But everyone else, even Bishop Bedwin, stayed, as a captive was led, naked and frightened, to the royal stone. It was Walenka, the Saxon lad I had captured. I doubt he knew what was happening, but he must have feared the worst. Morgan tried to rouse Belize, but the old druid was too weak to do his part, so Morgan herself walked up to the shivering Walenka. The Saxon was unbound and could have tried to run, though the gods know there could have been no escape through the armed crowd that circled him. But in the event, he stood quite still as Morgan approached him. Maybe the sight of her gold mask and limping walk froze him, and he did not move until she had dipped her maimed and gloved left hand in a dish, and then, after a moment's deliberation, touched him high on his belly. At that touch, Walenka jumped in alarm, but then went still again. Morgan had dipped her hand into a dish of newly drawn goat's blood that now made its wet red mark on Walenka's thin, pale belly. Morgan walked away. The crowd was very still, silent and apprehensive, for this was an awesome moment of truth. The gods were about to speak to Dumnonia. Owain entered the circle. He had discarded his sword and was instead carrying his black-shafted war-spear. He kept his eyes on the frightened Saxon lad, who seemed to be praying to his own gods, but they had no power at Caer Cadarn. Owain moved slowly. He took his eyes off Walenka's gaze for only a second, just the time he needed to place the tip of his spear directly over the marked spot on the Saxon's belly. Then he looked again into the captive's eyes. Both men were still. There were tears in Walenka's eyes, and he gave a tiny shake of his head in a mute appeal for mercy. But Owain ignored the plea. He waited until Walenka was still again. The spear tip rested on the blood mark, and neither man moved. The wind stirred their hair and lifted the damp cloaks of the spectators. Owain thrust. He gave one hard-muscled lunge that drove the spear deep into Walenka's body, and then wrenched the blade free and ran backwards to leave the bleeding Saxon alone in the royal circle. Walenka screamed. The wound was a terrible one, deliberately inflicted to give a slow, pain-crazed death. But from the dying man's death throes, a trained augurer like Belize or Morgan could tell the kingdom's future. Belize, stirred from his torpor, watched as the Saxon staggered with one hand clutched to his belly and his body bent over against the awful pain. Nimue leaned eagerly forward, for this was the first time she had witnessed the most powerful of all divinations, and she wanted to learn its secrets. I confess I grimaced, not for the horror of the ceremony, but because I had liked Walenka, and seen in his broad, blue-eyed face an idea of what I myself probably looked like. Yet I consoled myself with the knowledge that his sacrifice meant he would be offered a warrior's place in the other world, where one day he and I would meet again. Walenka's screaming had subsided into a desperate panting. His face had gone yellow, he was shaking, but somehow he kept his feet as he tottered towards the east. He reached the circle of stones, and for a second it seemed he must collapse. Then a spasm of pain made him arch his back, then snap forward again. He whirled in a wild circle, spattering blood, and took a few steps to the north, and then, at last, he fell. He was jerking in agony, and each spasm meant something to Belize and Morgan. Morgan scuttled forward to watch him more closely as he twisted, shivered, and twitched. For a few seconds his legs shuddered, then his bowels broke, his head went back, and a choking rattle sounded in his throat. A great wash of blood spilt almost to Morgan's feet as the Saxon died. Something in Morgan's stance told us that the augury was bad, and her sour mood spread to the crowd who waited for the dreaded pronouncement. Morgan went back to stoop beside Belize, who gave a raucous, irreverent cackle. Nimue had gone to inspect the blood trail, and then the body, and afterwards she joined Morgan and Belize as the crowd waited. And waited. Morgan at last went back to the body. She addressed her words to Owain, the king's champion, who stood beside the baby king, but everyone in the crowd leaned forward to hear her speak.
King Mordred, she said, will have a long life. He will be a leader of battle, and he will know victory.
A sigh went through the crowd. The augury could be translated as favourable, though I think everyone knew how much had been left unsaid, and a few present could remember Uther's acclamation when the dying man's blood trail and agonized twitches had truthfully predicted a reign of glory. Still, even without glory, there was some hope in the augury of Walenka's death. That death ended Mordred's acclamation. Poor Norwenna, buried beneath Innis Widrin's holy thorn, would have done it all so differently. Yet even if 1,000 bishops and a myriad of saints had gathered to pray Mordred onto his throne, the auguries would still have been the same. For Mordred, our king was crippled, and neither druid nor bishop could ever change that. Tristan of Kurnow arrived that afternoon. We were in the great hall at Mordred's feast, an event remarkable for its lack of cheer, but Tristan's arrival made it even less cheerful. No one even noticed his arrival until he drew near to the big central fire, and the flames glinted off his leather breastplate and iron helmet. The prince was known as a friend of Dumnonia, and Bishop Bedwin greeted him as such, but Tristan's only response was to draw his sword. The gesture commanded instant attention, for no man was supposed to carry a weapon into a feasting hall, let alone a hall that celebrated a king's acclamation. Some men in the hall were drunk, but even they went silent as they gazed at the young, dark-haired prince. Bedwin tried to ignore the drawn sword. "You came for the acclamation, Lord Prince. Doubtless you were delayed. Travel is so difficult in winter. Come, a seat here, next to Agricola of Gwent. There's venison."
"I come with a quarrel,"
Tristan said loudly. He had left his 6 guards just outside the hall door, where a cold sleet was spitting across the hilltop. The guards were grim men in wet armour and dripping cloaks, whose shields were the right way up, and whose war spears were whetted bright.
"A quarrel?"
Bedwin said, as though the very thought was remarkable.
"Not on this auspicious day, surely not."
Some of the warriors in the hall growled challenges. They were drunk enough to enjoy a quarrel, but Tristan ignored them.
"Who speaks for Dumnonia?"
he demanded. There was a moment's hesitation. Owain, Arthur, Geraint, and Bedwin all had authority, but none was preeminent. Prince Geraint, never a man to put himself forward, shrugged the question away. Owain stared balefully at Tristan, while Arthur respectfully deferred to Bedwin, who suggested, very diffidently, that as the kingdom's chief counsellor, he could speak as well as any man on behalf of King Mordred.
"Then tell King Mordred," Tristan said, "that there will be blood between my country and his unless I receive justice."
Bedwin looked alarmed, and his hands fluttered with calming motions as he tried to think what to say. Nothing suggested itself to him, and in the end it was Owain who responded.
"Say what you have to say,"
he said flatly.
"A group of my father's people," Tristan said, "were given protection by High King Uther. They came to this country at Uther's request to work the mines and to live in peace with their neighbours. Yet late last summer, some of those neighbours came to their mine and gave them sword, fire, and slaughter.
58 dead, tell your king. And their sahid will be the value of their lives plus the life of the man who ordered them killed. Or else we shall come with our own swords and shields to take the price ourselves."
Owain roared with laughter.
Little Cornwell! Oh, we're so frightened.
The warriors all around me shouted scorn. Cornwell was a small country, and no match for Dumnonia's forces. Bishop Bedwin tried to stop the noise, but the room was full of men drunk into boastfulness, and they refused to calm down until Owain himself called for silence.
"I heard, Prince," Owain said, "that it was the Black-Shield Irish of Oengus mac Eirim who attacked the moor."
Tristan spat on the floor.
"If they did," he said, "then they flew across country to do it. For no man saw them pass, and they did not steal so much as an egg from any Dumnonian."
"That's because they fear Dumnonia, but not Cornwell," Owain said,
and the hall burst into jeering laughter again. Arthur waited until the laughter had subsided. "Do you know of any man other than Oengus mac Eirim who might have attacked your people?" he asked courteously. Tristan turned and searched the men squatting on the hall floor. He saw Prince Cadui of Iska's bald head, and pointed at it with his sword.
"Ask him. Or better still,"
he raised his voice to quieten the jeers,
"ask the witness I have outside."
Cadui was on his feet and shouting to be allowed to fetch his sword, while his tattooed spearmen were threatening all Cornwell with massacre. Arthur slapped his hand on the high table. The sound echoed in the hall, drawing silence. Agricola of Gwent, sitting next to Arthur, kept his eyes down, for this quarrel was none of his business, but I doubt if a single nuance of the confrontation was escaping his shrewd wits. "If any man draws blood tonight," Arthur said, "he is my enemy." He waited until Cadui and his men subsided, then looked again to Tristan. "Bring your witness, lord."
"Why is this a court of law?"
Owain objected. "Let the witness come in," Arthur insisted.
"This is a feast,"
Owain protested.
"Let the witness come, let him come."
Bishop Bedwin wanted the whole distasteful business over, and agreeing with Arthur seemed the quickest way to settle it. Men at the hall's edges shuffled closer to hear the drama, but laughed when Tristan's witness appeared, for she was just a small child, perhaps 9 years old, who walked calmly and stiff-backed to stand beside her prince, who put an arm about her shoulder.
"Salina Furch Edain."
He gave the child's name, then squeezed her shoulder reassuringly.
"Speak."
Salina licked her lips. She chose to speak direct to Arthur, perhaps because he had the kindest face of the men sitting at the high table.
"My father was killed. My mother was killed. My brothers and sisters were killed."
She spoke as though she had been rehearsed in her words, though no man present doubted the truth of them.
"My baby sister was killed,"
she went on.
"And my kitten was killed."
A first tear showed.
"And I saw it done."
Arthur shook his head in sympathy. Agricola of Gwent ran a hand across his close-cropped grey hair, then stared up into the soot-blackened rafters. Owain leaned back in his chair and drank from a horn beaker, while Bishop Bedwin looked troubled.
"Did you really see the killers?"
the bishop asked the child.
"Yes, Lord."
Salina, now that she was no longer saying words she had prepared and practiced, was more nervous.
"But it was night, child,"
Bedwin objected.
"Wasn't the raid at night, Lord Prince?"
he demanded of Tristan. The lords of Dumnonia had all heard about the raid on the moor, but they had believed Owain's assertion that the massacre was the work of Oengus's Black-Shield Irish.
"How could the child see at night?"
Bedwin asked. Tristan encouraged the child by patting her shoulder. "Tell the Lord Bishop what happened," he instructed her.
"The men threw fire into our hut, Lord,"
Salina said in a small voice.
Not enough fire, a man growled from the shadows, and the hall laughed.
How did you live, Salina? Arthur asked her gently when the laughter had faded.
I hid, Lord, under a pelt.
Arthur smiled. You did well. But did you see the man who killed your mother and father? He paused. And your kitten? She nodded. Her eyes were bright with tears in the dim hall.
I saw him, Lord,
she said quietly. So tell us about him, Arthur said. Salina was wearing a small grey shift under a black woolen cloak, and now she lifted her thin arms and pushed the shift sleeves back to bare her pale skin.
The man's arms had pictures, Lord, of a dragon and of a boar. Here.
She showed where the tattoos might be on her own small arms, then looked at Owain.
And there were rings in his beard,
the girl added. And then she went silent. But she had no need to say more. Only one man wore warrior rings in his beard, and every man present had watched Owain's arms drive the spear into Walenka's midriff that morning, and everyone knew those arms were tattooed with Dumnonia's dragon, and with his own symbol of a long-tusked boar. There was silence. A log crackled in the fire, sending a puff of smoke into the rafters. A gust of wind pattered sleet on the thick thatch, and fluttered the rushlight flames that were scattered about the hall. Agricola was examining the silver-chased holder of his drinking horn, as though he had never seen such an object before. Somewhere in the hall a man belched, and the noise seemed to prompt Owain to turn his great shaggy head to stare at the child. "She lies," he said harshly, "and children who lie should be beaten bloody." Salina began to cry, then buried her face in the wet folds of Tristan's cloak. Bishop Bedwin frowned. "It is true, Owain, is it not, that you visited Prince Cadui late in the summer?" "So?" Owain bristled. "So?" He roared the word again, this time as a challenge to the whole assembly. "Here are my warriors." He gestured at us, sitting together on the right-hand side of the hall. "Ask them! Ask them! The child lies! On my oath she lies!" The hall was in sudden uproar, as men spat their defiance at Tristan. Salina was weeping so much that the prince stooped, picked her up, and held her in his arms, and continued to hold her while Bedwin tried to regain control over the hall. "If Owain swears on his oath," the bishop shouted, "then the child does lie." The warriors growled agreement. Arthur, I saw, was watching me. I looked down at my wooden bowl of venison. Bishop Bedwin was wishing he had not invited the child into the hall. He dragged his fingers through his beard, then shook his head wearily. "A child's word carries no weight in law," he said plaintively. "A child is not among the tongued ones." The tongued ones were the 9 witnesses whose word carried the weight of truth in law. A lord, a druid, a priest, a father speaking of his children, a magistrate, a gift-giver speaking of his gift, a maiden speaking of her virginity, a herdsman speaking of his animals, and a condemned man speaking his final words. Nowhere in the list was there any mention of a child speaking of her family's massacre. "Lord Owain," Bishop Bedwin pointed out to Tristan, "is a tongued one." Tristan was pale, but he would not back down. "I believe the child," he said, "and tomorrow, after sunrise, I shall come for Dumnonia's answer. And if that answer denies Cornwell justice, then my father will take justice for himself." "Now what's the matter with your father?" Owain jeered. "Lost interest in his latest wife, has he? So he wants to take a beating in battle instead?" Tristan walked out amidst laughter, a laughter that grew as men tried to imagine little Cornwell declaring war on mighty Dumnonia. I did not join in the laughter,
but finished my stew instead, telling myself I needed the food if I was to keep warm during my spell of guard duty that would start at the feast's end. Nor did I drink any mead, so I was still sober when I fetched my cloak, spear, sword, and helmet, and went to the north wall. The sleet had stopped, and the clouds were passing to reveal a bright half-moon sailing amidst a shimmer of stars, though more clouds were heaping in the west above the Severn Sea. I shivered as I paced the rampart, where Arthur found me. I had known he was coming. I had wanted him to come, and yet I felt a fear of him as I watched him cross the compound and climb the short flight of wooden steps that led to the low wall of earth and stone. At first he said nothing, but just leaned on the wood palings and stared towards the distant speck of flamelight that lit Innis Widrin. He was dressed in his white cloak, which he had gathered up so that its hem would not drag in the mud. He had tied the cloak's corners about his waist, just above his cross-hatched scabbard.
"I'm not going to ask you," he spoke at last, his breath misting in the night air, "what happened on the moor, because I don't want to invite any man, and least of all a man I like, to break a death oath."
"Yes, Lord,"
I said, and wondered how he had known it was a death oath that had bound us on that dark night. "So instead let us walk." He smiled at me and gestured along the rampart. "A walking sentry stays warm," he said. "I hear you're a good soldier."
"I try, Lord."
"And I hear you succeed. So well done." He fell silent as we passed one of my comrades, who was huddled against the palings. The man looked up at me as I passed, and his face showed alarm that I might betray Owain's troop. Arthur pushed the cloak's hood back off his face. He had a long, firm stride, and I had to hurry to keep pace with him. "What do you think a soldier's job is, Derfel?" he asked me, in that intimate manner that made you feel he was more interested in you than anyone else in the world.
"To fight battles, Lord," I said.
He shook his head. "To fight battles, Derfel," he corrected me, "on behalf of people who can't fight for themselves. I learned that in Brittany. This miserable world is full of weak people, powerless people, hungry people, sad people, sick people, poor people, and it's the easiest thing in the world to despise the weak, especially if you're a soldier. If you're a warrior, and you want a man's daughter, you just take her. You want his land, you just kill him. After all, you're a soldier, and you have a spear and a sword, and he's just a poor weak man with a broken plough and a sick ox. And what's to stop you?" He did not expect an answer to the question, but just paced on in silence. We had come to the western gateway, and the split-log steps that climbed to the platform over the gate were whitening with a new frost. We climbed them side by side. "But the truth is, Derfel," Arthur said, when we reached the high platform, "that we are only soldiers because that weak man makes us soldiers. He grows the grain that feeds us, he tans the leather that protects us, and he pulls the ash trees that make our spear shafts. We owe him our service." "Yes, Lord," I said, and stared with him across the wide, flat land. It was not so cold as the night on which Mordred had been born, but it was still bitter, and the wind made it more so. "There is a purpose to all things," Arthur said, "even being a soldier." He smiled at me, as though apologizing for being so earnest. Yet he had no need to be apologetic, for I was drinking in his words. I had dreamed of becoming a soldier because of a warrior's high status, and because it had always seemed to me that it was better to carry a spear than a rake. But I had never thought beyond those selfish ambitions. Arthur had thought far beyond, and he brought to Dumnonia a clear vision of where his sword and spear must take him. We have a chance. Arthur leaned on the high rampart as he spoke. To make a Dumnonia in which we can serve our people. We can't give them happiness, and I don't know how to guarantee a good harvest that will make them rich. But I do know that we can make them safe, and a safe man, a man who knows that his children will grow without being taken for slaves, and his daughter's bride price won't be ruined by a soldier's rape, is a man more likely to be happy than a man living under the threat of war. Is that fair?
Yes, Lord, I said.
He rubbed his gloved hands against the cold. My hands were wrapped in rags that made holding my spear difficult, especially as I was also trying to keep them warm beneath my cloak. Behind us, in the feasting hall, a great roar of men's laughter gusted. The food had been as bad as any at a winter feast, but there had been plenty of mead and wine, though Arthur was as sober as I was myself. I looked at his profile as he gazed west towards the building clouds. The moon shadowed his lantern jaw and made his face seem bonnier than ever. "I hate war," Arthur said suddenly.
"You do?"
I sounded surprised, but then I was young enough to enjoy war. "Of course." He smiled at me. "I happen to be good at it. Maybe you are too. And that just means we have to use it wisely. Do you know what happened in Gwent last autumn?"
"You wounded Gorfithid," I said eagerly. "You took his arm."
"So I did," he said, almost in a tone of surprise. "My horses aren't much use in hilly country, and no use at all in wooded land, so I took them north into Powis's flat farmlands. Gorfithid was trying to knock down Tudric's walls, so I started burning Gorfithid's haystacks and grain stores. We burned, we killed. We did it well, not because we wanted to, but because it needed to be done. And it worked. It brought Gorfithid back from Tudric's walls to the flat farmland, where my horses could break him. And they did. We attacked him at dawn, and he fought well, but he lost the battle along with his left arm, and that, Derfel, was the end of the killing. It had served its purpose. You understand? The purpose of the killing was to persuade Powis that it would be better for them to be at peace with Dumnonia than war. And now there will be peace.
"There will?"
I asked dubiously. Most of us believed the spring thaw could bring only a fresh attack from Powis's embittered king Gorfithid. "Gorfithid's son is a sensible man," Arthur said. "His name is Keenaglas, and he wants peace. And we must give Prince Keenaglas time to persuade his father that he'll lose more than one arm if he goes to war with us again. And once Gorfithid is persuaded that peace is better than war, he'll call a council, and we'll all go and make a lot of noise, and at the end of it, Derfel, I shall marry Gorfithid's daughter, Cainwyn." He gave me a swift and somehow embarrassed look. "Seren, they call her. The Star. The Star of Powis. They say she's very beautiful." He was pleased by that prospect, and his pleasure somehow surprised me. But back then I had still not recognized the vanity in Arthur. "Let's hope she is as beautiful as a star," he went on. "But beautiful or not, I'll marry her, and we'll pacify Siluria. And then the Saxons will face a united Britain. Powis, Gwent, Dumnonia, and Siluria, all embracing each other, all fighting the same enemy, and all at peace with one another." I laughed, not at him, but with him, for his ambitious prophecy had been so matter-of-fact. "How do you know?" I asked. "Because Keenaglas has offered the peace terms, of course. And you're not to tell that to anyone, Derfel, otherwise it might not happen. Even his father doesn't know yet, so this is a secret between you and me." "Yes, Lord," I said, and I felt hugely privileged to be told such an important secret. But of course that was just how Arthur wanted me to feel. He always knew how to manipulate men, and he especially knew how to manipulate young, idealistic men. "But what use is peace?" Arthur asked me, "if we're fighting amongst ourselves? Our task is to give Mordred a rich, peaceful kingdom, and to do that we have to make it a good and just kingdom." He was looking at me now, and speaking very earnestly in his deep, soft voice. "We cannot have peace if we break our treaties, and the treaty that let the men of Cornwell mine our tin was a good one. I've no doubt they were cheating us. All men cheat when it comes to giving their money to kings. But was that reason to kill them and their children and their children's kittens? So next spring, Derfel, unless we finish this nonsense now, we shall have war instead of peace. King Mark will attack. He won't win, but his pride will ensure that his men kill a lot of our farmers, and we shall have to send a war band into Cornwell. And that's a bad country to fight in. Very bad. But we'll win in the end. Pride will be settled. But at what price? 300 dead farmers? How many dead cattle? And if Gorfithid sees that we're fighting a war on our western frontier, he'll be tempted to take advantage of our weakness by attacking in the north. We can make peace, Derfel, but only if we're strong enough to make war. If we look weak, then our enemies will swoop like hawks. And how many Saxons will we face next year? Can we really spare men to cross the Tamar to kill a few farmers in Cornwell? "Lord," I began, and was about to confess the truth, but Arthur hushed me. The warriors in the hall were chanting the war song of Beli Mar, beating the earth floor with their feet as they proclaimed the great slaughter and doubtless anticipated more slaughter in Cornwell. "You mustn't say a word about what happened on the moor," Arthur warned me. "Oaths are sacred, even to those of us who wonder if any god cares enough to enforce them. Let us just assume, Derfel, that Tristan's little girl was telling the truth. What does that mean?" I gazed into the frosted night. "War with Cornwell," I said bleakly. "No," Arthur said. "It means that tomorrow morning, when Tristan returns, someone has to challenge for the truth. The gods, people tell me, always favor the honest in such encounters." I knew what he was saying, and I shook my head. "Tristan won't challenge Owain," I said. "Not if he has as much sense as he seems to have," Arthur agreed. "Even the gods would find it hard to make Tristan beat down Owain's sword. So, if we want peace, and if we want all those good things that follow peace, someone else must be Tristan's champion. Isn't that right?" I looked at him, horrified at what I thought he was saying. "You?" I finally asked. He shrugged under his white cloak. "I'm not sure who else will do it," he said gently. "But there is one thing you can do for me." "Anything, Lord," I said. "Anything." And at that moment I think I would even have agreed to fight Owain for him. "A man going into battle, Derfel," Arthur said carefully, "should know that his cause is right. Perhaps the Black-Shield Irish did carry their shields across the land unseen by anyone. Or maybe their druids did make them fly. Or maybe, tomorrow, the gods, if they take an interest, will think I fight for a good cause. What do you think?" He asked the question as innocently as if he was merely inquiring about the weather. I stared at him, overwhelmed by him, and desperately wanting him to avoid this challenge against the best swordsman in Dumnonia. "Well," he prompted me. "The gods—" I began, but then had difficulty speaking, for Owain had been good to me. The champion was not an honest man, but I could count on my fingers how many honest men I had met. Yet despite his roguery, I liked him.
Yet I liked this honest man much more. I also paused to determine whether or not my words broke an oath, then decided they did not.
"The gods will support you, Lord,"
I said at last. He smiled sadly. "Thank you, Derfel."
"But why?"
I blurted out. He sighed and looked back to the moon-glossed land. "When Uther died," he said after a long time, "the land fell into chaos. That happens to a land without a king, and we are without a king now. We have Mordred, but he is a child, so someone has to hold the power until he is of age. One man must hold the power, Derfel, not 3 or 4 or 10, just one. I wish it were not so. With all my heart, believe me, I would rather leave things as they are. I would rather grow old with Owain as my dear friend. But it cannot be. The power must be held for Mordred, and it must be held properly and justly, and given to him intact. And that means we cannot afford perpetual squabbles between men who want the king's power for themselves. One man has to be a king who is no king, and that one man must relinquish the powers of the kingdom when Mordred is of age. And that's what soldiers do, remember? They fight the battles for people who are too weak to fight for themselves. They also, he smiled, take what they want. And tomorrow I want something of Owain. I want his honor, so I shall take it. He shrugged. Tomorrow I fight for Mordred, and for that child. And you, Derfel, he poked me hard in the chest, will find her a kitten. He stamped his feet against the cold, then peered westward. You think those clouds will bring rain or snow in the morning? He asked.
"I don't know, Lord."
Let us hope so. Now, I hear you had a conversation with that poor Saxon they killed to learn the future. So tell me all he told you. The more we know of our enemies, the better. He walked me back to my post, listened to what I had to say about Cerdic, the new Saxon leader on the south coast, then went to his bed. He seemed untroubled by what must happen in the morning, but I was terrified for him. I remembered Owain beating back the combined attack of both Tudric's champions, and I tried to say a prayer to the stars, which are the homes of the gods. But I could not see them because my eyes were watering. The night was long and bitterly cold, but I wished the dawn would never come. Arthur's wish was granted, for at dawn it began to rain. It soon became a hard, pelting storm of winter rain that swept in grey veils across the long, wide valley between Caer Cadarn and Inniswydrin. The ditches overflowed, water poured off the ramparts and puddled under the great hall's eaves. Smoke leaked from the holes in damp, thatched roofs, and sentries hunched their shoulders beneath their soaking cloaks. Tristan, who had spent the night in a small village just east of Caer Cadarn, struggled up the fort's muddy approach path. His 6 guards and the orphaned child accompanied him, all of them slipping in the steep mud whenever they could not find a foothold on the tufts of grass growing at the path's sides. The gate was open, and no sentry moved to stop the Prince of Cornwell as he splashed through the compound's mud to the door of the great hall, where no one waited to receive him. The hall's interior was a damp chaos of men, sleeping off a night's drunkenness, of discarded food, scavenging dogs, soggy grey embers, and vomit congealing in the floor rushes. Tristan kicked one of the sleeping men awake and sent him to find Bishop Bedwin or some other person in authority. "If anyone," he called after the man, "has any authority in this country." Bedwin, heavily cloaked against the seething rain, slipped and staggered his way through the treacherous mud. "My lord prince," he gasped, as he dashed out of the weather into the hall's dubious shelter. "My apologies. I had not expected you so early. Inclement weather, is it not?" He wrung water from the skirts of his cloak. "Still, rather rain than snow, I think, don't you?" Tristan said nothing. Bedwin was flustered by his guest's silence. "Some bread, perhaps, and warm wine? There will be a porridge cooking, I'm sure." He looked about for someone to dispatch to the kitchens, but the sleeping men lay snoring and immovable. "Little girl," Bedwin winced because of an aching head as he leaned towards Salina. "You must be hungry, yes?" "We came for justice, not food," Tristan said harshly. "Ah, yes, of course. Of course." Bedwin pushed the hood away from his white tonsured hair and scratched in his beard for a troublesome louse. "Justice," he said vaguely, then nodded vigorously. "I have thought on the matter, Lord Prince. Indeed I have. And I have decided that war is not a desirable thing. Won't you agree?" He waited, but Tristan's face showed no response. "Such a waste," Bedwin said. "And while I cannot find my Lord Owain to be at fault, I do confess we failed in our duty to protect your countrymen on the moor. We did indeed. We failed sadly. And so, Lord Prince, if it pleases your father, we shall of course make payment of Sahid, though not—" and here Bedwin chuckled— "for the kitten." Tristan grimaced. "What of the man who did the killing?" Bedwin shrugged. "What man? I know of no such man." "Owain," Tristan said, "who almost certainly took gold from Cadui." Bedwin shook his head. No. It cannot be, no. On my oath, Lord Prince, I have no knowledge of any man's guilt." He gave Tristan a pleading look. "My Lord Prince, it would hurt me deeply to see our countries at war. I have offered what I can offer, and I shall have prayers said for your dead, but I cannot countermand a man's oath of innocence." "I can," Arthur said. He had been waiting behind the kitchen screen at the hall's far end. I was with him as he stepped into the hall, where his white cloak looked bright in the damp gloom. Bedwin blinked at him. "Lord Arthur?" Arthur stepped between the stirring, groaning bodies. "If the man who killed Cornwell's miners is not punished, Bedwin, then he may murder again. Do you not agree?" Bedwin shrugged, spread his hands, then shrugged again. Tristan was frowning, not sure where Arthur's words were leading. Arthur stopped by one of the hall's central pillars. "And why should the kingdom pay Sahid when the kingdom did not do the killing?" he demanded. "Why should my Lord Mordred's treasury be depleted for another man's offence?" Bedwin gestured Arthur to silence. "We do not know the murderer," he insisted. "Then we must prove his identity," Arthur said simply. "We can't," Bedwin protested irritably. "The child is not a tongued one. And Lord Owain, if he is the man you speak of, has sworn on oath that he is innocent. He is a tongued one. So why go through the farce of a trial? His word is enough." "In a court of words, yes," Arthur said. "But there is also the court of swords. And by my sword, Bedwin." Here he paused, and drew Excalibur's glittering length into the half-light. "I maintain that Owain, champion of Dumnonia, has caused our cousins of Cornwell harm, and that he and no other must pay the price." He thrust Excalibur's tip through the filthy rushes into the earth and left it there quivering. For a second I wondered if the gods of the other world would suddenly appear to aid Arthur, but there was only the sound of wind and rain and newly woken men gasping. Bedwin gasped too. For a few seconds he was speechless. "You—" he finally managed to say, but then could say no more. Tristan, his handsome face pale in the wan light, shook his head. "If anyone should contend in the court of swords," he said to Arthur, "let it be me."
Arthur smiled. "I asked first, Tristan," he said lightly.
"No!" Bedwin found his tongue. "It cannot be!"
Arthur gestured at the sword. "You wish to pluck it, Bedwin?"
"No!"
Bedwin was in distress, foreseeing the death of the kingdom's best hope. But before he could say another word, Owain himself burst through the hall door. His long hair and thick beard were wet, and his bare chest gleamed with rain. He looked from Bedwin to Tristan to Arthur, then down to the sword in the earth. He seemed puzzled.
"Are you mad?"
he asked Arthur. "My sword," Arthur said mildly, "maintains your guilt in the matter between Cornwell and Dumnonia."
"He is mad,"
Owain said to his warriors, who were crowding in behind him. The champion was red-eyed and tired. He had drunk for much of the night, then slept badly, but the challenge seemed to give him a new energy. He spat towards Arthur.
"I'm going back to that Silurian bitch's bed,"
he said.
"And when I wake up, I want this to prove a dream."
"You are a coward, a murderer, and a liar," Arthur said calmly, as Owain turned away, and the words made the men in the hall gasp once more. Owain turned back into the hall.
"Whelp,"
he said to Arthur. He strode up to Excalibur and knocked the blade over, the formal acceptance of the challenge.
"So, your death, whelp, will be part of my dream. Outside."
He jerked his head towards the rain. The fight could not be held indoors, not unless the feasting hall was to be cursed with abominable luck. So the men had to fight in the winter rain. The whole fort was stirring now. Many of the folk who lived at Lindinnis had slept in Caer Cadarn that night, and the compound seethed as people were woken to witness the fight. Lunette was there, and Nimue and Morgan. Indeed, all Caer Cadarn hurried to watch the battle that took place, as tradition demanded, within the royal stone circle. Agricola, a red cloak over his gorgeous Roman armour, stood between Bedwin and Prince Geraint, while King Melwas, a hunk of bread in his hand, watched wide-eyed among his guards. Tristan stood on the circle's far side, where I too took my place. Owain saw me there, and assumed I had betrayed him. He roared that my life would follow Arthur's to the other world, but Arthur proclaimed my life was under his surety.
"He broke his oath!"
Owain shouted, pointing at me. "On my oath," Arthur said. "He broke none." He took off his white cloak and folded it carefully onto one of the stones. He was dressed in trews, boots, a thin leather jerkin over a woolen vest. Owain was bare-chested. His trews were criss-crossed with leather, and he had massive nailed boots. Arthur sat on the stone and pulled his own boots off, preferring to fight barefoot. "This is not necessary," Tristan said to him. "It is, sadly," Arthur said, then stood and pulled Excalibur from its scabbard.
"Using your magic sword, Arthur,"
Owain jeered.
"Afraid to fight with a mortal weapon, are you?"
Arthur sheathed Excalibur again, and laid the sword on top of his cloak. "Derfel," he turned to me, "is that Howl's sword?" "Yes, lord." "Would you lend it me?" he asked. "I promise to return it." "Make sure you live to keep that promise, lord," I said, taking Howlbane from her scabbard and handing it to him, hilt first. He gripped the sword, then asked me to run to the hall and fetch a handful of gritty ash that, when I returned, he rubbed into the oiled leather of the hilt. He turned to Owain. "If, Lord Owain," he said courteously, "you would rather fight when you are rested, then I can wait."
"Whelp," Owain spat. "Sure you don't want to put on your fish armour?"
"It rusts in the rain," Arthur answered very calmly.
"A fair-weather soldier,"
Owain sneered, then gave his longsword 2 practice cuts that whistled in the air. In the shield line he preferred to fight with a short sword, but with any length of blade, Owain was a man to fear.
"I'm ready, whelp,"
he called. I stood with Tristan and his guards as Bedwin made one last futile effort to stop the fight. No one doubted the outcome. Arthur was a tall man, but slender compared with Owain's muscled bulk, and no one had ever seen Owain bested in a fight. Yet Arthur seemed remarkably composed as he took his place at the circle's western edge, and faced Owain, who stood uphill of him at the east. "Do you submit judgment to the Court of Swords?" Bedwin asked the two men, and both nodded their assent. "Then God bless you, and God give the truth victory," Bedwin said. He made the sign of the cross, and then, his old face heavy, he walked out of the circle. Owain, as we had expected, rushed at Arthur. But halfway across the circle, right by the king's royal stone, his foot slipped in the mud, and suddenly Arthur was charging. I had expected Arthur to fight calmly, using the skills Howl had taught him. But that morning, as the rains poured from the winter skies, I saw how Arthur changed in battle. He became a fiend. His energy was poured into just one thing, death, and he laid at Owain with massive, fast strokes that drove the big man back and back. The swords rang harsh. Arthur was spitting at Owain, cursing him, taunting him, and cutting again and again with the edge of the sword, and never giving Owain a chance to recover from a parry. Owain fought well. No other man could have sustained that opening, slaughterous assault. His boots slipped in the mud, and more than once he had to beat off Arthur's attacks from his knees. But he always managed to recover his footing, even if he was still driven backwards. When Owain slipped a fourth time, I understood part of Arthur's confidence. He had wanted rain to make the footing treacherous, and I think he knew that Owain would be bloated and tired from a night's feasting. Yet he could not break through that dogged guard, even though he did drive the champion clean back to the place where Walenka's blood was still just visible as a darker patch of soaking mud. And there, by the Saxon's blood, Owain's luck changed. Arthur slipped, and though he recovered, the falter was all the opening Owain needed. He lunged whip-fast. Arthur parried, but Owain's sword slit through the leather jerkin to draw the fight's first blood from Arthur's waist. Arthur parried again, then again, this time stepping back before the hard, quick lunges that would have gored an ox to its heart. Owain's men roared their support as the champion, scenting victory, tried to throw his whole body onto Arthur to drive his lighter opponent down into the mud. But Arthur had been ready for the manoeuvre, and he sidestepped onto the royal stone and gave a back cut of his sword that slashed open the back of Owain's skull. The wound, like all scalp wounds, bled copiously, so that the blood matted in Owain's hair and trickled down his broad back to be diluted by the rain. His men went silent. Arthur leapt from the stone, attacking again, and once again Owain was on the defensive. Both men were panting. Both were mud-spattered and bloody, and both too tired to spit any more insults at the other. The rain made their hair hang in long, soaking hanks, as Arthur cut left and right in the same fast rhythm with which he had opened the fight. It was so fast that Owain had no chance to do anything but counter the strokes. I remembered Owain's scornful description of Arthur's fighting style. "Slashing like a haymaker," Owain had said, hurrying to beat bad weather. Once, and only once, did Arthur whip his blade past Owain's guard, but the blow was half parried, robbing it of force, and the sword was checked by the iron warrior rings in Owain's beard. Owain threw the blade off, then tried again to drive Arthur down onto the ground with the weight of his body. Both fell, and for a second it looked as though Owain would trap Arthur. But somehow Arthur scrambled away and climbed to his feet. Arthur waited for Owain to rise. Both men were breathing hard, and for a few seconds they watched each other, judging their chances. And then Arthur moved forward into the attack again. He swung again and again, just as he had before, and again Owain parried the wild blows. Then Arthur slipped for a second time. He called in fear as he fell, and his cry was answered by a shout of triumph as Owain drew back his arm for the killing blow. Then Owain saw that Arthur had not slipped at all, but had merely pretended it to make Owain open his guard, and now it was Arthur who lunged. It was his first lunge of the battle, and his last. Owain had his back to me, and I was half hiding my eyes so that I would not have to see Arthur's death. But instead, right before me, I saw the shining tip of Howlbane come clean out through Owain's wet and blood-streaked back. Arthur's lunge had gone straight through the champion's body. Owain seemed to freeze, his sword arm suddenly powerless. Then, from nerveless fingers, his sword dropped into the mud. For a second, for a heartbeat, Arthur left Howlbane in Owain's belly. Then, with a huge effort that took every muscle in his body, he twisted the blade and ripped it free. He shouted as he tore that steel out of Owain, shouted as the blade broke the flesh's suction and ripped through bowel and muscle and skin and flesh, and still shouted as he dragged the sword out into the day's grey light. The force needed to drag the steel from Owain's heavy body meant that the sword kept going in a wild backswing that sprayed blood far across the mud-churned circle. While Owain, disbelief on his face and with his guts spilling into the mud, fell. Then Howlbane thrust down once into the champion's neck, and there was silence in Caer Cadarn. Arthur stepped back from the corpse. Then he turned sunwise to look into the faces of every man around the circle. Arthur's own face was hard as stone. There was not a scrap of kindness there, only the face of a fighter come to triumph. It was a terrible face, his big jaws set in a rictus of hate, so that those of us who only knew Arthur as a painstakingly thoughtful man were shocked by the change in him. "Does any man here," he called in a loud voice, "dispute the judgment?" None did. Rain dripped from cloaks and diluted Owain's blood as Arthur walked to face the fallen champion's spearmen. "Now's your chance," he spat at them, "to avenge your lord. Otherwise, you are mine." None could meet his eye, so he turned away from them, stepped over the fallen warlord and faced Tristan. "Does Cornwell accept the judgment, Lord Prince?" Tristan, pale-faced, nodded. "It does, Lord." "Sahid," Arthur decreed, "will be paid from Owain's estate." He turned again to look at the warriors. "Who commands Owain's men now?" Griffith ap Annan stepped nervously forward. "I do, Lord." "You will come to me for orders in 1 hour, and if any man of you touches Derfel, my comrade, then all of you will burn in a fire pit." They lowered their gaze, rather than meet his eyes. Arthur used a handful of mud to clean the sword of its blood, then handed it to me. "Dry it well, Derfel." "Yes, Lord." "And thank you. A good sword." He closed his eyes suddenly. "God help me," he said, "but I enjoyed that. Now," his eyes opened, "I've done my part. What about yours?" "Mine?" I gaped at him. "A kitten?" he said patiently. "For Sarlina?" "I have one, Lord," I said. "Then fetch it," he said, "and come to the hall for breakfast. Do you have a woman?" "Yes, Lord." "Tell her we leave tomorrow when the council has finished its business." I stared at him, hardly believing my luck. "You mean—" I began. "I mean," he interrupted me impatiently, "that you will serve me now." "Yes, Lord," I said. "Yes, Lord." He picked up his sword, cloak and boots, took Sarlina's hand, and walked away from the rival he had killed. And I had found my lord.
Lunette did not want to travel north to Corinium, where Arthur was wintering with his men. She did not want to leave her friends, and besides, she added almost as an afterthought, she was pregnant. I greeted the announcement with disbelieving silence.
You heard me, she snapped. Pregnant? I can't go. And why should we go? We were happy here. Owain was a good lord, then you had to spoil it. So why don't you go by yourself?
She was squatting by our hut's fire, trying to take what warmth she could from its feeble flames.
I hate you,
she said, and she vainly tried to pull our lover's ring from her finger. Pregnant? I asked in a shocked voice.
But maybe not by you,
Lunette screamed, then gave up trying to tug the ring off her swollen finger, and hurled a billet of firewood at me instead. Our slave howled in misery at the back of the hut, and Lunette threw a log at her for good measure. But I have to go, I said. I have to go with Arthur.
And abandon me,
she shrieked.
You want me to be a whore? Is that it?
She hurled another piece of wood, and I abandoned the fight. It was the day after Arthur's contest with Owain, and we were all back in Lindinnis, where the Council of Dumnonia was meeting in Arthur's villa, which was consequently surrounded by petitioners with their relatives and friends. Those eager people waited at the villa's front gates. At the back, a huddle of armories and storehouses stood where the villa's garden had once grown. Owain's old warband was waiting for me there. They had chosen the site of their ambush well, at a place where holly trees hid us from the buildings. Lunette was still screaming at me as I walked up the path, calling me a traitor and a coward. "Well, she's got you right, Saxon," Griffith ap Annan said, then spat towards me. His men blocked my path. There were a dozen spearmen there, all old comrades, but all now with implacably hostile faces. Arthur might have placed my life under his protection, but here, hidden from the villa windows, no one would know how I had ended up dead in the mud. "You broke your oath," Griffith accused me. "I did not," I claimed. Minak, an old warrior whose neck and wrists were heavy with the gold given him by Owain, levelled his spear. "Don't worry about your girl," he said nastily. "There's plenty of us who know how to look after young widows." I drew Howlbane. Behind me the women had come from their huts to see their men avenge the death of their lord. Lunette was among them, and jeering at me like the rest. "We've taken a new oath," Minak said, "and unlike you, we keep our oaths." He advanced down the path, with Griffith beside him. The other spearmen crowded in behind their leaders, while at my back the women pressed closer, and some of them put aside their ever-present distaffs and spindles to begin throwing stones to drive me forward on to Griffith's spear. I hefted Howlbane, its edge still dented from Arthur's fight with Owain, and I said a prayer that the gods would give me a good death. "Saxon," Griffith said, using the worst insult he could find. He was advancing very cautiously, for he knew my skill with the sword. "Saxon traitor," he said, then recoiled as a heavy stone splashed into the mud on the path between us. He looked past me, and I saw the fear come onto his face, and the blade of his spear drop.
"Your names,"
Nimui's voice hissed from behind me,
"are on the stone. Griffith ap Annan, Mapon ac Elkid, Minak ap Cadarn."
She recited the spearmen's names and ancestry one by one, and each time she pronounced a name, she spat towards the curse stone that she had lobbed into their path. The spears dropped. I stood aside to let Nimue pass. She was dressed in a black hooded cloak that cast her face into a shadow, out of which her golden eye glittered malevolently. She stopped beside me, then suddenly turned and pointed a staff, dressed with a sprig of mistletoe, towards the women who had been throwing stones.
"You want your children turned into rats?" Nimue called to the onlookers. "You want your milk to dry, and your urine to burn like fire? Go!"
The women seized their children and ran to hide themselves in the huts.
Griffith knew Nimue was Merlin's beloved, and possessed of the druid's power, and he was shaking with fear of her curse. "Please," he said, as Nimue turned back to face him. She walked past his lowered spear point and struck him hard on the cheek with her staff. "Down," she said. "All of you. Down. Flat. On your faces. Flat." She struck Minak. "Get down." They lay on their bellies in the mud, and one by one she stepped on their backs. Her tread was light, but her curse heavy. "Your deaths are in my hand," she told them. "Your lives are all mine. I will use your souls as gaming pieces. Each dawn that you wake alive, you will thank me for my mercy, and each dusk you will pray that I do not see your filthy faces in my dreams. Griffith ap Annan, swear allegiance to Derfel. Kiss his sword. On your knees, dog. On your knees." I protested that these men owed me no allegiance, but Nimue turned on me in anger and ordered me to hold out the sword. Then, one by one, with mud and terror on their faces, my old companions shuffled on their knees to kiss the tip of Howlbane. The oath gave me no rights of lordship over these men, but it did make it impossible for any of them to attack me without endangering their souls, for Nimue told them that if they broke this oath, their souls were doomed to stay forevermore in the dark otherworld, never to find new bodies on this green, sunlit earth again. One of the spearmen, a Christian, defied Nimue by saying the oath meant nothing, but his courage failed when she prized the golden eye from its socket and held it towards him, hissing a curse, and, in abject terror, he dropped to his knees and kissed my sword like the others. Nimue, once their oaths were sworn, ordered them to lie flat again. She worked the golden ball back into her eye socket, and then we left them in the mud. Nimue laughed as we climbed out of their sight. "I enjoyed that," she said, and there was a flash of the old childish mischief in her voice. "I did enjoy that. I do so hate men, Derfel. All men. Men in leather, carrying spears." She shuddered. "Not you, but the rest I hate." She turned and spat back down the path. "How the gods must laugh at little strutting men." She pushed back her hood to look at me. "Do you want Lynette to go to Crenium with you?" "I swore to protect her," I said unhappily, "and she tells me she's pregnant." "Does that mean you do want her company?" "Yes," I said, meaning no. "I think you're a fool," Nimue said. "But Lynette will do as I tell her. But I tell you, Derfel, that if you don't leave her now, she'll leave you in her own good time." She put her hand on my arm to check me. We had come close to the villa's porch, where the crowd of petitioners was waiting to see Arthur. "Did you know," Nimue asked me in a low voice, "that Arthur is thinking of releasing Gunlius?" "No." I was shocked by the news. "He is. He thinks Gunlius will keep the peace now, and he thinks Gunlius is the best man to rule Siluria. Arthur won't release him without Tudric's agreement, so it won't happen yet. But when it does, Derfel, I'll kill Gunlius." She spoke with the terrible simplicity of truth, and I thought how ferocity gave her a beauty that nature had denied her. She was staring across the wet, cold land towards the distant mound of Caer Cadarn. "Arthur," she said, "dreams of peace, but there never will be peace. Never. Britain is a cauldron, Derfel, and Arthur will stir it to horror." "You're wrong," I said loyally. Nimue mocked that assertion with a grimace, and then, without another word, she turned and walked back down the path towards the warriors' huts. I pushed through the petitioners into the villa. Arthur glanced up as I came in, waved a casual welcome, then returned his attention to a man who was complaining that his neighbour had moved their boundary stones. Bedwin and Geraint sat at the table with Arthur, while to one side Agricola and Prince Tristan stood like guards. A number of the kingdom's councillors and magistrates sat on the floor, which was curiously warm, thanks to the Roman way of making a space beneath that could be filled with warm, smoky air from a furnace. A crack in the tiles was allowing wisps of the smoke to drift across the big chamber. The petitioners were seen one by one, and justice was pronounced. Almost all of the cases could have been dealt with in Lindinis's magistrates' court, that stood just 100 paces from the villa. But many folk, especially the pagan country dwellers, reckoned that a decision given in royal council was more binding than a judgment made in a court established by the Romans, and so they stored their grudges and feuds until the council was conveniently close by. Arthur, representing the baby Mordred, dealt with them patiently, but he was relieved when the real business of the day could commence. That business was to dispose of the tangled ends left by the previous day's fight. Owain's warriors were given to Prince Geraint, with Arthur's recommendation that they be split between various troops. One of Geraint's captains, a man called Claiwach, was appointed in Owain's place as the new commander of the King's Guard. Then a magistrate was given the task of tallying Owain's wealth and sending to Cornwell the portion that was owed in Sahid. I noted how brusquely Arthur conducted the business, though never without giving each man present a chance to speak his mind. Such consultation could lead to interminable argument, but Arthur had the happy talent of understanding complicated matters swiftly and proposing compromises that pleased everyone. I noticed, too, how Geraint and Bedwin were content to let Arthur take the first place. Bedwin had placed all his hopes for Dumnonia's future on Arthur's sword, and Bedwin was thus Arthur's strongest supporter, while Geraint, who was Uther's nephew, could have been an opponent. But the prince had none of his uncle's ambition, and was happy that Arthur was willing to take the responsibility of government. Dumnonia had a new king's champion, Arthur ab Uther, and the relief in the room was palpable. Prince Kudui of Isker was ordered to contribute to the Sahid owed to Cornwell. He protested against the decision, but quailed before Arthur's anger, and meekly agreed to pay 1/4 of Cornwell's price. Arthur, I suspect, would have preferred to inflict a sterner punishment, but I was oath-bound not to reveal Kudui's part in the attack on the moor, and there was no other evidence of his complicity, so Kudui escaped a heavier judgment. Prince Tristan acknowledged Arthur's decisions with a nod of his head. The next business of the day was arranging the future of our king. Mordred had been living in Owain's household, and now he needed a new home. Bedwin proposed a man named Nabur, who was the chief magistrate in Dernovaria. Another councillor immediately protested, condemning Nabur for being a Christian. Arthur rapped on the table to end a bitter argument before it began. "Is Nabur here?" he demanded. A tall man stood at the back of the room. "I'm Nabur." He was clean-shaven and dressed in a Roman toga. "Nabur ap Hluid," he introduced himself formally. He was a young man, with a narrow, grave face and receding hair that gave him the appearance of a bishop or a druid. "You have children, Nabur?" Arthur asked. "3 living, lord. 2 boys and a girl. The girl is our Lord Mordred's age." "And is there a druid or bard in Dernovaria?" Nabur nodded. "Durella, the bard, lord." Arthur spoke privately with Bedwin, who nodded. Then Arthur smiled at Nabur. "Would you take the king into your care?" "Gladly, lord." "You may teach him your religion, Nabur ap Hluid, but only when Durella is present. And Durella must become the boy's tutor when he is 5 years of age. You will receive half a king's allowance from the treasury, and will be required to keep 20 guards about our Lord Mordred at all times. The price of his life is your soul, and the souls of your whole family,
Do you agree?"
Nabur blanched when he was told that his wife and children would die if he let Mordred be killed, but he still nodded acceptance. And no wonder. To be the king's guardian gave Nabur a place very close to the centre of Dumnonia's power. "I agree, Lord," he said. The last business of the council was the fate of Ladwys, Gunlius's wife and lover, and slave to Owain. She was brought into the room where she stood defiantly in front of Arthur. "This day," Arthur told her, "I ride north to Corinium, where your husband is our captive. Do you wish to come?"
"So you can humiliate me further?"
Ladwys asked. Owain, for all his brutality, had never managed to break her spirit. Arthur frowned at her hostile tone.
"So you can be with him, lady," he said gently.
"Your husband's imprisonment is not harsh. He has a house like this, though admittedly it is guarded. But you may live with him in privacy and peace, if that is what you want." Tears showed at Ladwys's eyes.
"He may not want me. I've been soiled."
Arthur shrugged.
"I can't speak for Gunlius. I just want your decision. If you choose to stay here, then you may. Owain's death means you are free."
She seemed bemused by Arthur's generosity, but managed to nod.
"I will come, Lord."
"Good." Arthur stood and carried his chair to the side of the room, where he courteously invited Ladwys to sit. Then he faced the assembled councillors, spearmen, and chiefs.
"I have one thing to say. Just one. But you must all understand this one thing, and you must repeat it to your men, your families, your tribes, and your septs. Our king is Mordred. No one but Mordred. And it is to Mordred we owe our allegiance and our swords. But in the next years the kingdom will face enemies, as all kingdoms do, and there will be a need, as there always is, for strong decisions. And when those decisions are taken, there will be men among you who will whisper that I am usurping the king's power. You will even be tempted to think I want the king's power. So in front of you now, and in front of our friends from Gwent and Cornwell," here Arthur gestured courteously towards Agricola and Tristan, "let me swear upon whatever oath you hold most dear, that I shall use the power you give me for one end only. And that one end is to see Mordred take his kingdom from me when he is of age. That I swear." He stopped abruptly. There was a stir in the room. Until that moment, no one had fully understood how swiftly Arthur had taken power in Dumnonia. The fact that he sat at the table with Bedwin and Prince Geraint suggested that the three men were equals in power. But Arthur's speech proclaimed that there was only one man in charge, and Bedwin and Geraint, by their silence, gave support to Arthur's claim. Neither Bedwin nor Geraint were stripped of their power, but rather they now exercised it at Arthur's pleasure. And his pleasure decreed that Bedwin would stay to be the arbiter of disputes within the kingdom. Geraint would guard the Saxon frontier, while Arthur went north to face the forces of Powys. I knew, and maybe Bedwin knew, that Arthur had high hopes of peace with Gorfythid's kingdom. But until that peace was agreed, he would continue a posture of war. A large party went north that afternoon. Arthur, with his 2 warriors and his servant, Hygwith, rode ahead with Agricola and his men. Morgan, Ladwys, and Lunette rode in a cart, while I walked with Nimue. Lunette was subdued, overwhelmed by Nimue's anger. We spent the night at the Tor, where I saw the good work Gwilithin was doing. The new stockade was in place, and a new tower rising on the foundations of the old. Ralla was pregnant. Pellinor did not know me, but just walked about his new cage as though he was on guard, and barked orders at unseen spearmen.
Druidan ogled Gladwys. Godovan, the clerk, showed me Howell's grave north of the Tor, then took Arthur to the shrine of the Holy Thorn, where Saint Norwenna was buried close beside the miraculous tree. Next morning I said farewell to Morgan and to Nimue. The sky was blue again, the wind was cold, and I went north with Arthur. In the spring my son was born. He died 3 days later. For days afterwards I would see that small, wrinkled red face, and tears would come to my eyes at the memory. He had seemed healthy, but one morning, hung in his swaddling clothes on the wall of the kitchen so he would be out of the way of the dogs and piglets, he simply died. Lunette, like me, wept, but she also blamed me for her baby's death, saying the air at Corinium was pestilential, though she was in fact happy enough in the town. She liked the clean Roman buildings and her small brick house that faced onto a stone-paved street, and she had struck up an unlikely friendship with Eileen, Arthur's lover, and with Eileen's twin sons, Amhar and Loholt. I liked Eileen well enough, but the two boys were fiends. Arthur indulged them, perhaps because he felt guilty that they, like him, were not proper sons born to inherit, but bastards who would need to make their own way in a hard world. They received no discipline that I ever saw, except once, when I found them prying at a puppy's eyes with a knife, and I struck them both hard. The puppy was blinded, and I did the merciful thing of killing it quickly. Arthur sympathized with me, but said it was not my place to strike his boys. His warriors applauded me, and Eileen, I think, approved. She was a sad woman. She knew her days as Arthur's companion were numbered, for her man had become the effective ruler of Britain's strongest kingdom, and he would need to marry a bride who could buttress his power. I knew that bride was Cynwyn, star and princess of Powys, and I suspect Eileen knew it too. She wanted to return to Benowick, but Arthur would not allow his precious sons to leave the country. Eileen knew that Arthur would never let her starve, but nor would he disgrace his royal wife by keeping his lover close. As the spring put leaves on trees and spread blossom across the land, her sadness deepened. The Saxons attacked in the spring, but Arthur did not go to war. King Melwys defended the southern border from his capital at Venter, while Prince Geraint's warbands sallied out of Duro-Brevis to oppose the Saxon levies of the dreaded King Ael. Geraint had the harder time of it, and Arthur reinforced him by sending him Sagramor with 30 horsemen, and Sagramor's intervention tipped the balance in our favour. Ael's Saxons, we were told, believed Sagramor's black face made him a monster sent from the kingdom of the night, and they had neither the sorcerers nor the swords that could oppose him. The Numidian drove Ael's men so far back that he made a new frontier, a full day's march beyond the old, and he marked his new boundary with a row of severed Saxon heads. He pillaged deep into Lochir, once even leading his horsemen as far as London, a city that had been the greatest in Roman Britain, but which was now decaying behind fallen walls. The surviving Britons there, Sagramor told us, were timid, and begged him not to disturb the fragile peace they had made with their Saxon overlords. There was no news of Merlin. In Gwent, they waited for Gerfythid of Powys to attack, but no attack came. Instead, a messenger rode south from Gorfythid's capital at Caer Sus, and 2 weeks later Arthur rode north to meet the enemy king. I went with him, one of 12 warriors who marched with swords but no shields or war spears. We went on a mission of peace, and Arthur was excited at the prospect. We took Gundlius of Siluria with us, and first marched east to Tudric's capital of Buriam, that was a walled Roman town filled with armories and the reeking smoke of blacksmiths' forges. And from there we went north, accompanied by Tudric and his attendants. Agricola was defending Gwent's Saxon frontier, and Tudric, like Arthur, took only a handful of guards, though he was accompanied by 3 priests, among them Sansom, the angry little black tonsured priest whom Nimue had nicknamed Lugtigern, the Mouse Lord. We made a colourful party. King Tudric's men were cloaked in red above their Roman uniforms, while Arthur had outfitted each of his warriors with new green cloaks. We travelled beneath 4 banners: Mordred's dragon for Dumnonia, Arthur's bear, Gundlius's fox, and Tudric's bull. With Gundlius rode Ladwis, the only woman in our party. She was happy again, and Gundlius seemed content to have her back at his side. He was still a prisoner, but he wore a sword again, and he rode in the place of honour alongside Arthur and Tudric. Tudric was still suspicious of Gundlius, but Arthur treated him like an old friend. Gundlius, after all, was a part of his plan to bring peace among the Britons, a peace that would allow Arthur to turn his swords and spears against the Saxons. At the border of Powys, we were met by a guard come to do us honour. Rushes were laid on the road, and a bard sang a song telling of Arthur's victory over the Saxons in the Valley of the White Horse. King Gorfythid had not come to greet us, but instead sent Leodegan, the king of Hennis-Sweiren, whose lands had been taken by the Irish, and who was now an exile in Gorfythid's court. Leodegan had been chosen because his rank did us honour, though he himself was a notorious fool. He was an extraordinarily tall man, very thin and with a long neck, wispy dark hair, and a slack, wet mouth. He could never keep still, but darted and jerked and blinked and scratched and fussed all the time.
"The king would be here," he told us. "Yes, indeed, but cannot be here, you understand? But all the same, greetings from Gorfythid."
He watched enviously as Tudric rewarded the bard with gold. Leodegan, we were to learn, was a much impoverished man, and spent most of his days trying to recoup the vast losses that had been inflicted on him when Durenac, the Irish conqueror, had taken his lands.
"Shall we move on? There are lodgings at—"
Leodegan paused.
"Bless me, I've forgotten. But the guard commander knows. Where is he? There. What's his name? Never mind. We'll get there."
The eagle flag of Powys and Leodegan's own stag banner joined our standards. We followed a Roman road that lay spear-straight across good country, the same country that Arthur had laid waste the previous autumn, though only Leodegan was tactless enough to mention the campaign.
"Oh, you've been here before, of course,"
he called up to Arthur. Leodegan had no horse, and so was forced to walk alongside the royal party. Arthur frowned. "I'm not sure I know this land," he said diplomatically.
"Oh, indeed you do, yes, indeed. See, the Burn Farm? Your work."
Leodegan beamed up at Arthur.
They underestimated you, didn't they? I told Gorfythid so, told him straight to his face. Young Arthur's good, I said. But Gorfythid has never been a man to hear sense. A fighter, yes. A thinker, no. The son is better, I think. Keenaglass is definitely better. I rather hoped young Keenaglass might marry one of my daughters. But Gorfythid won't hear of that. Oh, never mind."
He tripped on a tussock of grass. The road, just like the Foss Way near Inniswydran, was embanked so that the surface would drain into the edging ditches. But the years had filled in the ditches and drifted soil onto the road stones that were now thick with weed and grass. Leodegan persisted in pointing out other places that Arthur had laid waste, but after a while he gave up trying to provoke any response, and so fell back to where we guards walked, behind Tudric's 3 priests. Leodegan attempted to talk to Agravain, the commander of Arthur's guard, But Agravain was in a sullen mood, and Leodegan finally decided that I was the most sympathetic of Arthur's entourage, and so questioned me eagerly about Dumnonia's nobility. He was trying to discover who was and who was not married. "Prince Geraint, now, is he? Is he?"
"Yes, Lord," I said.
"And she's in health?"
"So far as I know, Lord."
"King Melwas, then, he has a queen?"
"She died, Lord."
"Ah!"
He brightened immediately.
"I have daughters, you see," he explained very earnestly. "2 daughters, and daughters must be wed, must they not? Unwed daughters are no use to man or beast. Mind you, to be fair, one of my 2 darlings is to be married. Guinevere is spoken for. She's to marry Valerian. You know of Valerian?"
"No, Lord."
"A fine man, a fine man, a fine man, but no—"
He paused, seeking the right word.
"No wealth. No real land, you see. Some scrubby stuff west, I think, but no money worth counting. He has no rents, no gold, and a man can't go far without rents or gold. And Guinevere's a princess. Then there's Gwenhwyvarch, her sister, and she has no prospects of marriage at all. None. She lives off my purse only. The gods know that's thin enough. But Melwas keeps an empty bed, does he? That's a thought. Though it's a pity about Keenaglas."
"Why, Lord?"
"He doesn't seem to want to marry either girl," Leodegan said indignantly. "I suggested it to his father. Solid alliance, I said. Adjoining kingdoms, an ideal arrangement. But no. Keenaglas has his eyes set on Heleth of Elmet, and Arthur, we hear, is to marry Cynwyn."
"I wouldn't know, Lord," I said innocently.
"Cynwyn's a pretty girl. Oh, yes. But so's my Guinevere. Only she's to marry Valerian. Oh, dear me, what a waste. No rents, no gold, no money, nothing but some drowned pasture and a handful of sickly cows. Oh, she won't like it. She likes her comfort, Guinevere does. But Valerian doesn't know what comfort means, lives in a pig hut, so far as I can make out. Still, he is a chief. Mind you, the deeper you go into Powys, the more men call themselves chiefs."
He sighed.
"But she's a princess. I thought one of Cadwallan's boys in Gwynedd might marry her, but Cadwallan's a strange fellow. Never liked me much. Didn't help me when the Irish came."
He fell silent as he brooded on that great injustice. We had travelled far enough north now for the land and the people to be unfamiliar. In Dumnonia we were surrounded by Gwent, Siluria, Cornwell, and the Saxons. But here men spoke of Gwynedd and Elmet, of Clain and Ynys Mon. Clain had once been Henys Wyren, Leodegan's kingdom, of which Ynys Mon, the island of Mona, had been a part. Both were now ruled by Deornach, one of the Irish lords across the sea who were carving out kingdoms for themselves in Britain. Leodegan, I reflected, must have been easy meat for a grim man like Deornach, whose cruelty was famous. Even in Dumnonia we had heard how he painted the shields of his warband with the blood of the men they killed in battle. It was better to fight the Saxons, men said, than take on Deornach. But we travelled to Caer Sus to make peace, not to contemplate war. Caer Sus proved to be a small, muddy town, surrounding a drab Roman fort set in a wide, flat-bottomed valley beside a deep ford across the Severn, that was here called the River Hafren. The real capital of Powys was Caer Dolforwyn, a fine hill topped by a royal stone. But Caer Dolforwyn, like Caer Cadarn, had neither the water nor the space to accommodate a kingdom's law court, treasury, armories, kitchens, and storehouses. And so, just as Dumnonia's day-to-day business was conducted from Lindinnis, so the government of Powys functioned out of Caer Sus, and only in times of danger or at high royal festivals did Gorfythid's court move down the river to Caer Dolforwyn's commanding summit. Caer Sus's Roman buildings had all but vanished, though Gorfythid's feasting hall was built on one of their old stone foundations. He had flanked that hall with 2 new halls, built specially for Tudric and Arthur.
Gorfethid greeted us inside his own hall. The Powyssin king was a sour man, whose left sleeve hung empty, thanks to Excalibur. He was middle-aged, heavily built, and had a suspicious, small-eyed face that showed no warmth as he embraced Tudric and growled a reluctant welcome. He went sullenly silent as Arthur, no king, knelt before him. His chiefs and warriors all had long, plaited moustaches and heavy cloaks dripping from the rain that had fallen all day long. The hall smelled of wet dogs. There were no women present, except for 2 slaves who carried jars out of which Gorfethid scooped frequent hornfuls of mead. We later learned that he had taken to the drink in the long weeks after he had lost his arm to Excalibur, weeks in which he was fevered, and men doubted his survival. The mead was brewed thick and strong, and its effect was to transfer the care of Powys from the embittered and befuddled Gorfethid onto the shoulders of his son, Keenaglas, the Edling of Powys. Keenaglas was a young man with a round, clever face and long, dark moustaches. He was quick to laugh, relaxed and friendly. He and Arthur, it was plain, were twin souls. For 3 days they hunted deer in the mountains, and at night they feasted and listened to the bards. There were few Christians in Powys, but once Keenaglas learned that Tudric was a Christian, he turned a storehouse into a church and invited the priest to preach. Keenaglas even listened to one of the sermons himself, though afterwards he shook his head and said he preferred his own gods. King Gorfethid called the church a nonsense, but did not forbid his son from indulging Tudric's religion, though Gorfethid took care that his druids surrounded the makeshift church with a ring of charms. "Gorfethid is not wholly convinced we mean to keep the peace," Arthur warned us on the second night. "But Keenaglas has persuaded him. So for God's sake stay sober, keep your swords in your scabbards and don't pick a fight. One spark here and Gorfethid will throw us out and make war again." On the 4th day, the Council of Powys met in the Great Hall. The main business of the day was to make peace, and that, despite Gorfethid's reservations, was done swiftly. The Powyssin king slouched in his chair and watched as his son gave the proclamation. Powys, Gwent, and Dumnonia, Keenaglas said, would be allies, blood of each other's blood, and an attack on any one of the 3 would be construed as an attack on the others. Gorfethid nodded his assent, though without enthusiasm. Better still, Keenaglas continued, once his own marriage with Heleth of Elmet was achieved, Elmet too would join the pact, and so the Saxons would be surrounded by a united front of British kingdoms. That alliance was the great advantage Gorfethid gained from making peace with Dumnonia, the chance to make war on the Saxons, and Gorfethid's price for that peace was a recognition that Powys would be the leader of that war. "He wants to be High King," Agravain growled to us at the back of the hall. Gorfethid also demanded the restoration of his cousin, Gundlius of Siluria. Tudric, who had suffered more than any from Siluria's raids, was reluctant to put Gundlius back on his throne, and we Dumnonians were unwilling to forgive him for Norwenna's murder, while I hated the man for what he had done to Nimue. But Arthur had persuaded us that Gundlius's freedom was a small enough price to pay for peace, and so the treacherous Gundlius was duly restored. Gorfethid may have seemed reluctant to conclude the treaty, yet he must have been persuaded of its advantages, for he was willing to pay the greatest price of all for its successful conclusion. He was willing for his daughter, Cynwyn, the star of Powys, to marry Arthur. Gorfethid was a dour man, suspicious and harsh, yet he loved his 17-year-old daughter, and he poured onto her all the remnants of affection and kindness that were left in his soul. And the fact that he was willing for her to marry Arthur, who was no king and did not even possess the title of prince, was evidence of Gorfithid's conviction that his warriors had to be turned away from fighting fellow Britons. The betrothal was also evidence that Gorfithid, like his son Keenaglas, recognized that Arthur was the real power in Dumnonia, and so, at the great feast that followed the council, Cynwyn and Arthur were formally betrothed. The betrothal ceremony was deemed sufficiently important for the whole assembly to decamp from Caer Sus to the more auspicious feasting hall on the summit of Caer Dolvorwyn, that was named after Dolvorwyn, a meadow at the hill's base which, appropriately enough, meant the Maiden's Meadow. We arrived at sunset, when the hilltop was smoky from the great fires, on which deer and swine were being roasted. Far beneath us, the silvery Severn twisted in its valley, while to the north the great hill ranges stretched dim towards darkening Gwynedd. It was said that on a clear day Cader Idris could be seen from Caer Dolvorwyn's peak, but that evening the horizon was misted by a distant rain. The lower slopes of the hill were thick with great oaks, out of which a pair of red kites climbed as the sun turned the western clouds scarlet, and we all agreed that the sight of the two birds flying so late in the dying day was a wonderful omen for what was about to happen. Inside the hall the bards were singing the tale of Havren, the human maid who had given Dolvorwyn its name, and who had turned into a goddess when her stepmother tried to drown her in the river at the foot of the hill. They sang until the sun dropped. The betrothal was performed at night, so that the moon goddess would bless the pair. Arthur prepared for it first, leaving the hall for a whole hour before returning in all his glory. Even hardened warriors gasped as he re-entered the hall, for he came in his full armour. The scale coat, with its gold and silver plates, glittered in the flamelight, and the goose feathers on his high, silver-chased death's head helmet brushed the hall rafters as he strode up the central passage. His silver-covered shield dazzled in the light, while his white cloak swept the ground behind. Men did not carry weapons in a feasting hall, but that night Arthur chose to wear Excalibur, and he stalked to the high table like a conqueror, making peace, and even Gorfithid of Powys gaped as his erstwhile enemies strode towards the dais. Till now, Arthur had been a peacemaker, but that night he wanted to remind his future father-in-law of his power. Cynwyn entered the hall a few moments later. Ever since our arrival at Caer Sus, she had been hidden in the women's quarters, and that concealment had only heightened the expectations among those of us who had never seen Gorfithid's daughter. I confess that most of us expected to be disappointed in this star of Powys, but in truth, she outshone any star. She came into the hall with her attendant ladies, and the sight of the princess took men's breath away. It took mine. She had the fair colouring more common in Saxons, but in Cynwyn that fairness was turned into a pale, delicate loveliness. She looked very young, with a shy face and a demure manner. She was dressed in a robe of linen dyed yellow gold with hive gum, and the dress was embroidered with white stars about its neck and hem. Her hair was gold, and so light that it seemed to shine as brightly as Arthur's armour. She was so slender that Agravain, who was sitting next to me on the feasting floor, commented that she would be no good for breeding children. "Any decent baby will die trying to struggle through those hips," he said sourly. Yet even so, I pitied Eileen, who must surely have hoped that Arthur's wife would prove to be nothing more than a dynastic convenience. The moon sailed high above Caer Dolvorwyn's summit as Cynwyn paced slowly and shyly towards Arthur. In her hand she carried a halter, the gift she brought to her future husband as a symbol that she was passing from her father's authority to his. Arthur fumbled and almost dropped the halter when Cynwyn gave it to him, and that was surely a bad omen. But everyone, even Gorfithid, laughed the moment away. And then Iorwith, Powys's druid, formally betrothed the couple. The torches flickered as their hands were bound in a knotted chain of grass. Arthur's face was hidden behind the silver-grey helmet, but Cynwyn, sweet Cynwyn, looked so full of joy. The druid gave his blessing, enjoining Gwydion, the god of light, and Aranrod, the golden goddess of the dawn, to be their special deities, and to bless all Britain with their peace. A harpist played. Men applauded, and Cynwyn, lovely silver Cynwyn, wept and laughed for the joy in her soul. I lost my heart to Cynwyn that night. Many men did. She looked so happy, and no wonder, for in Arthur she was escaping the nightmare of all princesses, which is to marry for their country rather than their heart. A princess will be bedded with any stinking, slack-bellied old goat if it will secure a frontier or make an alliance. But Cynwyn had found Arthur, and in his youth and kindness she doubtless saw an escape from her fears. Leodegan, the exiled king of Heniswyren, arrived at the feasting hall at the climax of the ceremony. The exiled king had not been with us since our arrival, but had instead gone to his own home north of Caersus. Now, eager to share in the largesse that always followed a betrothal ceremony, he stood at the back of the hall and joined in the applause that greeted the distribution of Arthur's gold and silver. Arthur had also gained the permission of Dumnonia's council to bring back Gorfithid's war gear that he had captured the previous year. But that treasure had been returned privately, so that no man present need be reminded of the Powisian defeat. Once the gifts were given, Arthur took off his helmet and sat beside Cynwyn. He talked to her, bending close as he always did, so that she doubtless felt she was the most important person in all his firmament, as indeed she had a right to feel. Many of us in the hall were jealous of a love that looked so perfect, and even Gorfithid, who must have been bitter at losing his daughter to a man who had beaten and maimed him in battle, seemed happy in Cynwyn's joy. But it was on that happy night, when peace had come at last, that Arthur broke Britain. None of us knew it then. The distribution of the betrothal gifts was followed by drinking and singing. We watched jugglers, we listened to Gorfithid's royal bard, and we roared our own songs. One of our men forgot Arthur's warning and fell into a fight with a Powisian warrior, and the two drunken men were dragged outside and drenched with water, and half an hour later they were clasped in each other's arms, swearing undying friendship. And sometime in that period, when the fires roared high and the drink flowed fast, I saw Arthur staring fixedly towards the back of the hall, and, being curious, I turned to see what had trapped his gaze. I turned and saw a young woman, who stood head and shoulders above the crowd, and who carried a bold, defiant look on her face. "If you can master me," that look seemed to say, "then you can master whatever else this wicked world might bring." I can see her now, standing amidst her deerhounds, that had the same thin, lean bodies, and the same long nose, and the same huntress eyes as their mistress. Green eyes she had, with a kind of cruelty deep inside them. It was not a soft face, any more than her body was soft. She was a woman of strong lines and high bones, and that made for a good face and a handsome one, but hard, so hard. What made her beautiful was her hair and her carriage, for she stood as straight as a spear, and her hair fell around her shoulders like a cascade of tumbling red tangles. That red hair softened her looks, while her laughter snared men like salmon caught in basket traps. There have been many more beautiful women, and thousands who were better, but since the world was weaned, I doubt there have been many so unforgettable as Guinevere, eldest daughter of Leodegan, the exiled king of Henisweiren. And it would have been better, Merlin always said, had she been drowned at birth. The royal party hunted deer next day. Guinevere's hounds brought down a pricket, a young male without antlers, though to hear Arthur praise the dogs you would have thought they had chased down the wild stag of Diffin itself. The bards sing of love, and men and women yearn for it, but none knows what love is, until, like a spear thrown from the dark, it strikes. Arthur could not take his eyes from Guinevere, though the gods know he tried. In the days after the betrothal feast, when we were back at Caer Sus, he walked and talked with Cynwyn, but he could not wait to see Guinevere, and she, knowing just what game she played, tantalized him. Her betrothed Valerian was at the court, and she would walk with her arm in Valerian's arm, laughing, then cast a sudden, modest, sidelong glance at Arthur, for whom the world would suddenly stop in its turning. He burned for Guinevere. Would it have made a difference if Bedwin had been there? I think not. Not even Merlin could have stopped what happened. A man might as well call on the rain to go back to the clouds, or command a river to curl back to its source. On the second night after the feast, Guinevere came to Arthur's hall in the dark, and I, who was standing guard, heard the ring of their laughter and the murmur of their talk. All night they talked, and maybe they did more than talk, I wouldn't know, but talk they did. And that I do know, for I was posted outside the room and could hardly help but listen. Sometimes the talk was too low to hear, but at other times I heard Arthur explaining and cajoling, pleading and urging. They must have spoken of love, but that I did not hear. Instead, I heard Arthur talk of Britain, and of the dream that had brought him over the sea from Armorica. He spoke of the Saxons, and how they were a plague that must be cured if the land was ever to be happy. He spoke of war, and of the terrible joy it was to ride an armoured horse into battle. He spoke as he had spoken to me on the ice-cold ramparts of Caer Cadarn, describing a land at peace, in which the common folk did not fear the coming of spearmen in the dawn. He talked passionately, urgently, and Guinevere listened so willingly and assured him his dream was inspired. Arthur spun a future from his dream, and Guinevere was deep inside the thread. Poor Cynwyn. She had only her beauty and her youth, while Guinevere saw the loneliness in Arthur's soul and promised to heal it. She left before the dawn, a dark figure gliding across Caer Sus with a sickle moon trapped in her tangling hair. Next day, full of remorse, Arthur walked with Cynwyn and her brother. Guinevere wore a new torque of heavy gold that day, and some of us felt a sorrow for Cynwyn. But Cynwyn was a child, Guinevere was a woman, and Arthur was helpless. It was a madness, that love. Mad as Pellinore, mad enough to doom Arthur to the Isle of the Dead. Everything vanished for Arthur. Britain, the Saxons, the new alliance, all the great careful balanced structure of peace for which he had worked ever since he had sailed from Armorica, was set whirling into destruction for the possession of that penniless, landless, red-haired princess. He knew what he was doing, but he could no more stop himself than he could stop the sun from rising. He was possessed. He thought about her, talked about her, dreamed of her, could not live without her, yet somehow, agonizingly, he kept up the pretense of his betrothal to Cynwyn. The marriage arrangements were being made. As a mark of Tudric's contribution to the peace treaty, The marriage was to be at Gleavham, and Arthur would travel there first and make his preparations. The wedding could not take place until the moon was waxing. It was now on the wane, and no marriage could be risked in a time of such ill omen. But in 2 weeks the auguries would be right, and Cynwen would come south with flowers in her hair. But Arthur wore Guinevere's hair about his neck. It was a narrow red braid that he hid beneath his collar, but which I saw when I brought him water one morning. He was bare-chested, sharpening his shaving knife on a stone, and he shrugged when he saw me notice the woven braid. "You think red hair is unlucky, Derfel?" he asked when he saw my expression. "Everyone says so, Lord." "But is everyone right?" he asked the bronze mirror. "To make a sword blade hard, Derfel, you don't quench it in water, but in urine passed by a red-headed boy. That must be lucky, must it not? And what if red hair is unlucky?" He paused, spat on the stone, and worked the knife blade to and fro. "Our task, Derfel, is to change things, not let them stand. Why not make red hair lucky?" "You can do anything, Lord," I said with unhappy loyalty. He sighed. "I hope that's true, Derfel. I do hope that's true." He peered into the bronze mirror, then flinched as he laid the knife against his cheek. "Peace is more than a marriage, Derfel. It has to be. You don't make war over a bride. If peace is so desirable, and it is, then you don't abandon it because a marriage doesn't happen, do you?" "I don't know, Lord," I said. I only knew that my lord was rehearsing arguments in his head, repeating them over and over until he believed them. He was mad with love, so mad that north was south and heat was cold. This, to me, was an Arthur I had not seen before, a man of passion and, dare I say it, selfishness. Arthur had risen so fast. It is true he had been born with a king's blood in his veins, but he had not been given his patrimony, and so he considered that all his achievements were his alone. He was proud of that, and convinced by those achievements that he knew better than any other man save perhaps Merlin, and because that knowledge was so often what other men incoherently wished, his selfish ambitions were usually seen as noble and far-seeing. But at Caer Sws the ambitions clashed with what other men wanted. I left him shaving and went outside into the new sunshine, where Agravain was sharpening a boar-spear. "Well?" he asked me. "He's not going to marry Cynwen," I said. We were out of earshot of the hall, but even if we had been closer, Arthur would not have heard us. He was singing. Agravain spat. "He'll marry who he's told to marry," he said, then rammed the spear butt into the turf and stalked across to Tudric's quarters. Whether Gorfithid and Keenoglas knew what was happening, I could not tell, for they were not in constant touch with Arthur as we were. Gorfithid, if he suspected, probably thought it did not matter. He doubtless believed, if he believed anything, that Arthur would take Guinevere as a lover and Cynwen as a wife. It was bad manners, of course, to come to such an arrangement in the week of the betrothal, but bad manners had never worried Gorfithid of Powys. He had no manners himself, and knew, as all kings know, that wives are for making dynasties, and lovers for making pleasure. His own wife was long dead, but a succession of slave girls kept his bed warm, and, to him, impoverished Guinevere would never rank much above a slave, and was thus no threat to his beloved daughter. Keenoglas was more perspicacious, and I'm sure he must have scented trouble, but he had invested all his energies into this new peace, and he must have hoped that Arthur's obsession with Guinevere would blow away like a summer squall. Or maybe neither Gorfithid nor Keenoglas suspected anything, for certainly they did not send Guinevere away from Caer Sws, though whether that would have achieved anything the gods alone know. Agravain thought the madness might pass. He told me that Arthur had been obsessed like this once before. "There was a girl in Innistribes," Agravain told me. I can't think of her name. Messa, something like that. Pretty little thing. Arthur was besotted, trailing after her like a dog behind a corpse cart. But mind you, he was young then. So young that her father reckoned he'd never amount to anything. So he packed his Messa off to Brociliand and married her to a magistrate 50 years older than her. She died giving birth, but Arthur was over her by then. And these things do pass, Derfel. Tudric will hammer some brains back into Arthur, you watch. Tudric spent the whole morning closeted with Arthur, and I thought perhaps he had succeeded in hammering some brains back into my lord, for Arthur seemed chastened for the rest of the day. He did not look at Guinevere once, but forced himself to be solicitous of Cynwyn. And that night, perhaps to please Tudric, he and Cynwyn listened to Sansom preach in the little makeshift church. I thought Arthur must have been pleased with the Mouse Lord's sermon, for he invited Sansom back to his hall afterwards, and was closeted alone with the priest for a long time. Next morning, Arthur appeared with a set, stern face, and announced that we would all leave that very same morning, the very same hour, indeed. We were not due to depart for another 2 days, and Gorfythid, Keenaglas, and Cynwyn must have been surprised. But Arthur persuaded them he needed more time to prepare for his wedding, and Gorfythid accepted the excuse placidly enough. Keenaglas may have believed Arthur was going early to remove himself from Guinevere's temptation, and so he made no protest, but instead ordered bread, cheese, honey, and mead packed for our journey. Cynwyn, pretty Cynwyn, said her farewells, starting with us, the guard. We were all in love with her, and that made us resent Arthur's madness, though there had been little any of us could do about our resentment. Cynwyn gave us each a small gift of gold, and each of us tried to refuse her gift, but she insisted. She gave me a brooch of interlocking patterns, and I tried to thrust it back into her hands, but she just smiled and folded my fingers over the gold. "Look after your lord," she said earnestly. "And after you, lady," I answered fervently. She smiled and moved on to Arthur, presenting him with a spray of May blossom that would give him a swift and safe journey. Arthur fixed the blossom in his sword-belt and kissed his betrothed's hand before clambering onto Llamray's broad back. Keenaglas wanted to send guards to escort us, but Arthur declined the honour. "Let us leave, Lord Prince," he said, "the sooner to arrange our happiness." Cynwyn was pleased by Arthur's words, and Keenaglas, ever gracious, ordered the gates opened, and Arthur, like a man released from an ordeal, galloped Llamray madly out of Caersus and through the Severn's deep ford. We guards followed on foot, to find a spray of may lying on the river's far bank. Agravain plucked the may from the ground so that Cynwyn should not find it. Sansom came with us. His presence was not explained, though Agravain surmised that Tudric had ordered the priest to counsel Arthur against his madness, a madness we all prayed was passing. But we were wrong. The madness had been hopeless from the very first moment Arthur had looked down Gorfythid's hall and seen Guinevere's red hair. Sagramore used to tell us an ancient tale of a battle in the old world, a battle over a great city of towers and palaces and temples, and the whole sorry thing was all started because of a woman, and for that woman 10,000 bronze-clad warriors died in the dust. The story was not so ancient after all. For just 2 hours after we had left Caersus, in a stretch of lonely woodland where no farm stood, but only steep-sided hills and fast streams and thick, heavy trees, we found Leodegan of Henniswyren waiting beside the track. He led us, without a word, down a path that twisted between the roots of great oaks to a clearing beside a pool, made by a beaver-dammed stream. The woods were thick with dog-mercury and lilies, while the last bluebells made a dancing shimmer in the shadows. Sunlight fell on the grass, where primroses, cuckoo-pints, and dog-violets grew, and where, shining brighter than any flower, Guinevere waited in a robe of cream linen. She had cowslips woven into her red hair. She wore Arthur's golden torque, bracelets of silver, and a cape of lilac-coloured wool. The sight of her was enough to catch a man's throat. Agravain cursed quietly. Arthur threw himself off his horse and ran to Guinevere. He caught her in his arms, and we heard her laugh as he whirled her about. "My flowers!" she cried, putting a hand to her head, and Arthur let her gently down, then knelt to kiss the hem of her robe. Then he stood and turned. "Sansom!"
"Lord?"
"You can marry us now." Sansom refused. He folded his arms over his dirty black robe and tilted up his stubborn mouse face.
"You are betrothed, Lord?"
he insisted nervously. I thought Sansom was being noble, but in truth it had all been arranged. Sansom had not come with us at Tudric's bidding, but at Arthur's. And now Arthur's face turned angry at the priest's stubborn change of heart. "We agreed," Arthur said. And when Sansom just shook his tonsured head, Arthur touched the hilt of Excalibur. "I should take the skull off your shoulders, priest."
"Martyrs are ever made by tyrants, Lord,"
Sansom said, dropping to his knees in the flowery grass, where he bent his head to bare the grubby nape of his neck.
"I'm coming to you, O Lord,"
he bawled towards the grass.
"Thy servant, coming to thy glory. O praise thee! I see the gates of heaven open. I see the angels waiting for me. Receive me, Lord Jesus, into thy blessed bosom. I'm coming, I'm coming."
"Be quiet and get up," Arthur said tiredly. Sansom squinted slyly up at Arthur.
"You won't give me the bliss of heaven, Lord?"
"Last night," Arthur said, "you agreed to marry us. Why do you refuse now?" Sansom shrugged.
"I've wrestled with my conscience, Lord."
Arthur understood and sighed. "So what is your price, priest?"
"A bishopric,"
Sansom said hurriedly, struggling to his feet. "I thought you had a pope who grants bishoprics," Arthur said. "Simplicius, isn't that his name?"
"The most blessed and holy Simplicius. May he still live in health," Sansom agreed. "But give me a church, Lord, and a throne in the church, and men will call me bishop."
"A church and a chair?" Arthur asked. "Nothing more?"
"And the appointment to be King Mordred's chaplain. I must have that. His sole and personal chaplain, you understand, with an allowance from the treasury sufficient for me to keep my own steward, doorkeeper, cook, and candleman."
He brushed grass off his black gown.
"And a laundress,"
he added hastily. "Is that all?" Arthur asked sarcastically.
"A place on Dumnonia's council,"
Sansom said, as though it were trivial.
"That's all."
"Granted," Arthur said carelessly. "So what do we do to get married?" While these negotiations were being consummated, I was watching Guinevere. There was a look of triumph on her face, and no wonder, for she was marrying far above her poor father's hopes. Her father, slack-mouthed trembling, was watching in abject terror in case Sansom should refuse to perform the ceremony, while behind Leodegan stood a dumpy wee girl who seemed to be in charge of Guinevere's quartet of leashed deerhounds, and what little baggage the exiled royal family possessed. The dumpy girl, it turned out, was Gwenlliodfach, Guinevere's younger sister. There was a brother, too, though he had long since retired to a monastery on the wild coast of Strathclota, where strange Christian hermits competed to grow their hair, starve on berries, and preach salvation to the seals. There was little enough ceremony to the marriage. Arthur and Guinevere stood beneath his banner, while Sansom spread his arms to say some prayers in the Greek tongue. Then Leodegan drew his sword and touched his daughter's back with the blade, before handing the weapon to Arthur as a sign that Guinevere had passed from her father's authority to her husband's. Sansom then scooped some water from the stream and sprinkled it over Arthur and Guinevere, saying that thereby he was cleansing them of sin and receiving them into the family of the Holy Church, that hereby recognized their union as one and indissoluble, sacred before God and dedicated to the procreation of children. Then he stared at each of us guards in turn, and demanded that we declare that we had witnessed the solemn ceremony. We all made the declaration, and Arthur was so happy that he did not hear the reluctance in our voices, though Guinevere did. Nothing escaped Guinevere.
"There,"
Sansom said when the paltry ritual was done.
"You're married, lord."
Guinevere laughed. Arthur kissed her. She was as tall as he was, maybe a finger's breadth taller, and I confess, as I watched them, that they looked a splendid pair. More than splendid, for Guinevere was truly striking. Cynwyn was beautiful, but Guinevere dulled the sun with her presence. We guards were in shock. There was nothing we could have done to stop this consummation of our lord's madness, but the haste of it seemed as indecent as it was deceitful. Arthur, we knew, was a man of impulse and enthusiasm, but he had taken our breath away by the speed of this decision. Leodegan, though, was jubilant, babbling to his younger daughter how the family finances would now recover, and how, sooner than anyone knew, Arthur's warriors would sweep the Irish usurper Duranach out of Henniswyren. Arthur heard the boast and turned quickly. "I doubt that's possible, father," he said.
"Possible? Of course it's possible,"
Guinevere intervened.
"You shall make it my wedding gift, lord. The return of my dear father's kingdom."
Agravain spat his disapproval. Guinevere chose to ignore the gesture, and instead walked along the row of guards and gave us each a cowslip from the diadem she had worn in her hair. Then, like criminals fleeing a lord's justice, we hurried south to leave the kingdom of Powys before Gorfethid's retribution followed. Fate, Merlin always said, is inexorable. So much followed from that hurried ceremony in the flower-speckled clearing beside the stream. So many died. There was so much heartache, so much blood, and so many tears, that they would have made a great river. Yet in time, the eddies smoothed, new rivers joined, and the tears went down to the great wide sea, and some people forgot how it ever began. The time of glory did come, yet what might have been never did. And of all those who were hurt by that moment in the sun, Arthur was hurt the most. But on that day, he was happy. We hurried home. The news of the marriage rang in Britain like a god's spear clanging against a shield. At first the sound stunned, and in that calm period, while men tried to understand the consequences, an embassy came from Powys. One of that embassy was Valerian, the chief who had been betrothed to Guinevere. He challenged Arthur to a fight, but Arthur refused, and when Valerian tried to draw his sword, we guards had to drive him out of Lindinnis. Valerian was a tall, vigorous man with black hair and a black beard, deep-set eyes and a broken nose. His pain was terrible, his anger worse, and his attempt at revenge thwarted. Iorwerth, the druid, was chief of Powys's delegation, which had been sent by Keenaglas rather than Gorfethid. Gorfethid was drunk with mead and rage, while his son still hoped there was a chance to retrieve peace from the disaster. The druid Iorwerth was a grave and sensible man, and he talked long with Arthur. The marriage, the druid said, was not valid, for it had been conducted by a Christian priest, and the gods of Britain did not recognize the new religion. Take Guinevere for your lover, Iorwerth urged Arthur, and Cynwyn for your wife.
Guinevere is my wife!
We all heard Arthur shout that statement. Bishop Bedwin added his support to Iorwerth, but Bedwin could not change Arthur's mind. Not even the prospect of war would change Arthur's mind. Iorwerth raised that possibility, saying that Dumnonia had insulted Powys, and the insult would needs be washed clean with blood if Arthur did not change his mind. Tudric of Gwent had sent Bishop Conrad to plead for peace, begging Arthur to renounce Guinevere and marry Cynwyn, and Conrad even threatened that Tudric might make a separate peace with Powys.
My lord king will not fight against Dumnonia,
I heard Conrad reassure Bedwin, as the two bishops paced up and down on the terrace in front of Lindinis's villa.
But nor will he fight for that whore of Hennisweren.
Whore? Bedwin asked, alarmed and shocked by the word.
Maybe not, Conrad allowed. But I tell you one thing, my brother. Guinevere's never had a whip taken to her. Never.
Bedwin shook his head at such laxity on Leodegan's part. Then the two men walked out of my earshot. Next day, both Bishop Conrad and the Powisian embassy left for their homes, and took no good news with them. But Arthur believed the time of his happiness had come. There would be no war, he insisted, for Gorfethid had already lost one arm and would not risk the other. Keenaglass's good sense, Arthur claimed, would ensure peace. For a time, he said, there would be grudges and mistrust, but it would all pass. He thought his happiness must embrace the world. Labourers were hired to extend and repair Lindinis's villa, to make it into a palace fit for a princess. Arthur sent a messenger to Ban of Benwick, beseeching his former lord to send him masons and plasterers who knew how to restore Roman buildings. He wanted an orchard, a garden, a pool of fish. He wanted a bath with heated water. He wanted a courtyard where harpists would play. Arthur wanted a heaven on earth for his bride, but other men wanted revenge. And that summer we heard that Tudric of Gwent had met with Keenaglass and made a treaty of peace, and part of that treaty was an agreement that Powys's armies could march freely across the Roman roads that crossed Gwent. Those roads led only to Dumnonia. Yet as that summer passed, no attack came. Sagramore held Ael's Saxons at bay, while Arthur spent a summer in love. I was a member of his guard, so I was with him day in and day out. I should have carried a sword, shield, and spear, but as often as not I was burdened with flasks of wine and hampers of food, for Guinevere liked to take her meals in hidden glades and by secret streams, and we spearmen were required to carry silver plate, horn cups, food, and wine to the designated spot. She gathered a company of ladies to be her court, and, so help me, my Lunette was one of them. Lunette had grumbled bitterly at having to abandon her brick house in Corinium, but it took her only a few days to decide that a better future lay with Guinevere. Lunette was beautiful, and Guinevere declared that she would only be surrounded by people and objects that were pretty. And so she and her ladies, dressed in the finest linens, decorated with gold, silver, jet, and amber, and she paid harpists, singers, dancers, and poets to amuse her court. They played games in the woods where they chased each other, hid and paid forfeits if they broke one of the elaborate rules that Guinevere devised. The money for these games, like the money being spent on Lindinis's villa, was provided by Leodegan, who had been appointed the treasurer of Arthur's household. Leodegan swore the money all came from back rents, and maybe Arthur believed his father-in-law, though the rest of us heard dark tales of Mordred's treasury being lightened of gold and filled with Leodegan's worthless promises of repayment. Arthur seemed not to care. That summer was his foretaste of Britain at peace, but for the rest of us it was a fool's heaven. Amhar and Loholt were brought to Lindinus, though their mother Eileen was not summoned. The twins were presented to Guinevere, and Arthur, I think, hoped they would live in the pillared palace that was rising around the heart of the old villa. Guinevere kept the twins company for one day, then said their presence upset her. They were not amusing. They were not pretty, she said, just as her sister, Gwenhwyfach, was not pretty. And if they were not pretty, nor amusing, they had no place in Guinevere's life. Besides, she said, the twins belonged to Arthur's old life, and that was dead. She did not want them, nor did she care that she made that announcement publicly. She touched Arthur's cheek. "If we want children, my prince, we shall make our own." Guinevere always called Arthur a prince. At first Arthur claimed he was no prince, but Guinevere insisted he was Uther's son, and therefore royal. Arthur, to humour her, allowed her to call him by the title, but soon the rest of us were ordered to use it too. Guinevere ordered it, and we obeyed. No one had ever challenged Arthur about Amhar and Loholt and won the argument, but Guinevere did, and so the twins were sent back to their mother in Corinium. The harvest was poor that year, for the crops were blighted by late rain that left them blackened and wilting. Rumour claimed that the Saxon harvest had been better, for the rains had spared their lands, and so Arthur led a warband east beyond Duracobrivis to find and capture their stores of grain. He was happy, I think, to escape the songs and dances of Cerf Cadarn, and we were happy that he was at our head again, and that we were carrying spears instead of feasting cloths. It was a successful raid, filling Dumnonia with captured grain, plundered gold, and Saxon slaves. Leodegan, now a member of Dumnonia's council, was given the task of distributing the free grain to every part of the kingdom. But there were horrid rumours that much of it was being sold instead, and that the resultant gold found its way to the new house Leodegan was building across the stream from Guinevere's damp-plastered palace. Madness ends sometimes. The gods decree it, not man. Arthur had been mad for love all summer, and it was a good summer, despite our menial occupations, for a happy Arthur was a beguiling and generous lord. But as autumn swept the land with wind, rain, and golden leaves, he seemed to wake from his summer dream. He was still in love. Indeed, I do not think he was ever out of love with Guinevere. But that autumn he saw the damage he had done to Britain. Instead of peace, there was a sullen truce, and he knew it could not last. We cut ash pollards for spears, and the blacksmiths' huts rang with the sound of hammer on anvil. Sagramore was called back from the Saxon frontier to be nearer to the kingdom's heart. Arthur sent a messenger to King Gorfythid, acknowledging the hurt he had done to the king and to his daughter, apologizing for it, but pleading that there must be peace in Britain. He sent a necklace of pearls and gold to Cynwyn, but Gorfythid returned the necklace draped about the messenger's severed head. We heard that Gorfythid had stopped drinking and taken his kingdom's reins back from his son, Kyneglas. That news confirmed that there would never be peace until the insult done to Cynwyn had been avenged by Powys's long spears. Travellers brought tales of doom from everywhere. The lords across the sea were bringing new Irish warriors into their coastal kingdoms. The Franks were massing war bands on the edge of Brittany. Powys's harvest was stored, and its levies were being trained to fight with spears instead of cutting corn with sickles. Kyneglas had married Heleth of Elmet, and men of that northern country were now coming to swell the ranks of Powys's army. Gundlius, restored in Siluria, was forging swords and spears in the deep valleys of his kingdom, while to the east more Saxon boats were grounding on their captured shores. Arthur donned his scale armour, only the third time I had seen it since his arrival in Britain, and then, with 20 of his armoured horsemen, he rode in progress around Dumnonia. He wanted to show the kingdom his power, and he wanted the travellers who carried their goods across the kingdom's frontiers to carry a tale of his prowess. Then he came back to Lindinis, where Higwith, his servant, scoured the new rust from the armour's scales. The first defeat came that autumn. There had been a plague in Venter, weakening King Melwas's men, and Cerdic, the new Saxon leader, defeated the Belgic warband and captured a great swathe of good river land. King Melwas pleaded for reinforcements, but Arthur knew Cerdic to be the least of his problems. The war drums were beating throughout the Saxon-held Llagir, and throughout the northern British kingdoms, and no spears could be spared for Melwas. Besides, Cerdic seemed fully occupied with his new holdings, and did not threaten Dumnonia further, so Arthur would let the Saxons stay for the time being. "We'll give peace a chance," Arthur told the council. But there was no peace. In late autumn, when most armies are thinking of greasing their weapons and storing them through the cold months, the might of Powys marched. Britain was at war. Part 3. The Return of Merlin. Igraine talks to me of love. It is spring here in Dinarac, and the sun infuses the monastery with a feeble warmth. There are lambs on the southern slopes, though yesterday a wolf killed 3 of them and left a blood trail past our gate. Beggars gather at the gate for food and hold out their diseased hands when Igraine comes to visit. One of the beggars stole the maggoty remains of a lamb carcass from the scavenging ravens and sat there gnawing at the pelt as Igraine arrived this morning. "Was Guinevere really beautiful?" she asks me. "No," I say, "but many women would exchange their beauty for Guinevere's looks." Igraine, of course, wanted to know if she herself was beautiful, and I assured her she was. But she said the mirrors in her husband's care were very old and battered, and it was so hard to tell. "Wouldn't it be lovely," she said, "to see ourselves as we really are?" "Oh, God does that," I said, "and only God." She wrinkled her face at me. "I do hate it when you preach at me, Derfel. It doesn't suit you. If Guinevere wasn't beautiful, then why did Arthur fall in love with her?" "Love is not only for the beautiful," I said reprovingly. "Did I say it was?" Igraine asked indignantly. "But you said Guinevere attracted Arthur from the very first moment. So if it wasn't beauty, what was it?" "The very sight of her," I answered, "turned his blood to smoke." Igraine liked that. She smiled. "So she was beautiful?" "She challenged him," I answered, "and he thought he would be less than a man if he failed to capture her. And maybe the gods were playing games with us." I shrugged, unable to come up with more reasons. "And besides," I said, "I never meant to say she was not beautiful, just that she was more than beautiful. She was the best-looking woman I ever saw." "Including me?" my queen immediately demanded. "Alas," I said, "my eyes are dim with age." She laughed at the evasion. "Did Guinevere love Arthur?" she asked. "She loved the idea of him," I said. "She loved that he was the champion of Dumnonia, and she loved him as he was when she first saw him. He was in his armour, the great Arthur, the shining one, the lord of war, the most feared sword in all of Britain and Armorica." Igraine ran the tasselled cord of her white robe through her hands. She was thoughtful for a while. "Do you think I turn Brockvale's blood to smoke?" she asked wistfully. "Nightly," I said. "Oh, Derfel," she sighed, and slipped off the windowsill to walk to the door from where she could stare down into our little hall.
"Were you ever in love like that?" she asked.
"Yes," I admitted.
"Who was it?" she demanded instantly.
"Never mind," I said.
"I do mind. I insist. Was it Nimue?" she asked.
"It wasn't Nimue," I said firmly. "Nimue was different. I loved her, but I wasn't mad with desire for her. I just thought she was infinitely—" I paused, looking for the word and failing to find it. "Wonderful," I offered lamely, not looking at Igraine so she would not see my tears. She waited for a while.
"So, who were you in love with? Lunette?"
No.
"Who then?" she persisted.
"The story will come in time," I said, "if I live."
"Of course you'll live. We shall send you special foods from the care."
"Which my Lord Sansom," I told her, not wanting her to waste the effort, "will take from me as unworthy fare for a mere brother."
"Then come and live in the care," she said eagerly. "Please."
I smiled. "I would do that most willingly, lady, but alas, I took an oath to stay here."
Poor Derfel.
She went back to the window and watched Brother Maelgwyn digging. He had our surviving novice, Brother Tudwell, with him. The second novice died of a fever in the late winter, but Tudwell still lives and shares the saint's cell. The saint wants the boy taught his letters, mainly, I think, so he can discover whether I really am translating the gospel into Saxon. But the lad is not bright, and seems better suited to digging than to reading. It is time we had some real scholars here in Dinarac, for this feeble spring has brought our usual rancorous arguments about the date of Easter, and we shall have no peace until the argument is done.
"Did Sansom really marry Arthur and Guinevere?"
Igraine interrupted my gloomy thoughts. "Yes," I said, "he really did."
"And it wasn't in a great church, with trumpets playing?"
"It was in a clearing beside a stream," I said, "with frogs croaking and willow catkins piling up behind the beaver dam."
"We were married in a feasting hall," Igraine said, "and the smoke made my eyes water."
She shrugged.
"So what did you change in the last part?" she asked accusingly. "What story shaping did you do?"
I shook my head. "None."
"But at Mordred's acclamation," she asked disappointedly, "the stone was only laid on the stone, not thrust into it. Are you sure?"
"It was laid flat on top, I swear it. I made the sign of the cross. On Christ's blood, my lady." She shrugged.
"Dafydd ap Gruffydd will translate the tale any way I want him to, and I like the idea of a sword in the stone. I'm glad you were kind about Keenaglas."
"He was a good man," I said. "He was also Igraine's husband's grandfather."
"Was Cynwyn really beautiful?"
Igraine asked. I nodded. She was. She truly was. She had blue eyes.
"Blue eyes?"
Igraine shuddered at such Saxon features.
"What happened to the brooch she gave you?"
"I wish I knew," I said, lying. "The brooch is in my cell, hidden there safe from even Sansom's vigorous searches. The saint, whom God will surely exalt above all men living and dead, does not allow us to possess any treasures. All our goods must be surrendered to his keeping. That is the rule. And though I surrendered everything else to Sansom, including Howlbane, God forgive me, I have Cynwyn's brooch still. The gold has been smoothed by the years, yet still I see Cynwyn when, in the darkness, I take the brooch from its hiding place and let the moonlight gloss its intricate pattern of interlocking curves. Sometimes, no, always, I touch it to my lips.
Oh, what a foolish old man I have become. Perhaps I shall give the brooch to Igraine, for I know she will value it. But I shall keep it a while, for the gold is like a scrap of sunshine in this chill grey place. Of course, when Igraine reads this, she will know the brooch exists, but if she is as kind as I know her to be, she will let me keep it as a small remembrance of a sinful life.
I don't like Guinevere,
Igraine said. Then I have failed, I said.
You make her sound very hard,
Igraine said. I said nothing for a while, but just listened to the sheep bleating. She could be wonderfully kind, I said after the pause. She knew how to make the sad happy, but she was impatient with the commonplace. She had a vision of a world that did not hold cripples or bores or ugly things, and she wanted to make that world real by banishing such inconveniences. Arthur had a vision too, only his vision offered help to the cripples, and he wanted to make his world just as real.
He wanted Camelot,
Igraine said dreamily. We called it Dumnonia, I said severely.
Oh, you tried to suck all the joy out of it, Derfel,
Igraine said crossly, though she was never truly angry with me.
I want it to be the poet's Camelot. Green grass and high towers and ladies in gowns and warriors strewing their paths with flowers. I want minstrels and laughter. Wasn't it ever like that?
A little, I said, though I don't remember many flowery paths. I do recall the warriors limping out of battle, and some of them crawling and weeping with their guts trailing behind in the dust.
Stop it,
Igraine said.
So why do the bards call it Camelot?
She challenged me. Because poets were ever fools, I said. Otherwise, why would they be poets?
No, Derfel. What was special about Camelot? Tell me.
It was special, I answered, because Arthur gave the land justice. Igraine frowned.
Is that all?
It is more, child, I said, than most rulers ever dream of doing, let alone do. She shrugged the topic away.
Was Guinevere clever?
She asked. Very, I said. Igraine played with the cross she wore about her neck.
Tell me about Lancelot.
Wait.
When does Merlin come?
Soon.
Is Saint Sansom being horrid to you?
The saint has the fate of our immortal souls on his conscience. He does what he must do.
But did he really fall on his knees and scream for martyrdom before he married Arthur to Guinevere?
Yes, I said, and could not help smiling at the memory. Igraine laughed.
I shall ask Brockvale to make the Mouse Lord into a real martyr, she said. Then you can be in charge of Dinorak. Would you like that, Brother Derfel?
I would like some peace to carry on with my tale, I chided her.
So what happens next?
Igraine asked eagerly. Armorica is next. The land across the sea, beautiful Innis Treves, King Ban, Lancelot, Galahad, and Merlin. Dear Lord, what men they were, what days we had, what fights we gave, and dreams we broke in Armorica. Later, much later, when we looked back on those times, we simply called them the bad years. But we rarely discussed them. Arthur hated to be reminded of those early days in Dumnonia, when his passion for Guinevere tore the land into chaos. His betrothal to Cynwyn had been like an elaborate brooch that held together a fragile gown of gossamer, and when the brooch went, the garment fell into shreds. Arthur blamed himself, and did not like to talk about the bad years. Tudric, for a time, refused to fight on either side. He blamed Arthur for the broken peace, and in retribution he allowed Gorfithid and Gundlius to lead their war bands through Gwent into Dumnonia.
The Saxons pressed from the east, the Irish raided out of the western sea, and, as if those enemies were not enough, Prince Cadui of Isca rebelled against Arthur's rule. Tudric tried to stay aloof from it all, but when Eäl's Saxons savaged Tudric's frontier, the only friends he could call on for help were Dumnonians, and so, in the end, he was forced into the war on Arthur's side. But by then the spearmen of Powys and Siluria had used his roads to capture the hills north of Inniswydrin, and when Tudric declared for Dumnonia, they occupied Glevum as well. I grew up in those years. I lost count of the men I killed and the warrior rings I forged. I received a nickname, Cadarn, which means the mighty. Derfel Cadarn, sober in battle and with a dreadful quick sword. At one time, Arthur invited me to become one of his horsemen, but I preferred to stay on firm ground, and so remained a spearman. I watched Arthur during that time, and began to appreciate just why he was such a great soldier. It was not merely his bravery, though he was brave, but how he outfoxed his enemies. Our armies were clumsy instruments, slow to march and sluggish to change direction once they were marching, but Arthur forged a small force of men who learned to travel quickly. He led those men, some on foot, some in the saddle, on long marches that looped about the enemy's flanks, so they always appeared where they were least expected. We liked to attack at dawn, when the enemy was still fuddled from a night's drinking, or else we lured them on with false retreats, and then slashed into their unprotected flanks. After a year of such battles, when we had at last driven the forces of Gorfithid and Gundlius out of Glevum and northern Dumnonia, Arthur made me a captain, and I began handing my own followers gold. 2 years later, I even received the ultimate accolade of a warrior, an invitation to defect to the enemy. Of all people, it came from Legesac, Norwenna's traitorous guard commander, who spoke to me in a temple of Mithras, where his life was protected, and offered me a fortune if I would serve Gundlius as he did. I refused. God be thanked, but I was always loyal to Arthur. Sagramor was also loyal, and it was he who initiated me into Mithras's service. Mithras was a god the Romans had brought to Britain, and he must have liked our climate, for he still has power. He is a soldier's god, and no women can be initiated into his mysteries. My initiation took place in late winter, when soldiers have time to spare. It happened in the hills. Sagramor took me alone into a valley so deep that even by late afternoon the morning frost still crisped the grass. We stopped by a cave entrance, where Sagramor instructed me to lay my weapons aside and strip naked. I stood there shivering as the Numidian tied a thick cloth about my eyes and told me I must now obey every instruction, and that if I flinched or spoke once, just once, I would be brought back to my clothes and weapons and sent away. The initiation is an assault on a man's senses, and to survive he must remember one thing only: to obey. That is why soldiers like Mithras. Battle assaults the senses, and that assault ferments fear, and obedience is the narrow thread that leads out of fear's chaos into survival. In time, I initiated many men into Mithras, and came to know the tricks well enough. But that first time, as I stepped into the cave, I had no idea what would be inflicted on me. When I first entered the god's cave, Sagramor, or perhaps some other man, turned me about and about sunwise, so quickly and so violently that my mind reeled into dizziness, and then I was ordered to walk forward. Smoke choked me, but I kept going, following the downward slope of the rock floor. A voice shouted at me to stop, Another ordered me to turn, a third to kneel. Some substance was thrust at my mouth, and I recoiled from the stench of human dung that made my head reel. "Eat!" a voice snapped, and I almost spewed the mouthful out, until I realized I merely chewed on dried fish. I drank some vile liquid that made me light-headed. It was probably thorn-apple juice, mixed with mandrake or fly agaric, for though my eyes were tight covered, I saw visions of bright creatures coming with crinkled wings to snap at my flesh with beaked mouths. Flames touched my skin, burning the small hairs on my legs and arms. I was ordered to walk forward again, then to stop, and I heard logs being heaped on a fire, and felt the vast heat grow in front of me. The fire roared, the flames roasted my bare skin and manhood, and then the voice commanded me to step forward into the fire, and I obeyed, only to have my foot sink into a pool of icy water that almost made me cry aloud from fear that I had stepped into a vat of molten metal. A sword point was held to my manhood, pressed there, and I was ordered to step into it, and as I did, the sword point went away. All tricks, of course, but the herbs and fungi put into the drink were enough to magnify the tricks into miracles, and by the time I had followed the tortuous course down to the hot, smoky, and echoing chamber at the heart of the ceremony, I was already in a trance of terror and exultation. I was taken to a stone, the height of a table, and a knife was put into my right hand, while my left was placed palm downwards on a naked belly. "It's a child under your hand, you miserable toad," the voice said, and a hand moved my right hand until the blade was poised over the child's throat. "An innocent child that has harmed no one," the voice said. "A child that deserves nothing but life, and you will kill it. Strike!" The child cried aloud as I plunged the knife downwards, to feel the warm blood spurt over my wrist and hand. The heart-pulsing belly beneath my left hand gave a last spasm and was still. A fire roared nearby, the smoke choking my nostrils. I was made to kneel and drink a warm, sickly fluid that clogged in my throat and soured my stomach. Only then, when that horn of bull's blood was drained, was my blindfold taken away, and I saw I had killed an early lamb with a shaven belly. Friends and enemies clustered about me, full of congratulations, for I had now entered the service of the soldier's god. I had become part of a secret society that stretched clear across the Roman world and even beyond its edges. A society of men who had proved themselves in battle, not as mere soldiers, but as true warriors. To become a Mithraist was a real honor, for any member of the cult could forbid another man's initiation. Some men led armies and were never selected. Others never rose above the ranks and were honored members. Now, one of that elect, my clothes and weapons were brought to me. I dressed and then was given the secret words of the cult that would allow me to identify my comrades in battle. If I found I was fighting a fellow Mithraist, I was enjoined to kill him swiftly, with mercy, and if such a man became my prisoner, I was to do him honor. Then, the formalities over, we went into a second huge cave, lit by smoking torches, and by a great fire where a bull's carcass was being roasted. I was done high honor by the rank of the men who attended that feast. Most initiates must be content with their own comrades, but for Derfel Cadarn, the mighty of both sides had come to the winter cave. Agricola of Gwent was there, and with him were two of his enemies from Siluria, Ligesac and a spearman called Nacians, who was Gundlius's champion. A dozen of Arthur's warriors were present, some of my own men, and even Bishop Bedwin, Arthur's counsellor, who looked unfamiliar in a rusty breastplate, sword belt, and warrior's cloak.
"I was a warrior once," he explained his presence, "and was initiated, 30 years ago? That was long before I became a Christian, of course.
And this," I waved about the cave where the bull's severed head had been hoisted on a tripod of spears to drip blood onto the cave's floor, "is not contrary to your religion." Bedwin shrugged.
"Of course it is," he said, "but I would miss the companionship."
He leaned towards me and lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper.
"I trust you will not tell Bishop Sansom that I am here."
I laughed at the thought of ever confiding in the angry Sansom, who buzzed about war-shrunken Dumnonia like a worker bee. He was forever condemning his enemies, and he had no friends.
"Young Master Sansom,"
Bedwin said, his mouth full of beef and his beard dripping with the meat's bloody juice,
"wants to replace me, and I think he will."
"He will?" I sounded aghast.
"Because he wants it so badly,"
Bedwin said,
"and he works so hard. Dear God, how that man works. Do you know what I discovered just the other day? He can't read. Not a word. Now, to be a senior churchman, a fellow must be able to read. So what does Sansom do? He has a slave read aloud to him and learns it all by heart."
Bedwin nudged me to make certain I understood Sansom's extraordinary memory.
"Learns it all by heart. Psalms, prayers, liturgy, writings of the fathers, all by heart." "Dear me."
He shook his head.
"You're not a Christian, are you?"
"No."
"You should consider it. We may not offer too many earthly delights, but our lives after death are certainly worth having. Not that I could ever persuade Uther of that, but I have hopes of Arthur."
I glanced round the feast. "No Arthur," I said, disappointed that my lord was not of the cult.
"He was initiated,"
Bedwin said.
"But he doesn't believe in the gods," I said, repeating Owain's assertion.
Bedwin shook his head.
"Arthur does believe. How can a man not believe in God, or gods? You think Arthur believes that we made ourselves, or that the world simply appeared by chance? Arthur's no fool, Derfel Cadarn. Arthur believes, but he keeps his beliefs very silent. That way the Christians think he is one of them, or might be, and the pagans believe the same, and so both serve him the more willingly. And remember, Derfel, Arthur is loved of Merlin, and Merlin, believe me, does not love unbelievers."
"I miss Merlin."
"We all miss Merlin," Bedwin said calmly. "But we can take comfort in his absence, for he would not be otherwhere if Britain was threatened with destruction. Merlin will come when he's needed." "You think he isn't needed now?" I asked sourly.
Bedwin wiped his beard with the sleeve of his coat, then drank wine.
"Some say," he said, dropping his voice, "that we would be better off without Arthur. That without Arthur there would be peace. But if there's no Arthur, who protects Mordred? Me?" He smiled at the thought. "Geraint? He's a good man, few better, but he's not clever, and he can't make up his mind, and he doesn't want to rule Dumnonia either. It's Arthur or no one, Derfel. Or rather, it's Arthur or Gefithid. And this war is not lost. Our enemies fear Arthur, and so long as he lives, Dumnonia is safe. No, I don't think Merlin is needed yet."
The traitor, Lugesak, who was another Christian, who saw no conflict between his avowed faith and Mithras's secret rituals, spoke with me at the feast's end. I was cold towards him, even though he was a fellow Mithraist, but he ignored my hostility and plucked me by the elbow into a dark corner of the cave.
"Arthur's going to lose, you know that, don't you?" he said.
"No." Lugesak pulled a shred of meat from between the remains of his teeth.
"More men from Elmet will come into the war," he said,
Powys, Elmet, and Siluria. He ticked the names off on his fingers. United against Gwent and Dumnonia. Gorfethid will be the next Pendragon. First we drive the Saxons out of the land east of Rattay, then we come south and finish off Dumnonia. 2 years. The feast has gone to your head, Legesak, I told him. And my lord will pay for the services of a man like you. Legesak was delivering a message. My lord King Gundlius is generous, Derfel. Very generous. Tell your lord king, I said, that Nimue of Inniswydran shall have his skull for her drinking vessel, and that I will provide it for her. I walked away. That spring the war fled again, though less destructively at first. Arthur had paid gold to Oengus mac Iram, the Irish king of Demetia, to attack the western reaches of Powys and Siluria, and those attacks drained enemies from our northern frontiers. Arthur himself led a warband to pacify western Dumnonia, where Codui had declared his tribal lands an independent kingdom. But while he was there, Ael's Saxons launched a mighty attack on Geraint's lands. Gorfethid, we later learned, had paid the Saxons as we had paid the Irish, and Powys's cash was probably better spent, for the Saxons came in a flood that brought Arthur hurrying back from the west, where he left Kai, his childhood companion, in charge of the fight against Codui's tattooed tribesmen. It was then, with Ael's Saxon army threatening to capture Durocobrivis, and with Gwent's forces occupied against both Powys and the northern Saxons, and with Codui's undefeated rebellion being encouraged by King Mark of Cornwell, that Ban of Benwick sent his summons. We all knew that King Ban had only ever permitted Arthur to come to Dumnonia on condition that he returned to Armorica if Benwick was ever in jeopardy. Now, Ban's messenger claimed, Benwick was in dire danger, and King Ban, insisting that Arthur fulfill his oath, was demanding Arthur's return. The news came to us in Durocobrivis. The town had once been a prosperous Roman settlement, with lavish baths, a marble justice hall, and a fine marketplace. But now it was an impoverished frontier fort, forever watching east towards the Saxons. The buildings beyond the town's earth wall had all been burnt by Ael's raiders, and were never rebuilt, while inside the wall the great Roman structures crumbled to ruin. Ban's messenger came to us in what remained of the arched hall of the Roman baths. It was night, and a fire burned in the pit of the old plunge bath, its smoke churning about the arched ceiling, where the wind caught and sucked the smoke out of a small window. We had been eating our evening meal, seated in a circle on the cold floor, and Arthur led Ban's messenger into the circle's centre, where he scratched a crude map of Dumnonia in the dirt, then scattered red and white mosaic scraps to show where our enemies and friends were placed. Everywhere, the red tiles of Dumnonia were being squeezed by the white stone scraps. We had fought that day, and Arthur had taken a spear cut on his right cheekbone. Not a dangerous wound, but deep enough to crust his cheek with blood. He had been fighting without his helmet, claiming he saw better without the enclosing metal. But if the Saxon had thrust an inch higher and to one side, he would have rammed his steel through Arthur's brain. He had fought on foot, as he usually did, because he was saving his heavy horses for the more desperate battles. A half-dozen of his horsemen were mounted each day, but most of the expensive, rare war horses were kept deep in Dumnonia, where they were safe from enemy raids. This day, after Arthur had been wounded, a handful of heavy cavalrymen had scattered the Saxon line, killing their chief and sending the survivors back east. But Arthur's narrow escape had left us all uneasy. King Ban's messenger, a chief called Blethig, only deepened that gloom.
You see, Arthur said to Blethig, why I cannot leave.
He gestured at the red and white scraps.
An oath is an oath, Blethig answered bluntly.
If the prince leaves Dumnonia, Prince Geraint intervened, Dumnonia falls.
Geraint was a heavy, dull-witted man, but loyal and honest. As Uther's nephew, he had a claim on Dumnonia's throne, but he never made the claim, and was always true to Arthur, his bastard cousin.
Better that Dumnonia fall than Benwick,
Blethig said, and ignored the angry murmur that followed his words.
I took an oath to defend Mordred, Arthur pointed out.
You took an oath to defend Benwick,
Blethig answered, shrugging away Arthur's objection.
Bring the child with you. I must give Mordred his kingdom, Arthur insisted. If he leaves, the kingdom loses its king and its heart. Mordred stays here.
And who threatens to take the kingdom from him?
Blethig demanded angrily. The Benwick chieftain was a big man, not unlike Owain, and with much of Owain's brute force.
You?
He pointed scornfully at Arthur.
If you had married Cynwen, there would be no war. If you had married Cynwen, then not only Dumnonia, but Gwent and Powys would be sending troops to aid my king.
Men were shouting, and swords were drawn, but Arthur bellowed for silence. A trickle of blood escaped from beneath his wound scab, and ran down his long, hollow cheek.
How long, he asked Blethig, before Benwick falls?
Blethig frowned. It was clear he could not guess the answer, but he suggested 6 months or maybe a year. The Franks, he said, had brought new armies into the east of his country, and Ban could not fight them all. Ban's own army, led by his champion Bors, was holding the northern border, while the men Arthur had left behind, led by his cousin Ciarlach, held the southern frontier. Arthur was staring at his map of red and white tiles.
3 months, he said, and I will come, if I can. 3 months. But in the meanwhile, Blethig, I shall send you a war band of good men.
Blethig argued, protesting that Arthur's oath demanded Arthur's immediate presence in Armorica, but Arthur would not be budged. 3